This is the arena where hunters fight to prove they're the strongest. So when this rookie steps into the ring, the crowd already has him written off. Standing across from him is a massive bald mountain of muscle, and everyone expects our boy to get folded in seconds. But when the match begins, Choi immediately buries his fist in the guy's face. After just one punch, the giant goes flying across the arena, leaving the entire crowd and even the referee completely speechless. But that's only the warm-up. Choi gets his next opponent and sends him flying with the very first punch too. Then it happens again and again. Every match ends the exact same way. One punch, one knockout. Stronger opponents keep showing up, and Choi keeps treating them like they're training dummies. The medical staff can barely keep up with hauling these poor losers out on stretchers. Eventually, nobody is crazy enough to fight him anymore. The referee has no choice but to declare Choi the champion and hand him the first place trophy. The entire arena is in disbelief. Everyone keeps asking the same question. Who the heck is this guy? What they don't know is that Choi has only recently returned to Earth after spending 1,000 years in hell, fighting monsters and even gods until he became an absolute monster himself. But before all of that, Choi was just an ordinary high school boy benching in the classroom, and his teacher had asked him to stop. Of course it is not wrong to bench, but our dear Choi happened to be benching in literature class. Although this teacher was still asking him, the others had given up on him long ago. Let's have a look back in time, much before Choi had ascended to the position of a constellation. Choi Yeon-sung has been obsessed with strength since birth, as he thought it was necessary for him as an orphan to protect himself. He trains hard every day, always pushing himself to be better since he is but a C-class hunter. Since the world connected to the abyss, there are dangerous monsters and powerful items in dungeons. Hunters are the people who fight these monsters and collect the valuable items while also ensuring that normal civilians stay safe from the monsters. It is a risky job, but the rewards of fame and fortune attract many to join the ranks. But Choi is different from the other young hunters. Their leader, whom Choi respects, is worried about going into dungeons with B-rank monsters. The leader says it is too dangerous for them because even C-rank dungeons are hard. Everyone wants skills, artifacts, and techniques from dungeons, but it is undeniable that people are weak. The leader tells Choi to be safe because his life is important. Choi merely says that one has to go into dungeons to become stronger in the end. The leader sighs and asks if he even cares about his life or his lover. To the leader's utter surprise, Choi tells him that he broke up with her. When asked why, he just says his girlfriend had told him to just date a monster since he kept training instead of meeting her. He does not have any feelings towards her, but they are on good terms. The leader is exasperated at how dumb his clan member is. Nevertheless, it is soon time to go to another dungeon. Inside the dungeon, while the team is engaged in battle, a monster breaks through their defense line and heads towards Choi. While the others tell him to be careful, Choi is instead quite excited and trades blows with the monster. The other members discuss how pitiful his situation is and wonder why he took martial arts in the first place. Martial artists are decent tanks but cannot deal comparably good damage at all. One of them explains that they got a martial arts scroll one day in a dungeon, and Choi happened to be the only one to take it and start training. Choi, who has finished battling the monster and is covered in sweat, does not really mind their words. Back at home, he is still training. Although martial arts are not as cool as magic, Choi merely loved how he could see himself improve as he trained. Although he had trained hard and come to C+ rank, there were not many people who had become stronger from merely pursuing martial arts. He knows he would have to work hard every day and falls asleep murmuring his thoughts. Even in his sleep, this crazy guy is doing nothing but training in his dreams. A weird, perplexed voice asks how he could train even here and wonders if he even knows he is dreaming. He does not stop dreaming and says it just counts as image training. However, when it grows quiet, Choi stops training and asks just who it is. A radiant light emerges with an imposing aura. A lady with a balanced scale of weights behind her floats in the air. She is the goddess of balance who walks ahead. She says she does not have much time, so straight off states that she wants to make a contract with him. Choi's acceptance is instantaneous, and this response seems to trouble her. In most cases, a mortal would question her and be in utter confusion about the entire situation. But he only asks one thing: will this make him stronger? Her affirmative answer brings him satisfaction, yet he remains curious. Why would a goddess choose him, a mere C+ rank hunter, when there are those far more powerful? The goddess of balance responds by explaining her own powers. She raises her hand that starts emitting a strange light. She says that she holds the power to foresee the future, and the strange light from her hand turns into an illusion of the future that she has seen. In mere years, the Earth will face a threat unlike anything it has ever encountered, and evil constellations will send their servants to Earth. The creatures he currently battles will seem like ants compared to what is to come. And in her foresight, she has seen that he, Choi Yeon-sung, is the pivotal force who can avert this catastrophe. To be more precise, if she makes him stronger. To be honest, this goddess is quite scared. In fact, she is sweating under her bandaged eyes. Which darned hunter in their right mind would even sign a contract like this? She tells him with a smile hiding her anxiety that he will be able to become her servant after a long and arduous process of training. Here is the funny thing. This goddess is not sure of herself either. Who the hell would accept an unfair and unrealistic contract with such poor conditions? Of course, a contract from a constellation is rare. One's soul becomes bound to the constellation, and they are restrained by the constellation all their life. Such people exchange their freedom for benefits, such as immediate power and increase in one's hunter rank. And constellations happen to be quite impatient in grabbing capable servants. Hunters who are familiar with the world's matters know about this obviously, except our boy Choi is not one who is familiar with the world matters. Sigh. The excited buffoon has agreed as the goddess tells him of the training center she has prepared for him in the abyss. She informs him that he will be there for hundreds of years and will not be able to re-enter it once he is out. Kind of sounds like the room from Dragon Ball, right? Anyways, Choi misunderstands that this might be how the top hunters always got stronger. No way someone could get strong without training, right? Wrong. But who will tell that to Choi? Our boy is under a severe misunderstanding that keeps growing by the second. While Choi is thinking, the goddess says that she will give him a week's time to decide, but his answer is immediate acceptance. The goddess asks if he is sure, as it is not something one can normally decide so soon. But whoever said Choi's brain functioned like a normal person's? He says he has no attachments and wants to become stronger if possible. The goddess starts wiping her tears with a, "Hey, where did that handkerchief come from?" She says she has heard that most humans are greedy and is glad she chose him. Thankfully, her readings of the future had not gone wrong this time. This time? Had they been wrong before? But Choi will never know. The goddess has already opened the portal to the abyss, and he is having a hard time just protecting himself from the mana waves. She tells him to think of any letter he wants to leave behind to inform his friend or family, and she will take care of its delivery. Wishing him the best of luck, she asks him to overcome the trials, as she will be taking him in as her servant when he is done. As Choi steps into the portal, a single letter is left behind in the room where Choi had been. Arriving at the abyss, he can feel the insanely high magic power density in the air. He stands upon the greenish-blue ground, wondering if this entire place is his training center. But he does not linger on the thought for long. Determined, he resolves to begin and waste not a moment. The goddess tells the other angels about Choi, claiming she's seen his future and believes he's the perfect choice. But seeing the future is not easy, even for her. It is more like piecing together a puzzle, and she's taking a gamble on Choi. In her vision, Choi is growing stronger with each challenge, frustrating the other constellations whose plans fail due to him. The goddess believes if she makes such a person her servant, it would be perfect for her. The other angels are uneasy. They sense something the goddess might be missing. They cannot put their finger on it, but worry that something will definitely go wrong, like it does any time the goddess is so confident. Meanwhile, the goddess is just waiting for Choi to enter the special training center she has made. It has advanced training machines and some toys that will help him change the mood once in a while, and above all, a safe training environment. It has everything he needs to get stronger, both physically and mentally. The goddess even included some fun things to keep him from getting bored. However, in the abyss where Choi has yet to enter the training center prepared by the goddess, he feels a magical storm nearby. He thinks it is a test from the goddess and gets excited. He believes that to grow, he needs to take risks. So, without even a hint of fear, he walks into the storm. As Choi braces himself to face the powerful magical waves cascading towards him, he believes this trial to be a test from the goddess herself. The waves crash into him, intent on breaking his body to pieces. He feels every bone strain, yet he knows he cannot allow himself to falter here. He must endure, for this pain and hardship is essential in gaining a constellation's approval. As the magical storm sweeps through the illusion surrounding him and disrupts the goddess of balance's territory. This protective magic had once concealed and safeguarded her domain, yet now, the illusion shatters into fragments. The goddess herself, aware of the disturbance, had been unable to foresee it. She wonders why Choi has not arrived. Since he had been dropped only a short distance from the training grounds, he should have found his way by now. Anicap, one of her loyal angels, scouts the grounds but finds no trace of the young human. When he reports this to the goddess, she grows even more disturbed. Anicap speculates that the storm may have swept Choi into the abyss. The goddess of balance, hearing Anicap's deduction, desperately orders him to search every corner of the abyss if necessary to find Choi. Anicap accepts the order. The abyss is an infinite space. Finding a single human swept away by the storm would be close to impossible, but it appeared to be her last strand of hope. Meanwhile, at the present moment, Choi is inside the chaotic, magical storm. It is like being trapped underwater with crushing pressure. The air is thick with raw and dangerous magic that can destroy his body, but Choi is not scared. He uses his divine celestial technique to absorb the magic, turning it into his own power. The bone strength increases along with muscle density, and his dantian too. All while he still thinks this is a trial. A few weeks later, the storm throws him onto unknown soil where he lands on his knees, thinking it had been a hard first training. He wonders if this is the next place for his training. Little does our dear Choi know that this is an empty place in the abyss ungoverned by any constellation. And the first time he finds there is a serpent-like monster that is humongous in size but has scales of stone. Choi wonders if he is supposed to catch the serpent. The serpent looks like Onyx from Pokemon, but despite that, it appears to be an A-rank monster, far above his own capabilities as a mere C-rank hunter. He wonders if the goddess has grossly overestimated his abilities, but soon pushes the thought aside, thinking that she must have thought of all this already. He punches it with all his strength, but it does not even move or react. His attack is too weak to hurt it. Choi watches as his fellow hunters discuss the Divine Celestial Technique, a D-rank martial art. They dismiss it as too slow and difficult because they fear the long and frustrating path to mastering it. No one wants to take on this challenge except Choi, who is interested in the Divine Celestial Technique, even though others think it is a waste of time. Two older hunters warn him that it is a slow and difficult technique. It relies on inner energy, which takes a long time to develop. Most people choose faster techniques, but Choi seems to be drawn to the challenge. The Divine Celestial Technique had no specific way to gain inner energy, but every time he used its moves, namely, the Celestial Punch, the Celestial Footwork, and Celestial Kick, he would absorb the exposed energy, thus increasing his inner energy, bit by bit. If he could just repeat this endlessly, he would become a master, but not just anyone can do that. Coming back to the present, Choi is trying to attack Onyx. While it initially has no effect, he keeps it up for years and years. One day when he punches it with all his might, he suddenly feels a rush of power. The force of the punch is enough to even shatter a lot of the serpent's hard stony scales, and it stares in shock at Choi, who has now unlocked a new skill, a B+ rank internal strike. It is a big improvement for his Divine Celestial Technique. The system notifies him that he has reached the first class. The achievement, however, leaves him with a pang of doubt. He recalls stories of another martial arts hunter, Xiaowen Li, a prominent Chinese warrior who had risen through martial arts alone. Xiaowen Li is known for his Zenith class, which holds the strength equivalent to the 6th circle of magic. When asked by reporters if he aims to grow even stronger, Xiaowen Li replies that his goal is to become S rank, an honor no martial artist has ever achieved before. But this is slightly demotivating for Choi, who believes that it would take him nearly 1,000 years to reach such a rank. Nonetheless, tears of joy sting the serpent's eyes on realizing that Choi's training has ended, and so have the serpent's days as a punching bag. Choi assures the serpent that he has no intention of killing it. After all, he was the one who had chosen it as a training partner, and their battles have been beneficial to him. When Choi is wondering where he has to go to start training again, the serpent bows its head, lifting him up, as if offering him a ride. Choi is surprised but thanks the onyx as it takes way too long to move around on foot. It has been 100 years since he first arrived in this abyss. His memories drift back to the sound he heard upon arrival, a deep, resonant hum, like the distant echo of a mana storm. He remembers wondering then if the goddess herself was guiding him. Now, as the serpent carries him forward, he muses on the possibility that his training here might soon be nearing another milestone. But of course the serpent hisses. Although our idiotic Choi might not know, but the onyx absolutely knows that going into a mana storm willingly is a crazy idea. Despite trying to convey that they might die if they enter, Choi is headstrong, and the serpent does not convince him otherwise or talk back. Ah, what a sad day to be a serpent. Together, they plunge into the heart of the storm, one of them in cheers and the other in tears. Choi and Onyx have finally emerged from the mana storm. The serpent is still shocked by the horror of what they had just passed through, but Choi is still under the hysterical misunderstanding that the storm was a form of transportation for people in the abyss. Yet, he not only survives unscathed, but also thinks it's beneficial. After reaching a higher level, he has found that once the mana from the storm enters the body, it gets rid of fatigue and trains it at the same time. Further, he also finds the constellations as pretty amazing to be able to control such power to their will. Only the stone serpent understands the gravity of Choi's misunderstanding. What our boy Choi does not know is that he had barely managed to hold on to his life the first time, and that had luckily prepared his body to not be shredded by the current storm. All of a sudden, Choi wants something to eat, although he does not really feel hungry even after his 100 years fast. Onyx lowers its massive head and offers chunks of its own body to Choi, merely fragments of rock. Well, of course they fell from its body, so it is technically meat too. He wonders if he can really eat it. Onyx starts nudging the rock towards him as Choi wonders if this is payback for the 100 years. However, the sincere look on Onyx's face is evident. Choi smiles and hands it back, saying he cannot eat Onyx no matter how hungry he is. This small action somehow brings up a system prompt saying he has gained a complete understanding of the Great Serpent and has learnt the stone martial arts. With the new skill learnt, Choi could not wait to try them out. He felt strong enough to smash and flip the earth and flexible enough to swim through the air. Although the new technique is interesting, he does not intend to stop using the divine celestial techniques. Every transcendence of his deepens his enlightenment as he looks forward to what the new training exercise will be like. Driven by this desire, he eventually finds himself standing before a vast sea, its waters a shade of unnatural purple. Aware of the danger such an environment poses to a creature of stone, he commands Onyx to remain behind. Choi steels himself and strides into the waves, his body bracing against the oncoming tide, though his defenses soon falter under the unrelenting pressure of the poisoned sea. His divine celestial energy is getting consumed rapidly, and complete depletion of his energy can put his life at risk. Underwater, he even faces dangerous sea creatures that look like overgrown tadpoles. They're attracted to his energy. The water is poisonous, making it hard to breathe, but he sees something glowing in the distance. Perhaps this might be what he needs to clear this stage of his training. On land, Onyx's attention is drawn to ripples and bubbles at the surface of the water before he is startled by a huge fountain of water shooting up in the air. However, it is just Choi jumping out of the sea. Choi is slightly out of breath as he mutters if that sparkly thing at the bottom was an objective the goddess assigned to him. He does not know how he will manage to pierce a poisoned sea, but his trust in his goddess does not even shake. This idiot finally decides that the only thing to do is to build up his inner strength using the divine celestial techniques. This is not really a very optimal solution. It took a long time, a really long time. Although he felt like he was getting stronger, it had already been 200 years for Choi. Although he knows time flows differently on Earth, this is still taking too long. In his struggle one day, as he is seeing his serpent friend eating rocks again, he is reminded of how he still wishes he could eat like a human. He is no longer hungry due to the abyss, but it still feels like he is missing something from his life. He remembers saying something similar almost 200 years ago. Just then, he finds a creature of the sea washed up on the shore, apparently dead, a peculiar beast that he decides to assume is an edible fish. Driven by hunger and curiosity, he tries to cook and eat it. How bad can it be, right? Choi needed to cook, but he did not have a knife, so he punched a rock and broke it into a sharp piece. He was calm and focused, showing how resourceful he could be. The stone serpent watched him with anxious eyes, wondering what the hell this human was doing. Choi started cutting the creature, but the toxic fish was melting both his knife and his chopping board too. He thought about eating it raw, but the serpent warned him. In a nervous fit, the serpent tried to bring something out of its mouth. This happened to be a special crystal, adamantine, that was the most precious treasure for rock-type monsters. As Choi uses it on the, fish, he realizes that it is not melting even after touching the toxins. Seeing this, he decides to make a set of cooking utensils for the time he trains in the abyss. Recalling the words of his clan leader, who had once stressed the importance of finding a hobby, Choi saw that it was useful to develop a hobby. Hunting, preparing, and consuming whatever he could find would help him while strengthening his physical resilience. With the utensils at hand, the most he could make was a raw slice of fish. Choi tried to eat the fish monster, but it was disgusting. Onyx was visibly repulsed, making strange sounds of disgust. Choi, however, was unfazed. He was used to eating bland and boring food. For him, food was just fuel, not something to enjoy. He was more focused on the efficiency than the taste. When Choi took a bite of the fish monster, it was terrible, and poison started spreading through his body. But the system prompt showed that he was using his inner strength to fight the poison. Not only did he survive, but the poison actually made him stronger. He realized that these creatures could be a source of power as long as he did not become intoxicated, and he could even harness their energy. Feeling stronger, Choi looked at the sea. He saw the creatures not as enemies now, but food. He decided to eat them all, using their power to make himself even stronger. He would not be afraid of their poison anymore. Choi spent a few hundred years exploring the depths of the sea, fighting and eating monstrous creatures. Gradually, he became immune to their poison and even learned to use it as a weapon. In the end, his poison immunity turned into unconquerable poison immunity. Now he was not just immune to poison, but also capable of using it by pulling on the poison in his dantian. Even his divine celestial technique ascended to new ranks. Even though Choi was powerful, he wondered why the goddess had not called him back yet. He thought about Earth and wondered if it was still the same. He knew he was very strong now, maybe even the strongest hunter on Earth, but the abyss was endless, and he felt he should continue his training. Thus, it was finally time to say goodbye to his stone serpent friend. They had been through a lot together, but the serpent could not go with him to the deepest parts of the ocean. It was too dangerous. The serpent did not want to leave, but Choi knew it was the right thing to do. He could not risk his friend's life. Choi bid a final farewell to his stone serpent companion and dived into the abyssal depths. He was now a presence that instilled fear in the hearts of the fish. As he delved deeper, he finally discovered the source of the energy he'd first glimpsed. A shiny gateway, a portal to the next, and probably more perilous trial. A wave of energy coursed through his body as the divine celestial technique recognized the challenge ahead. A body trained in martial arts automatically prepared itself when it sensed powerful opponents. However, even if Choi would not have trained in martial arts, he could have sensed that dense killing intent was being focused on him. Constellations were beings whose powers equaled almost that of gods. Their attributes within their domain essentially dictated the laws of nature there, and this just happened to be the domain of the dominator of blood and war. A towering and ghastly creature looked at Choi with a strange curiosity. When Choi said he was human, the creature scoffed, finding the idea laughable. It knew Choi was new to this place and decided to enlighten him. As it spoke, he pulled out a monstrous blade. The creature declared it would behead Choi as a welcome gift, a lesson for the newcomer. But Choi misinterprets this monstrous declaration as part of a brutal training program. In his mind, this entire encounter is some twisted simulation designed to push him to his limits. Readying himself, he harnesses all the energy within him, condensing it into his fist, transforming his ki into a compact and formidable force. But as the blade descends, Choi meets it with his bare hand, his hardened kai clashing with the razor-sharp steel. He counters with a fierce resolve, launching himself upward, landing a powerful kick that sends the creature staggering backwards. The other monsters watched in surprise. Humans were weak here, but Choi was different. Some whispered in shock, while others readied themselves for battle. Meanwhile, Choi remains unaware of the reality he faces. He thinks this is all just a test set before him. But the monsters misunderstood Choi's stance. They think he is trying to impress the Dominator to gain favor and look down on him, seeing him as weak and unworthy. The monsters attack Choi, eager to tear him apart. But Choi fights back fiercely, his punches and kicks powerful and precise. He moved with grace and speed, dodging and weaving through their attacks. At one point, the monsters even brought dogs with them that looked like some accursed hellhounds. But as Choi fights, he realizes the vastness of the place. Monsters kept appearing, endless waves of them. He understood that he could not win by sheer strength alone. This place was designed to drain him. The Dominator's domain had its own rules. Fight until you win or die. There was no other way. Struggling to gain any advantage, Choi catches sight of a structure in the distance. Driven by both desperation and curiosity, he surges toward it. Finally, he reaches the building and forcefully kicks the door open, announcing that he will be borrowing the place, if only for a brief reprieve. Inside, he encounters a monster seemingly engaged in the mundane task of preparing soup. A strange sense of normalcy pervades the room, quite the contrast to the chaos outside. Right, a bit too normal. The creature looks up, and for a moment, Choi considers the possibility that this monster might be more benign, or at least disinterested in fighting. He asks whether the creature has anything decent to eat, mentioning that he has not had a proper meal in days. The monster listens with feigned civility, ladling out the soup with a polite nod. But as Choi approaches, it suddenly hurls the pot of boiling toxic liquid toward him. The noxious fumes spread, filling the air with a deadly venom meant to incapacitate him. However, the toxin is nothing to Choi, who has mastered immunity to poisons. The deadly substance merely strengthens him, feeding his energy reserves. He absorbs the poison as easily as breathing, converting it into raw power that courses through him, amplifying his physical prowess. The monster recoils, eyes widening as it realizes its fatal miscalculation. Before it can react, more monsters from outside have pushed their way into the building, filling the small space with snarling, violent energy. They surge toward him, undeterred by the fate of their fallen kin, eager to subdue the human who has dared to defy them. But Choi is prepared. In a swift motion, he flings the tables and chairs across the room, creating obstacles to slow their approach. The furniture crashes into the advancing monsters, scattering them momentarily, and Choi positions himself to defend against the next wave. Choi had been locked in a relentless battle for hours, transforming a simple chair into a deadly weapon. He had mastered the art of chair fist, a unique martial art born from desperation and necessity. This life or death struggle had awakened a new level of awareness within him. Every sense was heightened, every move calculated. Meanwhile, the goddess of balance is still worried about Choi. Even Angel Adikaniel, one of her most diligent servants, is scouring realms in a near impossible search for him. But it's not like he can find him in the abyss. After a fierce final struggle, Choi stands alone, victorious over every monster that dared challenge him. But as he rested, a thought lingered. How many more battles would he have to fight? He feels a powerful aura concentrated in a single spot. Drawn to it, Choi moves toward the source, only to be intercepted by a hand gripping his leg. The restaurant's owner pleads with him, begging him not to drink from the precious pot that he has worked so hard to obtain. The owner says that the Dominator of blood and war does not tolerate dull or uneventful battles. Such monotony is no life for warriors like themselves, who will be forced to fight, die, and be reborn, only to repeat the cycle endlessly if they allow themselves to grow complacent. This pot was something the owner had suffered a lot to find, but Choi is unmoved. In a swift, dismissive motion, he kicks the owner aside, asserting that, in a contest of life and death, the victor claims the prize. With this decisive act, Choi declares both the pot and the entire restaurant his rightful spoils. Today marks the birth of a new era within these walls. The establishment is now his, and he declares it will henceforth be known as the Demon Inn. Choi recalls an old story about a retired martial arts master who bought an inn, transforming it into a sanctuary where he could live peacefully while still immersed in the world of combat. The tale had always fascinated him, But unlike that idealized vision, his newly acquired inn lies at the heart of endless chaos. Fights are frequent here that makes the inn's title Demon Inn the perfect name for it. Yet the original demonic owner is not willing to let go so easily, still groveling for the place he once ruled. Choi, however, makes his stance clear. If the demon wants it back, he will have to fight for it. As Choi surveys his domain, he notes the surprisingly clean state of the kitchen, the one area seemingly untouched by the endless skirmishes. But he finds the pantry sparse, devoid of usable tools or ingredients. Aware that he will have to make do, Choi resigns himself to eating whatever he can find, raw and unaltered. Choi tried eating the meat only to discover it was poisonous. Instead of fear, curiosity took over. Why would a demon poison its own food? He found a strange fruit, and sure enough, it too was poisonous. Frustration grew. Was everything in this darn restaurant toxic? Was this regular food for demons? Choi taps into his complete immunity skill, laughing at the poison. If this is the best that demons can do, then he'll make a feast out of it. And why not? If he's immune to poison, he might as well turn it into a power-up. After all, a little poison never hurts anyone, right? From that day on, Choi settles into a routine that borders on the bizarre. By day, he battles monsters that venture into his inn, testing his strength and honing his chair fist technique. By night, he was experimenting with poisons and ingredients that would look unusable in conventional cooking. And so hundreds of years pass. One day, the old demon owner came back with his army of monsters. They wanted to take back the inn. He acknowledges their persistence, but it does not matter as they cannot defeat him. He warns them while kicking them out that this place is no mere restaurant. It is now the Demon Inn. His years of fighting have tempered him, and suddenly a system prompt appears saying that he has received the A-rank skill, Body and Fist. This strengthens his divine celestial skill and makes his inner strength circulation faster. For a martial artist, the Body and Fist technique is a very powerful skill that makes people dozens of times faster and synergizes the body and mind. Many people want to learn it, but very few can. It is a rare and expensive skill, often found in secret scrolls. Choi learned it through hard work and many fights, although even he does not know the exact requirements he had to fulfill for it. But what he does know is that if people on Earth knew about his skill, they would be very jealous. Of course, that's not happening any sooner than him returning to Earth. Meanwhile, the monster continues to pour in, and unbeknownst to Choi, a dark figure flies through the sky approaching the inn. One regular day, the ground was covered with the bodies of monsters he had defeated. For 100 years he had lived there, fighting and winning against countless creatures. No monster could defeat him. They tried to attack him, but he was too strong. This place was his home, and no one could take it from him. Any attempt to breach his encampment, to lure him out or provoke him, ends only in their own destruction. The monsters were now gathered around Choi's camp, trying to find a way to defeat him. But no matter what they did, they could not break through his defenses. They were frustrated and confused. Choi also felt restless. He was strong, but he felt like he could be even stronger, but just did not know how. Suddenly, the monsters outside the camp start shouting about how they had fresh void beast meat and adamantium. They taunt him as they shout about the treasures lying about, trying to lure him out of his impenetrable fortress. Choi was annoyed, not by the monsters' taunts but by their pathetic attempt at acting. He finally stepped out of his safe place, ready to fight. He knew that staying inside would not help him grow stronger. He wanted to challenge himself and reach his full potential. As Choi exits his sanctuary, the monsters swarm him, but he dispatches them effortlessly, one by one, as he has done countless times before. Yet this time, there was a new monster in the crowd, much larger and looking much more menacing. The monster draws its massive sword, slamming it into the ground with a force that shakes the earth. Choi, undaunted, sidesteps the blade, evading the strike. The monster seethes, unable to accept the prospect of defeat at Choi's hands. In that moment, Choi recalls the words of Shaoan Li, a renowned martial artist and a class hunter, who once described the ultimate stage of martial arts as one where confidence in oneself is absolute. In the past, such confidence had eluded him. His focus had been entirely on cultivating inner strength, on relentless, desperate attacks against his foes. His urgency, his drive, stemmed from an underlying insecurity he could never fully name. But now, standing amid his fallen foes, he realizes he has shed that insecurity, his body imbued with the divine strength granted by the celestial technique he has mastered. He no longer relies solely on brute force. Instead, he absorbs and redirects his opponent's strength against them. Through this realization, he attains enlightenment, understanding the full counter technique. It is an insight that transforms him. He silently thanks the demons for their misguided attempts. Apart from the technique, he also obtained the adamantium and the rare meat after all. Choi went back to his safe place, laughing at the monsters. He told them he would only fight when they brought him meat or adamantium. The monsters were confused and angry. They knew they could not beat him in a fight. So the next time they brought the materials, they tried to attack him from far away by bombarding him with powerful magic. A series of explosions shattered the air, flames and shadows intermingling in a fierce assault on his encampment. But as the smoke clears, the demons see Choi's silhouette rising unharmed. He survived the attack and successfully increased his body's durability by a stage due to having blocked the attacks. The more the demons attempt to overwhelm him, the more Choi's power grows, the gap between them widening with each encounter as the years go by. The monsters finally realized they could not defeat Choi. They were tired and hopeless. Choi, feeling a bit playful, let them attack him one by one. He knew he would win, but he also understood their desire to fight. Monsters line up to fight him, and the waiting line is long as hell. The demons are surprisingly docile as Choi promises to fight them all as long as they do not make a commotion. Sigh, these muscleheads. One such day when he is thinking about how he has gotten quite close with the demons too, he examines the hunter card given to him by the association long ago. The card, enchanted with magic, displays his current stats, and he marvels at the transformation. Once a mere C+ rank, he now possesses abilities far beyond anything he could have imagined. His rank has not changed, but his skills have evolved. A divine celestial technique, complete poison immunity, body and fist mastery, full counter mastery, invulnerable body, and the legendary 3 flowers convergence. He has achieved the state of heavenly perfection, a resonance with the world itself, granting him an insight that transcends all others. It is this final skill, the resonance from the world, that intrigues him most. It is an ability he has never heard of. His stats have grown incomprehensibly high, and every skill he possesses has ascended beyond anything he'd once imagined. His list of abilities stretches on, each one shining with a rank mastery. But convergence of 3 flowers, now that was something even more profound, more mystical. This technique, rarely seen on Earth, was a martial ability hunters only spoke of in legend. The convergence of 3 flowers marked the pinnacle of Kai cultivation. Hunters used it when their powers were honed to absolute purity, when the quality of their inner strength was refined to an immaculate state. Should this purity falter, the skill would weaken. Yet, if nurtured, if cultivated with dedication, it could elevate a warrior to mythical status, a pinnacle where 3 flowers of Kai, vitality, and spirit bloom as one. Choi remembers tales of great martial artists who'd achieved such a level. Those individuals were known to have mastered unique A-rank techniques like Violet Dawn Divine Technique or the legendary Divine Tai Chi Technique. To reach this pinnacle was to touch the heights of martial skill, yet Choi never intended to seek such perfection. He had wandered through the abyss, his time stretching into an eternity, cultivating a pure form of inner strength without ever realizing its impact. Unknown to him, his body has now become the embodiment of a heavenly martial body, an ideal physique where his affinity for Kai reaches unimaginable depths. While this is often considered an innate gift, a rarity among the rare, Choi now understands that his body has been refined through sheer will, not merely bestowed by fate. Far away, the goddess of balance seethes in her realm, her gaze unable to locate him. She has lost track of Choi in the ever-shifting layers of the abyss, his existence hidden from her omniscience. Choi, however, remains oblivious to her frustration, his focus solely on his own path. His skills have evolved beyond mortal comprehension, and he's now attained what he deems the state of perfection. This level is born of relentless training and countless battles, a state that allows him to observe martial techniques once and master them instantly. Skills that took lifetimes to perfect are his to wield in mere moments, as a mage summons spells. And yet, resonance from the world eludes his understanding. It has no rank, no discernible origin, and no defined limit. Resonance from the universe, as he calls it, feels like a part of something vaster, as though he is approaching a peak of existence. This strange ability implies an alignment with the universe itself, a connection that suggests he is transcending mere humanity. Unaware of the impending consequences, Choi finds himself on the verge of becoming the first human constellation. Choi finished cooking soup and looked at his hunter card. Soon, the Demon Inn was filled with wounded monsters. They were amazed by Choi's strength and respected him. Choi served them food with kindness, not as a conqueror, but as a cook. Yet he told the losers to try his experimental food before leaving. They enjoy the taste of his cooking but vow to grow stronger, determined to face him again. For years, Choi has experimented with recipes, refining his skills as a chef regularly. Although one of the losers is happy that his experimental dish turned out good, another spits it out saying not even a pig would eat it. Obviously, he cannot succeed every time. Just then, a demon throws the food on the ground, complaining that he is there to fight and not eat. But the demon does not even realize what has happened before Choi's warmth extends for a punch from far away and completely obliterates the demon's upper body, killing on the spot. The dumb demon should have just told him if he did not want food. Why did he have to throw and waste it? Thus, the time inside the Demon Inn continues with playful bickering and lots of food. As time passes, he earns a new skill, Abyss Low-Grade Cooking, a C-rank ability. Yet, in contrast, his inner strength feels stifled, blocked by the limitations of his current state. His Dantian, the core of his power, has reached its peak capacity, leaving him unable to increase his strength further. Reflecting on this, he realizes that no one remains stronger than him within the confines of his world. The once insurmountable heights he sought to conquer now seem within his grasp, but this creates an unexpected challenge. With no higher reference to guide him, he faces the daunting task of breaking through this barrier alone. He needs a formidable opponent, someone who can push him beyond his limits. But in this place, he has found only monsters who either fear him or revere him as an unbeatable force. A knock echoes through the inn, interrupting his thoughts. A demon enters, and Choi welcomes him, informing him of the news of high-quality meat brought in that day. Yet, as he turns, the monstrous figure standing at the threshold is unfamiliar. This creature exudes a power that is incomparable to those Choi has encountered before, its aura radiating an intense, almost infinite magic. Choi knew this meeting would be important. The creature's power was immense, even greater than Choi's. This would be a new challenge, a chance to grow stronger. This stranger could be the adversary he has sought. Choi offers meat donburi without the rice to the stranger today. Choi, observing from behind the counter, notices immediately the vast aura that engulfs the beast. It is clear that this creature is not only powerful, but possibly even stronger than him. As the monster finishes its meal, it casually produces a massive ingot of adamantium, a precious metal Choi has only heard of in legends. Its size alone is a marvel, far larger than anything Choi has ever seen, and for a moment, he's taken aback by the sight. Curiosity piqued, Choi offers the monster another bowl, sensing that this being might be more than he initially assumed. Yet, the creature declines. Suddenly, the demon asks Choi if he is human, to which he responds in the affirmative. The demon bows lightly, introducing itself as Varigos, the first family member of the Dominator of Blood and War. With a prideful bearing, Varigos announces that he is a harbinger, one tasked with spreading his master's will, and has come to deliver an invitation for Choi to join their ranks. Varigos speaks of his master with reverence, detailing the significance of being part of the Dominator's family, and conveys how this would elevate Choi in the cosmic hierarchy, allowing him access to unparalleled power and influence. Varigos assumes Choi would be honored, even overjoyed, to accept such an offer. After all, no matter the distances or the world one comes from, a direct invitation from a constellation, a celestial being of nearly limitless power, is a rarity. Refusal, he believes, is unthinkable. Yet, to Varigos's astonishment, Choi declines the proposal with an air of calm resolve. This unexpected rejection rouses a dangerous fury in Varigos, whose pride is shaken by such blatant defiance. The air thickens as his anger manifests, a surge of pressure flooding the inn and challenging Choi. But Choi, undeterred, faces Varigos head-on. He recognizes this confrontation as a long-awaited opportunity, a truly worthy opponent, capable of pushing him further toward his ambitions of strength. In the tense silence, Varigos insists that Choi's potential is precisely what his master seeks, that the Dominator of Blood and War thrives on followers who embrace battle and adversity. Yet, he cannot fathom why Choi would refuse. Choi, in response, mentions a prior commitment, a promise made to another constellation, one he is unwilling to break. Varigos grows curious and presses for details, sensing no trace of constellation energy around Choi. Choi admits that although he has not yet joined any family, he awaits a place promised by a constellation with the power to foresee the future, one who has assured him that his path lies with her. Varigos laughed at Choi, calling him a liar. He explained that powerful beings quickly claim mortals with potential, either through contracts or by taking them to their own worlds. Varigos was sure that if Choi was truly special, he would have been taken away already. He could not believe that Choi was still free. Choi refused to believe Varigos. He was confident that his constellation had a plan for him. He told Varigos about his long journey and the many challenges he had faced. Varigos was more confused than skeptical. He said that if Choi was truly special, he would have been taken away by his constellation long ago. Further, if there was really a constellation capable of controlling mana storms as Choi suggested, then they would have already conquered the abyss. He asks if Choi is sure that he simply did not just get caught up and transported there in the magic storm. Before he can speak further, Choi releases a fierce and angry aura, shutting his mouth. Choi began to doubt himself. Maybe his journey was not planned after all. Maybe it was just a terrible accident. But he had never stopped to doubt it for an instant amidst the excitement of growing stronger. He felt sad and tearful as he exited the inn, thinking he should have questioned this long back. But he held back his tears, knowing that even a single tear could weaken him. Choi made up his mind to return to Earth as he had already wasted a lot of years. But Varigos blocked his path. The receiver of the Axe of Blood, Varigos, finally revealed his true form. He would not let Choi escape his master, the Dominator of Blood and War. Varigos was very powerful, and he was ready to fight Choi. He said that even if Choi died, the Dominator would bring him back to life again and again. As they clash, Varigos notices something unusual about Choi's movements. Despite the lack of any visible magic aura, Choi moves with a speed and agility that defy logic, almost as though he's moving faster than the eye can track. Intrigued, Varigos realizes that this must be a result of the celestial footwork technique, a rare skill that infuses physical prowess with divine power, allowing Choi to maneuver in ways that seem impossible for a mere mortal. The sight stirs Varagos's warrior spirit, and he intensifies his attacks, drawing upon his blood baptism technique, an ability that bypasses the need for traditional mana and taps directly into his own vitality and rage. A rain of corrosive liquid that looks like blood. Yet, Choi's invulnerable body technique shields him from the worst of Varagos's attack, but it still will not be enough to put up with the enemy's skill for a long time. Meanwhile, the demon taunts him to finish up soon as his master, the dominator of blood and war, awaits them. The air trembles under the oppressive weight of the dark red mana pouring down like an acidic torrent, burning, melting, annihilating anything unfortunate enough to encounter it. This ability is a terrifying show of Varagos's overwhelming magic, a force that transcends human understanding, far beyond the capabilities of any mortal magician. Choi's body swells with power. His heightened senses and mastery over the heavenly martial body technique allow him to conserve inner strength with perfect precision. Through three-flower convergence, his every move is sharpened. For Choi, this is unlike any danger he has ever faced. In the face of Varagos's unimaginable power, Choi's mind becomes still. Long gone are the doubts and frustrations that once held him back, the regret over time he thought wasted on misunderstandings. Now he is fully immersed in clarity, akin to the calm he feels in the heart of this mana-infused storm. Speed becomes his most vital asset. He focuses intently on the flow of energy around him, reading every shift. With his heightened perception, he anticipates each drop of the corrosive rain from Varagos's power and evades them with precision. The art of phantom footwork elevates him beyond ordinary movement. He achieves a rank once thought unreachable, an S-rank technique that enables him to traverse space in an instant, allowing him to move to any location he envisions in the blink of an eye. Varagos is stunned. In all his experience, he has never seen a mortal evade his baptism of blood, a magic spell capable of obliterating legions. To him, martial arts had always seemed like the domain of the weak, an antiquated practice inferior to the vast power wielded by true magicians. But Choi's skill forces him to reconsider, a grudging respect rising within him. Varagos contemplates the differences between their abilities, acknowledging that magic users command limitless energy by tapping into the boundless mana of their surroundings. Martial artists, in contrast, draw strength solely from their own bodies. Yet, as he observes Choi, Varagos realizes that martial arts had originated not as a path of weakness, but as a means to defy the natural order. He recalls an ancient tale he once heard, a legend from the realm of the constellations. Long ago, in a distant land under a powerful constellation's rule, a group of enslaved individuals incited an uprising, challenging the very laws governing their world. The uprising persisted, fueled by a strange new discipline that did not rely on borrowed power. This technique, this act of defiance, was martial arts, a way of drawing strength from within. If Choi had been a mage, Varagos says, he would already have fallen, his body dissolved by the bloody tide of Varagos's baptism of blood. But Choi's will to resist fuels him, and he advances, fist raised in defiance. Choi's punch lands on Varagos with all the force he can muster, yet the impact is disappointingly ineffective. Varagos smiles darkly, almost mocking, and declares that he has been blessed by the powers of blood. His body surges with newfound energy, and he swings his axe onto the earth that reverberates through the battlefield like a shockwave. The air crackles with pressure, and each magical wave brings Varagos closer to his peak. In Choi, he has found an opponent worthy of his fullest power. Choi fought hard against Varagos, using his amazing speed and power from phantom footwork, but Varagos was protected by a powerful magic shield. He knows he must reach a new level of power to have any chance of victory. Drawing upon his inner strength, he begins to channel his energy, gathering it within himself. This concentrated energy, known as Fist Ki, is the product of intense focus, a manifestation of Choi's martial essence. But Fist Ki alone is insufficient. Its limitations have long been evident. However, there exists a way to transcend this boundary, a technique so demanding that only one other martial artist, Xiaowan Li, had managed it centuries ago, even if only for a fleeting moment. This legendary technique, the Ki fortification method, demands an unparalleled reserve of inner strength. It compresses Fist Ki to a density beyond normal limits, transforming it into a nearly impenetrable force. The sheer power required for this technique makes it almost impractical for most fighters, but Choi has already reached a level far beyond Xiaowan Li's. Summoning every ounce of his energy, he channels it into his fists. Choi gathered all his strength, his body glowing with a fierce energy. With a thunderous step, he launched himself at Varagos, his fist a weapon of pure power. The impact was earth-shattering, and Varagos's magical shield cracked and shattered under the force of Choi's attack. The once seemingly invincible shield of blood magic has finally been destroyed. Likewise, Varagos's master's blessing, the powerful aura that has safeguarded him through countless battles, splinters into fragments. Yet Varagos cannot accept what he sees. Choi, however, knows he is treading dangerous ground. Each of his techniques depletes his inner strength at an unforgiving rate. Yet the battle rages on, with no respite and no forgiveness. A brilliant light, blinding in its purity, fills the vast, dark arena as Choi and Varagos clash. Above, monstrous creatures gather to observe, whispering in awe among themselves. It has been nearly half a year since the conflict began, and still, neither warrior submits. To the audience, Choi's endurance is the stuff of legend. Yet Choi is far from invincible. Gritting his teeth, he channels his inner reserves, pouring his remaining ki into his next attack, a celestial punch imbued with his fist aura. Power surges through him, burning like fire, consuming his energy at an accelerated pace that would drain any ordinary warrior in an instant. In response, he activates the Three Flowers Convergence, a mastery that allows him to draw ki at a rate fast enough to keep pace with his body's demand. Alongside this, his heavenly martial body works in tandem, slowing the consumption, sustaining him even as he feels the limits of his endurance stretched thin. Varagos watches with a darkened gaze, his sneer unmistakable as he senses Choi's efforts. To Varagos, this protracted struggle is nothing more than an inconvenience, a game dragged on too long by a mere mortal. He decides in this moment that the time has come to end this futile exchange. He will crush Choi, erase him entirely, and lay waste to every spark of defiance that dares to rise against him. Varagos calls upon his master's gift, summoning a dark, unholy power that has long lain dormant within him. Flames erupt around him, burning with an intense heat. His strength multiplies infinitely, transforming him into a vessel of pure destruction. His once massive figure shifts, condensing into a compact, swift form that grants him agility, unlike any he has wielded before. Now, with this amplified strength and newfound speed, Varagos moves with an otherworldly swiftness, darting around Choi in blinding arcs, his figure a dark streak against the dim backdrop of the abyss. For Choi, survival becomes an impossible test of endurance. The once impenetrable protection of Choi's body begins to crack under Varagos's relentless onslaught. He feels the familiar weight of Kai depletion, his body teetering on the brink of emptiness. Yet he cannot afford to lose focus, as that would mean death. Knowing that time and energy are slipping away, Choi finds himself faced with a desperate decision. His only choice is to push forward, to sacrifice every last reserve if necessary, to bring this battle to an irrevocable end. From the moment he had entered the abyss, he had never once emptied his inner strength completely. That would be practically suicide for a human here. But with not much choice left, he uses all his remaining inner strength to deliver a punch. Surprisingly, this awakens within himself a new ability, Celestial String, an enhancement that weaves divine energy into his techniques, elevating his combat prowess to unparalleled heights. His divine celestial technique begins to evolve in real time, each strike now pulsing with newfound energy and razor-sharp precision. As Choi's aura expands, Varagos senses a transformation. The thought of this mortal rival ascending, of Choi becoming a new constellation within the abyss, strikes Varagos with a horror he has never known. He cannot allow it. In his master's domain, in this territory he has claimed as his own, the rise of a challenger is an abomination. He watches with mounting fury as Choi's form begins to expand, growing colossal, his presence towering over the abyss like the dawn of some new, unholy god. The restraints that have bound Choi's spirit dissolve, leaving behind only a raw, boundless power. Choi is no longer simply a warrior in the throes of survival. He has become something greater, something transcendent, his inner strength now resonating with the immensity of the cosmos. Within his dantian, a universe of energy pulses, an endless reservoir of power waiting to be unleashed. He has ascended beyond mortal understanding, reaching a rank of strength that defies description. The technique that fortifies his ki achieves an S rank, elevating him to a level of might previously inconceivable. Along with this, he gains an unparalleled ability, subduing the strong and assisting the weak. Choi's celestial fist comes crashing down one final time, obliterating the last vestiges of Varagos's defenses. The Dominator's body, once a vessel of terror, shatters under the impact. The universe, vast and unending, awaits his next command, his next step. Choi stands amidst the aftermath of his battle with Varagos, realizing with a deepening awareness that countless constellations across the universe are watching him. The constellations, each express their interest in their own ways. The cat of lava and magma acknowledges him with a casual wave of its paw. The cardinal of plague and darkness extends an offer of a weapon, a sickle. Pose. Even the bull who stomps at the world bellows its approval. Yet none captures Choi's attention as much as the dominator of blood and war, who looks upon him with anger. The system notifies that he has won the battle and gained power from the universe due to the effects of his self-conquer title. Varagos, despite his own impressive prowess and the bloodshed he conjures, concedes his defeat. With dignity, he acknowledges Choi's potential. He encourages him to grow beyond these small victories, urging him to push his power so far that even the constellations themselves would find it impossible to look down upon him. Varagos speaks with conviction, planting the seed of an idea in Choi's mind, to one day etch his own name among the stars, to become a constellation himself. Choi, stunned by the enormity of such an idea, tries to dismiss it, yet he cannot fully ignore it. For Varagos, a being of vast power, sees something within him, something worthy of such aspirations. As Varigos fades from the scene, promising to meet him again for another contest, Choi feels a stirring within, an unfamiliar pressure building as he contemplates the stares of the watching constellations. He attains a new level of understanding, reaching what he knows to be a zenith, a peak state of being in which he begins to grasp the depth of power that flows from self-mastery. The constellations' gazes bear down upon him, weighty and intense, like 1,000 spears challenging his resolve. Yet Choi feels the temptation they bring. The Cat of Lava and Magma proposes a meeting, and the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness does the same. Yet, for all their invitations, Choi understands that constellations like these rarely move from their thrones. They must be cautious, for in the abyss, competition is fierce. If one constellation loosens its grip over its domain, other ambitious entities would seize it, toppling kingdoms in a single ruthless stroke. Choi begins to understand that the constellations watch him as they would an arena match, their interest akin to spectators of a universal game. They remain distant, yet fully aware, waiting for him to slip, to falter, so they might consume the remnants of his strength for themselves. The Dominator of Blood and War soon reveals his true intent, placing a bounty on Choi's head. Choi realizes that to them, he is but another pawn, a source of amusement, an asset to be claimed or discarded. Yet this only hardens his determination. Choi faces a relentless barrage of monsters and demons that rise against him, drawn by the bounty and by their own hunger for strength. He has always fought to carve his own path, not to serve the whims of greater beings. He knows that aligning himself with a constellation would only subjugate him, trapping him within their unbreakable bonds. Every moment he's reminded of Varigos's words, urging him to surpass even the highest powers of the abyss, to craft a legend that would echo through eternity. Among the crowd of constellations, each offers him something in exchange for his allegiance. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness tries to entice him with the ability to unleash plagues, a gift as formidable as it is dangerous. But Choi refuses, aware of the chains hidden within the gift, sparking laughter from the other constellations who mock the Cardinal's desperate offer. The Cardinal, bristling with frustration, seethes at the rejection, a response that only amuses the rest of the constellations further. The Cat of Lava and Magma, undeterred by Choi's dismissal of the plague skill, instead offers him a book, a tome of magic, rich with ancient spells and secret knowledge, the fabled Cat's Book. But Choi, resolute in his path, declines the gift, declaring that he will rely on martial arts alone. The cat, mildly disappointed but not entirely surprised, then tries another approach. It presents him with a piece of adamantium, a rare metal, gleaming with an otherworldly light. The offer is tempting, a material that could bolster his defenses to near invulnerability. This time, Choi accepts, but only on his terms. He will use the metal not as a symbol of submission, but as a tool to forge his own destiny. He is no one's subject, no one's pet project. The cat, seemingly pleased yet subtly exasperated, advises him to consider forming a contract if he wishes for even greater resources. But Choi's voice rings out defiantly, rejecting the notion of submitting himself to any celestial entity. No way in hell is he going to become a lackey after coming such a long way. And for the cat, this hipster remains a hipster. Choi finds himself gazing one last time upon the constellation of the Cat of Lava and Magma. A peculiar sense of finality lingers in the air as he prepares to leave. He wonders where the hell the cat learned words like those. Choi walks back and arrives at the Demon Inn, yet now it is unrecognizable. The inn is in ruins, walls crumbling and shadows thick with desolation. Even the Cat of Lava and Magma seemed to pity him as it watched him from afar. He recalls its words, though few and cryptic, about whether he could ever become a constellation. Yet the thought drifts away. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness taunted him for being an outsider, a vagrant among the constellations, forever seeking yet rootless in purpose. Amid the wreckage of the inn, he searches for a lost piece of adamantium, a part of his past that perhaps does not hold the meaning it once did. He's indifferent now, ignoring the silent taunts from distant stars and the playful remarks of the constellations watching him. He leaves the inn behind, stepping away from all that has once been familiar. Meanwhile, the angel, Adicaniel, wanders in the abyss. Adicaniel's surroundings are bluish and filled with plateau-like flat surfaces that form the ground here. A two-headed leopard-like creature turns its head on being called as Adicaniel asks if they have seen Choi showing them a hologram of him, and even telling them that a constellation is looking for him. However, the creature is not cooperative but hostile and attempts to confront the angel. But this is useless because Adicaniel's power is overwhelming, his punch throwing the monster aside effortlessly. The monster is daunted by his might. In a rare moment, the angel's voice, resonant and cold, questions the others surrounding them, if they've seen Choi. Even here, the creature's envy and grudges are apparent, and the two-headed creature who got beaten tries to desperately apologize. With a sigh, the angel leaves and the search for Choi continues. Elsewhere, another watcher takes note of the events unfolding. The observer with 100 faces, a constellation of profound perception, ponders Choi's actions from afar. The Demon King of Lambs, intrigued by the unfolding journey, promises a reward for any news of Choi's movements, adding yet another layer of intrigue to the search. The master of twisted hallucinations scoffs, suspecting some hidden motive behind the goddess's actions. As in the mortal world, constellations have their rivalries and ambitions, each curious as to why this angel has ventured beyond its bounds, what secrets might lie in a mere servant's path. The constellations, bound by their cosmic territories, seldom roam freely, limited by the divine constraints that tether them to specific domains. For one like Adicaniel to wander, to seek across boundaries, is an act rarely seen. And like mortals giving donations to streamers, the constellations too can gift their powers to those who catch their interest. Meanwhile, Choi is still in the Forsaken Land within the Dominator of Blood and War's domain. He raises his fist, striking the empty air while training. Choi had mastered the divine celestial technique. He was no longer human. He was a godlike being. Every move he made was perfect, every strike powerful. He was one with the world, his power flowing through everything around him. Yet he continues using the celestial punch just like when he first started training. With a final punch, a system prompt notifies that he has chosen a life befitting of his status as his existential power increases. When he slayed Varigos and decided to leave the Dominator's domain, he had seen a large change to the unknown skill called resonance from the world. He had reached the peak of his presence, and the world was resonating in response. This is what earned him the title of the undefeated avatar of training, embodying the art of self-perfection, ever pushing the boundaries of his form. But how is he supposed to grow stronger and become a constellation now? As Choi contemplates his path, monsters approach, guardians of this dominion. They mock him, belittling his intrusion as an affront to the Dominator's authority, taunting him with memories of past encounters. Yet within him, the realization dawns that his path to constellationhood lies in honing his essence, deepening his existential power. To exist as a constellation, he must embody the ideals he seeks, his presence growing until it is large enough. He faces the monsters with renewed purpose, dispatching them with grace and precision, even wielding one hand at times as if their attacks are but an afterthought. As years pass, he trains tirelessly in the abyss, a place untouched by the constellation's light. His power grows, not only through his inner strength, but through skills born from his confrontations. He gains new abilities, subdue the strong and assist the weak, and self-conqueror, titles that embody his strength. His power of presence swells, an aura that commands and influences. The skill of self-conqueror resonates, showing others the path of inner mastery, a rule unto itself. If constellations would start following contradictions, where a cardinal of plague and darkness would wield healing magic, and a dominator of blood and war would speak of peace, their power would weaken, and so will celestial standing, for their influence is shaped by the ideals they embody. Choi understands this implicitly. To wield self-conqueror, he must face an opponent stronger than himself, yet he must never falter, for his worth as a self-conqueror lies in his unwavering resolve. Suddenly the ground breaks open, revealing a colossal figure emerging from the darkness. Onyx, the stone serpent. Choi stares, memories stirring of a time when Onyx had been a loyal companion. The serpent's stone-scaled body looms massive and imposing, a being of ancient power that has come seeking him once more. Choi steps forward, arms wide as he welcomes Onyx, his old companion, but his friend's response is cryptic, unsettling. Choi's gaze travels down, taking in the sight of other serpents clustered around Onyx, other stone beasts similar to him, but bearing none of the warmth that Onyx once held. They seem menacing, their eyes gleaming with a cold, unyielding threat. Onyx's silent alarm reaches Choi even without words. The stone serpents have gathered with a purpose, and it is clear they are here not as friends, but as hunters. Choi realizes that he is the prey. Suddenly, Choi felt a terrifying presence rising from the earth. It was a creature so huge and powerful that it made everything else seem small. Choi knew this creature's magic was so strong it filled the air with a chilling energy. He was facing his greatest challenge yet, the Hydra, a gargantuan serpent bearing 9 heads. Choi has attracted the attention of constellations before, beings who watched and judged his every move. Some cheered him on, admiring his unyielding strength, while others sought his downfall, seeing in him a potential rival who, if left unchecked, could disrupt their celestial hierarchy. Among his most relentless adversaries is the Dominator of Blood and War, a being who despises Choi for having vanquished a servant in his own domain, an unforgivable affront in the eyes of a constellation. The Dominator and other powerful beings saw Choi as a threat. They wanted to stop him from becoming too powerful, so Choi went to the Abyss, a place where powerful creatures lived free from the control of the constellations. The Hydra, the ruler of his own domain in the Abyss, was one of the most powerful beings there. It had immense power, but it was wild and uncontrolled. Within Choi, skills ignite in response to the threat. His abilities to subdue the strong and empower the weak surge to life, resonating with the energy of his surroundings. He feels his power growing, drawn to the challenge before him. He recognizes that this fight will test him, push him beyond his limits, but his spirit rises to the challenge. The aura of the undefeated avatar of training surrounds him, solidifying his resolve. Onyx's warning lingers in his mind, cautioning him against the imminent danger. Yet Choi's spirit, shaped by relentless battles and hardened by endless training, drives him forward. The Hydra seethes with rage, perceiving Choi as a defiler of its domain, an interloper who dared to meddle in matters beyond his grasp. Each of its 9 heads is alive with a malice so intense it could bring lesser beings to their knees. Poison drips from its fangs, potent enough to incapacitate even the constellations. Its breath alone is a death sentence, capable of reducing anything to ashes. Yet Choi remains undeterred, standing firm against the Hydra's seething aura. His past battles in the Dominator's territory have steeled him against such overwhelming killing intent. He has faced warriors with the same chilling gaze, felt the bloodthirst of his opponents clawing at his mind. The Hydra lunges, its jaws snapping down with a force that reverberates through the ground. In one swift movement, Choi slices through one of its heads, the force of his attack leaving a trail of power in its wake. But the Hydra is not so easily vanquished. Its severed head regenerates, emerging anew. The Hydra regards him with a grudging respect, acknowledging his strength yet proclaiming that he will pay dearly for his transgression. The air is thick with the Hydra's venomous aura, each of its movements echoing the endless wrath of a being that has crushed countless heroes before him. The poison in the air is potent, a lethal fog that would kill most opponents upon contact. But Choi endures, fortified by an immunity that shields him from its fatal effects. Yet the Hydra's presence is unlike anything he has ever faced, a constant barrage of power that seems to increase with each moment. The battle takes on a surreal quality as Choi's existential power swells, resonating with the energies of the abyss, feeding off the Hydra's fury and amplifying his resolve. The Hydra attacked Choi's mind, trying to break his spirit. It taunted him, saying it was the strongest creature in the abyss. But Choi resisted the Hydra's mental attack, determined to stay focused. The Hydra lunges again, its head striking with relentless fury, each one bloating up with poison that clouds the entire area. However, when the Hydra thinks that it has defeated Choi, he jumps up through the cloud of poison unharmed. Undeterred, Choi activates Celestial Footwork, an advanced skill that enhances his speed. He moves deftly between the bursts of poison. He pushes himself harder, seeking an elusive swiftness that might give him the advantage he needs to exploit any brief openings in the Hydra's assault. As he strives to reach an even greater speed, he notices something strange. The frequency and pace of the Hydra's breaths are slowing. It feels as though time itself is bending to Choi's will, allowing him to anticipate and evade the poison clouds with uncanny precision. This phenomenon cannot be explained by Choi's martial arts alone, nor by any of his magical skills. His newfound agility defies reason, surpassing his previous limitations. Realization dawns on him that he has tapped into an existential power, a force beyond physical abilities or acquired skills. It is a manifestation of his very being, allowing him to alter reality, to make time itself bend and fluctuate in accordance with his desires. With every movement, every strike, this power flows through him, aligning the world to his will. Driven by this awakening, Choi launches himself toward the Hydra, severing its heads with precision and decisiveness. The Hydra regenerates, its heads reappearing, more furious and tenacious with each resurgence. Choi understands now that this existential power is what grants the constellations their dominion over the abyss. Those beings, ancient and transcendent, use this same force to carve kingdoms from the abyss's chaos, bestowing blessings and powers upon those they choose. He channels every ounce of this power into his attacks, transcending his limitations to match and overwhelm the Hydra's relentless regeneration. However, Choi has no desire to control the Hydra. Instead, he turns his existential power inward, focusing it upon himself. His fortified ki, infused with this existential energy, transforms his weapon into a blade capable of piercing the Hydra's scales, striking deep enough to halt its ability to heal. He forces himself to remain calm, a critical element of his training. In this battle, losing focus could be fatal. Steadfastly, he cuts deeper into the Hydra's flesh, exploiting his newfound power to target the root of its regenerative abilities. For the first time, he notices that the Hydra's wounds are not healing as swiftly. His attacks have found a vulnerability within its seemingly invincible body. The Hydra realizes this as well, the pain and horror of its predicament evident in its frantic eyes. It roars, recoiling, and makes a desperate attempt to flee, its once unstoppable regeneration slowing to a near halt. Its 9 heads argue amongst themselves. Some heads insist on standing their ground, unwilling to bear the humiliation of retreat. Yet others, sensing the severity of Choi's newfound strength, argue that survival must come first. Choi seizes this moment, his foot striking with renewed ferocity. One by one, the heads fall, severed with such precision and force that they cannot regenerate. His existential power surges in response to his accomplishment, as if resonating with the universe itself. Onyx, his companion, and others who witness this battle stand in stunned silence. The blood, imbued with a fraction of the Hydra's own essence, flows into Choi, merging with his own life force and granting him an A+ skill in undying regeneration. Choi stands amidst the remains of a battle, his gaze fixed on the slain Hydra before him. He remembers a time when he'd scoff at such abilities of regeneration and such, dismissing them as unnecessary for a martial artist. Yet here he stands, his hunter cards filled with all manner of extraordinary skills, proof of how far he's transcended his past life as a hunter. Those cards now mean little. He has surpassed the life of a mortal, pursuing instead the path of a constellation, an entity of legend and mystery. Nearby, the stone serpent Onyx and his family call out to him, though Onyx seems hesitant, as if unsure of who he's become. It has been thousands of years since they last met. Choi observes Onyx with equal amazement, noticing the subtle yet undeniable changes. Onyx too has grown, surrounded now by his own kin. Choi smiles, feeling both pride and a strange nostalgia. He notices the corpse of the Hydra, a prize beyond value, and he asks if Onyx would like any part of it. Meat, leather, bones, anything that might be useful. Onyx hesitates, concerned about the Hydra's toxic body. The very air around the corpse is thick with poisonous fumes, making even approaching it a perilous task. But Choi, undeterred, begins cutting through the Hydra's flesh, segment by segment, heedless of the danger. Onyx, with a shiver of respect and unease, instructs the younger serpents to avert their eyes from the grisly sight. The spectacle leaves them in awe. Choi carves through the Hydra with high precision. Once Choi finishes, he realizes the Hydra's body is far too vast to carry. He thus decides to consume as much of it as he can here. Seeing his predicament, Onyx steps forward and hands Choi a necklace, an artifact imbued with unique power. As the system notifies, it is an invaluable dimensional pocket. This artifact, a gift from Onyx and his family for saving them, has the capacity to hold the Hydra's massive corpse. Grateful, Choi accepts it, astonished at the thought of how many treasures he can now carry within it. He begins filling the pocket with the Hydra's rare bones, its robust leather, and potent minerals, understanding their potential for crafting legendary items. His mind races with possibilities. He could forge weapons or armor of unrivaled durability with the Hydra's materials, perhaps even create culinary tools to aid his passion for cooking. He recalls a piece of adamantium he's gathered previously, a metal of unparalleled hardness. Combined with the orichalcum that Onyx gifts him, an equally rare metal exuding pure magic, Choi envisions crafting specialized utensils, an adamantium frying pan and cutting board, a set of orichalcum knives. The thought of using such divine tools exhilarates him. Onyx watches Choi and tries to explain to his doubtful children that although Choi looks kinda cuckoo, he is a good person. Meanwhile, Choi finds there's still much Hydra meat left, too much to take in the pocket's limited capacity. Rather than leave it behind, Choi decides to cook and consume it here. He recalls his years managing the Demon Inn, where his culinary skill reached an exalted level, and he eagerly accepts the challenge of preparing the Hydra meat. Handling the Hydra is no ordinary task. This creature refused the path of a constellation, an ancient entity that thrived in the abyss, and its body holds as much venom as power. Unprocessed, it would poison anyone who dared consume it. Yet Choi relishes the challenge, skillfully cleansing the meat of its toxins and carefully slicing it with his improvised orichalcum tools. Choi offered some meat to Onyx, the stone serpent. Onyx was hesitant at first, but Choi encouraged him to try. Onyx was amazed by the taste of the meat. It was delicious and full of energy. The other serpents also tried the meat and loved it. They were surprised that it was not poisonous. They realized Choi was a master of food and a powerful warrior. Choi was happy to see the serpents enjoying the food. He would never harm his friends. The serpents were grateful to Choi. They saw him as a hero and a leader. They were loyal to him. Choi felt a surge of power, a connection to the universe. In this moment, Choi understands why constellations covet followers so fiercely. Every follower enhances his existential power, weaving their strength into his own. The serpent's devotion strengthens his resolve and sharpens his understanding of the universe's power dynamics. He realizes why so many constellations focus their gaze on Earth. The planet, with its billions of souls, represents a boundless reservoir of faith and existential power. Any constellation that could claim Earth would wield influence enough to sway the tides of the abyss itself. With this realization, Choi feels an urgency rise within him. He knows he must find a way back to Earth before the prophecy of the goddesses is fulfilled. Choi sits alone, reflecting on his journey and the path that lies ahead. His solitude is soon interrupted as Onyx, his stone serpent companion, appears before him. Observing Onyx closely, Choi notices an unusual sight. The serpent's normally lean, muscular body seems to have bloated. A flicker of concern crosses his mind as he wonders if Onyx has consumed something harmful. He recalls common warnings about foods deadly to animals, like chocolate for dogs or green onions for cats. The thought lingers. Could Hydra meat have an adverse effect on creatures like Onyx? He muses that, while Onyx has always devoured anything offered with eager abandon, certain foods might still be beyond his capacity to safely digest. Onyx, however, dismisses these worries with unyielding confidence, asserting that no substance can truly harm him. For Onyx, all things are edible, each taste bringing some unique experience or benefit. Onyx, in a rare moment of caution, begins etching symbols onto the ground. The shapes gradually reveal a creature's outline, one that stirs memories of demons Choi has encountered. Onyx tries to convey a warning, though his fragmented instinctual language makes it difficult for Choi to decipher. The creature Onyx depicts appears dangerous, especially its face is a warning that it should not be underestimated. Choi's experience battling demons has left him weary of the supernatural, and he wonders what new monstrosity could await him here. He's tired of demons, having fought countless battles in blood-stained realms before, but if another foe is indeed lurking, he resolves to be ready. With a leap, he goes through the portal and lands on a flat floor. The skill he calls Subdue the Strong and Assist the Weak seems to gain new layers, sharpening as he senses the challenge before him. With his power heightened, Choi feels a rush of excitement. Servants of the constellation approach him, curious and reverent. They recognize him as the undefeated avatar of training, paying respects that are both earnest and cautious. They had been expecting him, an exalted visitor who might someday attain constellated status. Choi feels a flicker of pride, but he is aware of the latent dangers that underlie such attention. The servants speak of their master's wish to meet him, their tones both differential and foreboding. One servant, a nightmare incubus, tries to cast an enchantment, weaving a spell that would normally ensnare weaker beings. Choi feels the spell attempting to penetrate his defenses, but the divine technique he's honed shields him. He senses that the servants are not malicious. They merely lack control over their powers. The incubus acknowledges Choi's resilience, humbling herself by calling him Great Constellation. For a moment, he allows himself to be softened by their kind words. Such kindness, rare in the abyss, warms him in a way he had not anticipated. But he remains cautious and asks the servant if she's ever heard of Earth. She appears startled, mentioning that she has only heard rumors of it being a realm teeming with countless souls, a treasure of power if any constellation could control it. Choi dismisses her assumption that he seeks Earth for domination. He harbors no intention of enslaving his home. He desires only to protect it, a motivation that, here in this realm, feels dangerously idealistic. As they press deeper into the territory, Choi notices a shift in the servants' demeanor. Despite their nightmare nature, they are innocent and earnest in their admiration. They are not inherently evil. Suddenly, there was a commotion. A creature was screaming, desperate for power. The other servants were trying to calm it down, warning it about the consequences of its actions. Choi was interested. He saw a bit of himself in the creature, its endless hunger for power. Choi was curious about the creature's problem. His companion explained that nightmares needed to feed on the desires of others to survive. Choi, who only cared about training, did not understand. His desire was simple and pure, unlike the complex desires of the nightmare. The nightmare also desired to consume Choi's unique desire, but assured him that she can control herself. At last, they reach an imposing gate, adorned with ancient symbols and radiating a formidable energy. The servant pauses, her voice trembling slightly as she admits that she has no authority to proceed beyond this point. But Choi decides to bring her along, sensing that her presence may provide a subtle advantage should he face the unknown within. She is visibly touched, her gratitude palpable as they cross the threshold together. This is the first time anyone has offered to include her in something greater. However, as they enter the room, Choi is blinded by the pink and yellowish light coming from within. However, the servant who guided him here is lying flat on the ground, sound asleep. What greets him is a young girl who is none other than the constellation of dreams and greed herself. Her ethereal voice speaks softly yet clearly, whispering that Choi has been the cause of recent disturbances rippling through the entire abyss. The voice confesses a long-held desire to finally meet him. Confused, Choi refutes this, stating he is not a constellation, not yet. He feels far removed from such a position. As he speaks, she approaches, seemingly innocent, yet with a knowing expression that belies her youthful appearance. Behind her, the servant who had accompanied him to the hollow room lies unconscious, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk within this surreal realm. The girl insists that once a path is chosen, even the faintest step toward becoming a constellation is enough to mark one as such. She explains that it is not the title itself, but the very act of walking this path that defines one as a constellation. Choi, turning this over in his mind, is struck by her insight. The girl remarks that actions undertaken along the constellation's path are, by nature, those of a constellation. To further validate her point, she tells him that he can use existential power just like other constellations. Choi wonders if she is, in fact, the master of nightmares, a being whose aura is more unsettling than her innocent appearance suggests. As Choi replays his steps back to his arrival in the hollow room, his mind wrestles with thoughts and sensations that seem to echo across time and space. He recalls laying down in a vast, blank expanse, where the tension and timelessness weighed upon him. It was here that he had refined his celestial techniques, reaching the pinnacle of martial skill. Yet, he cannot shake the question now haunting him. Does he truly wish to become a constellation, or should he simply embrace the peace he has gained through enlightenment? His thoughts grow more intense, swirling with desires and ambitions that beckon him to indulge in a future that seems within reach. He realizes he stands in a territory governed by dreams and greed, a place where aspirations manifest in tantalizing visions. The constellation of dreams and greed explains that everyone who enters the Hollow Room is overtaken by an overwhelming satisfaction in fulfilling desires until they reach a calmness that seems impossible to resist. But such peace is only attainable by constellations. For mortals or those who are only beginning their cosmic journey, to yield to these temptations is nearly inescapable. The girl, the master of nightmares, observes him intently and tells him he has not yet fully awakened to his potential. This revelation shocks Choi. With curiosity, he inquires if she has an agenda in mind. She proposes an alliance, a notion that leaves him baffled. Never did he expect such an invitation. Constellations, in his understanding, are creatures bound by their own selfish nature, entities who transcend mortal concerns and keep their interests close. The girl acknowledges the truth of his view. Constellations are selfish, but they are also bound by choices they cannot easily escape. She explains that selfishness, paradoxically, can sometimes foster alliances. These alliances are not born out of camaraderie, but rather out of mutual advantage. Choi begins to see her logic. Such alliances provide the constellation with a measure of security, a shield against the relentless cosmic power struggles. She elaborates, explaining that constellations are often misunderstood by mortals who romanticize them as gods. In reality, the life of a constellation is fraught with danger. A nascent constellation reveals its presence, even slightly, and older, stronger constellations may strike immediately. In a realm where the strong thrive at the expense of the weak, alliances become a vital strategy for survival. Not every constellation, she explains, holds a belief in this cruel philosophy of survival of the fittest. Many seek to avoid the ruin brought by the power-hungry beings who care only for dominance. In the shadows cast by this power struggle, there remains a place for desires both subtle and grand, for dreams that possess depth. The Master of Nightmares requires the nourishment of such desires to fuel her existence. She cannot thrive on simple desires born from fear or longing for lost things. Instead, she needs desires inspired by the changing world. Desires that provoke exploration, discovery, and achievement. This need, she admits, binds her within the boundaries of her kingdom. Like all constellations, she is restricted, unable to venture beyond her domain without risking the slow drain of her existential strength. She explains to Choi that the existence of a constellation is parasitic in nature, not as glamorous as mortals might imagine. Though she appears childlike, her needs and limitations are those of an ancient being, a reminder of how dependent constellations are on the desires that flow through their territories. As Choi listens, he recognizes her vulnerability. It strikes him that she has shared much with him, almost recklessly, exposing the frailty at the core of her existence. Aware of her weakness, he wonders if she is not afraid that he might exploit this knowledge. Her response is quiet, but confident. She has chosen to approach him precisely because of what she perceives in him, a constellation whose desires lack the lust for conquest. She can sense his aspirations, his intense but pure drive for improvement, for mastery of his craft. She knows of his daily training regimen, his relentless pursuit of celestial techniques, not for power, but for the satisfaction of pushing his limits. The Master of Nightmares sees in him an endless well of determination, one that poses no direct threat to her or her kingdom. Unlike others, he craves not dominion but perfection in his martial arts, a drive that might sustain him without veering into selfish ambition. She perceives, too, his peculiar passion for cooking, an unusual fixation for a constellation, but one that embodies his dedication to skill and creativity. This realization partially convinces Choi that she is genuine, though questions continue to linger in his mind. As he contemplates, Choi voices a concern about what responsibilities this alliance might impose upon him. He has other pursuits, and he wonders if he could truly be of use to her. The girl, unperturbed, laughs, amused by the thoughtfulness of his inquiry. Few constellations, she remarks, would even consider obligations before considering benefits. She assures him that unless they are under direct attack, he would be free of responsibilities. Constellations, after all, rarely act unless it benefits them, and she sees no need to burden him with unnecessary obligations. After a pause, Choi agrees to the alliance, sensing it might be a path that brings him closer to his own goals, and perhaps even back to Earth. This arrangement provides him with a semblance of community, even if built upon strategic self-interest rather than true companionship. He is granted a skill associated with the alliance of lesser constellations, a gift that binds him in loyalty, but also grants him power. A constellation, he understands, must uphold its word. A broken promise chips away at existential strength. After a long time without meaningful interaction, Choi finds himself questioning his decisions, aware that this step might be one of many in a path wrought with unforeseen consequences. As he muses over the alliance, a familiar creature appears, the cat of lava and magma. The cat regards him with a look that seems both welcoming and mocking. It raises a paw, reminding him of its earlier temptations, urging him to serve rather than forge his path. With an air of disdain, it chastises him for joining an alliance of weaker constellations, subtly goading him toward ambition and power. This coalition of lesser-known, often underestimated constellations is a place of mutual aid and shared strength, existing apart from the more established and mighty celestial figures. Through the subtle hum of telepathic communication, the cat constellation welcomes him warmly, almost playfully, into their circle. It uses an almost sarcastic tone, conveying its message from mere inches away, yet refraining from physical words. Choi notes the familiarity of it all, thinking to himself how, in human terms, this meeting of the allied constellations feels like a Zoom meeting, a virtual gathering of minds rather than bodies. He ponders if the higher, more influential constellations must conduct their meetings in the same way. Choi discovers that the Alliance has only 2 of these constellations currently. He raises an eyebrow, wondering aloud, though silently, if that is all. The cat, perceiving his doubts, reacts swiftly, its telepathic tone sharpening as it half-jokingly threatens to withhold the gift it has prepared for him. It mentions how it is aware of Choi's recent pursuits in gathering precious metals like adamantium and orichalcum, and offers to aid him with its renowned blacksmithing skills. The cat speaks with the confidence of one who has shaped the very essence of weapons within the depths of the abyss, offering to forge Choi something of exceptional power, a weapon worthy of his accomplishments, if he formally joins their alliance. Choi, taken aback by the unexpected generosity, admits he had not considered receiving a gift for joining. He replies that he has not yet amassed enough orichalcum but would like to make a request once he's gathered more of the rare material. The cat constellation tilts its head in puzzlement, inquiring if the other constellation, the embodiment of dreams and greed, had not already gifted him something. The cat remarks how smoothly Choi's induction into the alliance had gone, how he had agreed even before the topic of gifts came up. Choi can sense the cat's amusement, the faint, mocking laughter emanating from its presence, as if it were chuckling at the foolish constellation it considers Choi to be. Choi brushes off the implication, casually remarking that he could leave the alliance at any time if he wished. The cat's mirth halts momentarily, then it dismisses his words as a jest, sensing the seriousness in Choi's voice but opting not to challenge it. The constellation of dreams and greed, a being who regards herself with high esteem, reminds Choi of the rarity of generosity among constellations, especially in alliances. She speaks of her preparations to keep him interested, revealing that she too has anticipated this moment by crafting a gift tailored to his needs. She produces a gleaming spherical orb and hands it to Choi, a memento and a treasure filled with rank, martial art scrolls, and precious ingots of orichalcum. As he holds it, Choi realizes that the technique embedded within the scroll is akin to energy-draining magic, a form of absorption that holds formidable power against demons. The technique, an ancient art, stems from the nightmare domain but has yet to be mastered fully. She believes in his potential to refine it, recognizing a unique strength within him. Curiosity piqued, Choi decides to share the culmination of his efforts, displaying the vast collection of adamantium and orichalcum he has gathered over the millennia. The weight of time bears heavily on him, as he realizes he has lost track of the countless years he spent in the abyss. The sight of his amassed trove fills him with a quiet satisfaction, a reminder of the purpose he has carried since his first encounter with adamantium. The cat stares, uncomprehending, as Choi explains his vision. Initially, it offers to craft grandiose weapons for him, a sword of orichalcum, a shield of adamantium, masterpieces befitting a warrior of his stature. When he declines, it suggests a mighty axe or suit of armor, though noting that the adamantium supply might fall short for a full suit. Choi, unwavering, insists that he wants only utensils, a chopping board and frying pan of adamantium, and dishes and silverware crafted from orichalcum. The cat hesitates, processing the absurdity of this request, wondering if Choi is mocking it. Yet, his tone is serious, and it realizes that he genuinely seeks this peculiar outcome. Flustered, it mutters under its breath, feeling a pang of embarrassment at the thought of creating culinary tools in place of weapons of legend. Resigned, it agrees to begin work, though it grumbles about the indignity of its task and curses him silently, wondering aloud if he's meant to suffer in hell for such an outrageous wish. Meanwhile, Choi recalls his recent conversation with the constellation of dreams and greed, where he had asked about the true nature of awakening. Despite his prowess and recent triumphs, Choi perceives himself as a novice among the constellations, a mere human who stumbled into the realm of the transcendent after defeating the formidable Varigos. Upon Varigos' death, the demon had addressed him as human, urging him to embrace the title of constellation. From that moment, he had been haunted by a universal resonance, a message that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of reality, insisting that he was destined for this path. Yet, he finds himself troubled by his inability to perform magic, a skill he considers intrinsic to the existence of a true constellation. The master of nightmares, the entity of dreams and greed, looks at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation, dispelling his self-doubt. She assures him that he is no mere rookie, no trainee among their kind. He is simply a constellation, as real as any other. She reveals that most constellations are not born, but rather appear spontaneously, emerging from the dreams, desires, and collective will of the beings within the universe. She herself materialized from the endless aspirations and cravings of mortals, becoming the embodiment of those intangible forces. The dominator of blood and war, and even the cat of love and magma, similarly emerged from nothing, a testament to the unpredictable power of existence. She conveys to Choi that his mere self-perception as unique should not alarm him. His journey reflects an extraordinary path, not an aberrant one. Accepting this, Choi takes a deep breath, closing his eyes as he internalizes the realization. He is a constellation, not merely by potential, but in essence. A surge of energy pulses through him, reverberating from the farthest reaches of the universe. Lights and shock waves spiral around him, growing in intensity, the resonance from the cosmos now fully awakened by his acceptance. His transformation is instantaneous and profound. His gaze sharpens, his body shifts, muscles refining as a newfound strength courses through every fiber of his being. As the star's light fades into the black, another scene unfolds, a fierce battle between Anicaniel and a monstrous entity from the abyss. The angel's relentless attacks seem ineffective, barely grazing the creature's thick, hideous hide. Suddenly, a constellation's presence surprises Anicaniel, and the angel does not do much noticing at that time. This constellation happens to be the undefeated avatar of training, Choi, who offers a blessing to aid the angel, a gesture that shocks Anicaniel, who nonetheless accepts it without hesitation. Grateful, he vows in his heart to repay the debt someday. Infused with Choi's blessing, Anicaniel moves with newfound agility, his every skill and technique feeling strangely familiar, as though he had mastered them ages ago. Meanwhile, the constellation of dreams and greed observes, remarking with a sense of knowing amusement that Choi's enthusiasm must be great indeed. She muses on Choi's unusual choice to intervene with another constellation's servant, noting that while this situation may be harmless, he should exercise caution. Were the servant under a more possessive constellation, such actions could be construed as an insult or even an act of aggression. Servants are extensions of their master's authority, deeply intertwined with their very essence and purpose. Reflecting, Choi understands her caution. The realization dawns upon him that as a constellation, his actions carry an immense weight. Only recently has he come to comprehend that he is, in fact, a constellation. His path to this point has been one of near constant misunderstanding, with each obstacle and strange occurrence mistaken as a divine test or trial. Even after being lost within the depths of the abyss, he saw every challenge as part of his training, his resolve unbroken. Looking back on his past choices, Choi feels the weight of his missteps, yet he understands that they have shaped him. The past remains immutable, a foundation upon which he stands. The constellation of dreams and greed offers him guidance, explaining that a constellation's sight is far-reaching but not unlimited. She advises that when one gains a servant, they should focus on their servant's presence, attuning their power to extend their awareness. Choi realizes that, had he not pursued his own path, he would likely have ended up as someone else's servant. Now, through his authority, he can perceive his ally Onyx, the stone serpent, and his kin. It dawns on him that his existential power can expand his perception, allowing him a broader view. Yet, he also notes the inherent limits. Even constellations cannot exceed the bounds of their own capacity, no matter how vast. Conserving power is futile, for existential energy naturally replenishes itself, but expanding beyond their own limits remains impossible. Constellations, he realizes, often use their servants to explore and navigate the unknowns of the infinite abyss, relying on the shared perceptions of allies to understand this expansive realm. Allies grant their sight to one another, building a network of shared visions and knowledge. Yet, even in this shared sight, Choi recognizes a limitation, a point in the abyss where his vision cannot penetrate. The constellation of dreams and greed acknowledges this, explaining that she has hidden certain realms within her domain, particularly the places where she traps her nightmares. These hidden zones are tucked away, unreachable even to allied sight, masked from prying eyes for reasons of pride or secrecy. Curious, Choi questions her reasoning, and she admits it is a matter of personal embarrassment. His servant Arnie was specifically chosen to guide him here, selected for his rare ability to control his desires. In a realm where nightmares often succumb to temptation, Arnie's discipline is a rare virtue. Before Choi departs, the constellation of dreams and greed offers a parting sentiment, finding it refreshing to encounter a constellation capable of expressing gratitude. She acknowledges his journey as a newly born constellation, and advises him to proceed carefully, warning him against unnecessary fights with other constellations. In battles between constellations, the outcome is often decided by the number of servants one commands, as greater numbers bestow greater existential power. Choi ponders the existence of another sky beyond this one, an even higher realm. The position he occupies now, despite his years of relentless training, is merely the starting line, the precipice of the abyss of constellations. He asks if the constellation of dreams and greed knows anything about Earth, his place of origin. She admits only to having heard of it, a distant planet beyond the abyss, teeming with followers. Prominent constellations wait eagerly for the gate to Earth to open, viewing it as a rich ground for expanding their domains. The mention of Earth surprises her when Choi reveals his origin. To her, the very idea that a connection already exists between Earth and the abyss is astonishing. She imagines chaos unleashed on a vulnerable world, yet Choi assures her that nothing seems amiss. Life on Earth remains strangely normal. He realizes that constellations are not yet waging open conflict over Earth. Instead, they bide their time, waiting for the right moment, wary of tipping the balance and inviting rivals to seize control. Earth's potential as a domain has not gone unnoticed, and each constellation seeks to cultivate followers rather than risk draining power in senseless skirmishes. The constellation of dreams and greed observes that Choi is fortunate. His neighboring constellations are benevolent, for if they had been aggressive or malicious, they would have likely attempted to subjugate him without hesitation, regardless of the risks. She voices a sentiment shared by many. The notion of leaving a home planet at the mercy of an unfamiliar constellation is unnerving. If a constellation were to claim Earth and its souls as servants, the benefits would be immense. Choi contemplates this, absorbing the implications of their conversation. Raising his hands, waves of energy radiate outward. His hair, grown long during his transformation, are now cut down by him with his bare hands. The constellation of dreams and greed regards him thoughtfully, asking if he intends to return to Earth, if he can truly hold on to his mortal self now that he is a constellation. Choi considers this, aware of the symbolic weight of his decision. To him, his long hair is an obstacle to his discipline and training. This single, mundane aspect of his form reminds him of who he was. The constellation of dreams and greed asks if he is planning to return to Earth and offers him a piece of advice. Revealing himself as a constellation in the vicinity of Earth would be a reckless move, especially with neighboring constellations constantly observing and vying for influence. Even the most benevolent constellations, who seem to act out of goodwill, possess an underlying competitiveness and a distrust toward new contenders. If they perceive him as a threat, especially if he seems to encroach upon souls they already view as their own, they would not hesitate to turn against him. Their power far surpasses his, tenfold over, and regardless of their nature, they harbor a deep-seated fear that he could steal what they believe is rightfully theirs. She understands the risks well, advising Choi to hide his powers, to conceal the identity that marks him as a being of Earth's origin. Her caution is clear. If other constellations discover that an Earthborn star has returned, it will inevitably upset the balance, forcing the rest of the constellations into an unwilling contest. This would expose him to attention he cannot afford and stir conflicts that no alliance could hope to quell. Instead, she advises that he work quietly, blending into the fabric of Earth's humanity, seeking followers and worshippers in a subtle manner. By nurturing loyalty and admiration, Choi can slowly attract individuals whose souls willingly align with his essence, seeking his blessings. Only then, when the constellations of Earth are too late to notice his presence, will he have established a base of worship that no one could dispute. Choi feels a complex mixture of excitement and unease. He has never envisioned himself as a figure of fame or worship. In his mind, all paths in life are of equal value, but his companion, this constellation of dreams and greed, tells him that his goal cannot be achieved by modest actions alone. She knows he needs the charisma of a celebrity, the allure that makes mortals gravitate toward him. For Choi, it is an unfamiliar concept. He never desired fame, and the notion of becoming a public figure feels like stepping into a world far removed from his own. Yet, part of him understands this necessary transformation. There is one particular constellation on Earth who knows of Choi's past, a fact that complicates his plans further. His companion suggests that they consider allying with this constellation. Adding another to their alliance, even a small one, could prove invaluable. When she questions how he came to know this constellation, Choi hesitates, reluctant to delve into the complexities of his past. Eventually, however, he gives in, relaying the story as plainly as he can. He recounts the strange meeting with the goddess of balance, a mysterious figure who guided him into the depths of the abyss. His companion listens, unimpressed by his narrative, dismissing it as retarded. She had, it seems, heard tales of this goddess of balance before, and her dismissive response brings a touch of self-doubt to Choi. It is clear that foresight, even in a place as chaotic as the abyss, is a rare and often mistrusted gift. Those who possess it can glimpse shadows of the future, but without a keen mind to interpret these visions, they risk becoming little more than a burden. She warns him against relying on such visions and cautions him against recruiting constellations who lack the wisdom to wield foresight effectively. Their discussion is interrupted by the cat of lava and magma. The cat reminds them that now is not the time for pickiness. They need allies, regardless of their strengths or faults, if they hope to stand against the dark constellations that threaten them all. Choi considers this advice carefully. He knows that alliances come with risks, and yet, the prospect of forming a coalition appeals to him. The goddess of balance, an elusive figure in his life, remains a potential but unconfirmed ally. He cannot gauge her reaction to his newfound identity, nor does he know how to contact her. When he asks if either of his companions have heard of the goddess's whereabouts, they respond with indifference. To them, she is an insignificant figure, unworthy of attention. Choi feels a pang of determination. Though he has garnered several powerful allies since his awakening, the journey back to Earth remains an elusive goal. He realizes that finding his path will require relentless searching, but the goddess of balance might offer him a clue. If he encounters constellations who know her, they might help bridge the gap, drawing him closer to Earth and, ultimately, his purpose. Later, Aruni comes at his command and escorts him around the territory. When asked about his plans to return to Earth, Choi explains that he must wait for a unique piece of equipment. The cat of lava and magma is forging it, and Choi has no choice but to remain until the process is complete. The servant nods, understanding the magnitude of such craftsmanship. If the cat's skill is anything to judge by, the equipment will be legendary, perfectly tailored to Choi's powers. As they walk, the servant asks where he would like to go next. Choi requests to see a place known as the Well of Enlightenment, a forbidden training ground designed to test the limits of one's desires. After a short walk, they arrive in an old rundown room. He learns that many nightmares have attempted to train here, only to lose their minds under its intense trials. The well, deceptively simple in appearance, demands a person to lift a bucket of water from its depths. But the water's weight mirrors the strength of the desires harbored within the person attempting the task. Even the most focused meditation cannot ease this weight, which presses down relentlessly, increasing as one's desires intensify. Choi steps forward, gripping the rope attached to the bucket. He pulls, feeling the weight of his own ambitions, memories, and longings bearing down on him. As he struggles, voices echo from the well, whispering temptations and regrets, calling him to abandon his powers and return to Earth. They remind him of all he once cherished, his beloved training grounds, the familiar weight of his precious barbells and dumbbells, the spicy ramen overloaded with chili powder, the stories of fantasy that sparked his curiosity, and also movies. Images of his old life unfold before him, each memory sharper and more vivid than the last. He feels the familiar touch of his past love, her hand resting gently in his. They had parted on uncertain terms, never truly hating each other, and the allure of a fresh start pulled at him, offering peace if only he would release the rope. From afar, his companions, the constellation of dreams and greed and the cat of lava and magma, watch in silent concern. They recognize that even Choi, the undefeated avatar of training, faces a formidable challenge. The well is designed to probe the heart, to uncover one's deepest vulnerabilities and fears. For most, it would trigger an endless spiral, a descent into madness. But Choi, they remind themselves, is no ordinary figure. As a constellation, his spirit is tempered by resilience and fortified by purpose, sparing him from the frailties of a mere nightmare. Choi does not relent. He disregards the whispers, holding fast to the rope with a steely resolve. Planting his feet against the well's stone wall, he continues pulling. Instead of resisting the weight of his desires, he embraces it, using it as a tool, as fuel for his obsession with strength. His body strains, muscles taut as he performs pull-ups with the rope and bucket, defying the purpose of the well itself. The weight grows heavier, each lift demanding more of his strength, yet he presses on, his focus unwavering. His companions are stunned, witnessing a spectacle they could scarcely have imagined. Rather than emptying himself of desire, Choi channels it, transforming it into a means to strengthen himself further. This is just excessive. Even the darn cat knows this. The Well of Enlightenment was a dangerous place. The water in the well became heavier as the person's desires grew stronger. He remembered his past when times were simple, when he had the comforts from Earth like television and ramen and more. But now, in the harsh reality of the abyss, he had learned to let go of such fantasies. His only desire was to survive and grow stronger. As he draws water from the well, he is let pass easily, and the ease gradually rises, but not to a point he cannot handle. Civilized, Choi comes to understand that in one or the other way, the well merely challenges his muscles by attempting to overload him with miraculous weights that he can carry, instead of loading his heart with the greedy force that one may so often feel. The constellation of dream and greed watches this mortal and is amazed at his strength, asking how this fragile thing could bear the weight of the desire within him and not be crushed by it. She is fully aware that even the stars in the sky, which make up the constellations, are equally not immune to what you may call their carnal desires or selfish prophecies or dreams. That a member of the human race such as Choi can cope with these forces is somewhat commendable. It is not his strength that matters, but his ability to be strong for what needs to be done. Choi spent his days training hard at the Well of Enlightenment. He learned to control his power by focusing his thoughts. Sometimes he would empty his mind, making the training easier. Other times, he would focus intensely, making the training harder. This way, he could push himself to his limits, both physically and mentally. And in moments when he seeks a break, he turns to Arnie for sparring sessions that hone his battle techniques. The constellation of dreams and greed, in her talks with him one day, mentions how worried she had been that he might turn out to be impatient. But this cannot be for Choi, who has nothing to do there but train. She explains that although he is a battle-type constellation with incredible strength, he may have the opportunity to increase the number of his followers and create his own kingdom. But it is still an idea for the far future, as he is having a hard time just taking care of his own body. They reached the cat of lava and magma, who gifted Choi with cooking utensils forged from adamantine and orichalcum, two of the most durable metals in existence. Each tool was a masterpiece capable of withstanding immense forces. Choi was amazed by the tool's resilience. He tested a knife by striking out with it while using a powerful celestial punch, but to his surprise, the knife remained unscathed. This terrifies the two others near him, who warn him to be careful with such legendary weapons. They decide to let him test the knife on the utensils instead. Choi gladly agrees and uses the knife to deliver a blow to the utensils. Smoke rises when his attack makes contact, but when it clears, the utensils do not even have a single scratch or dent. This fills Choi with admiration for the tools and respect for the cat's skill. Choi then spends some time cooking dishes using these indestructible utensils, the most notable being a bowl of rice soup made with hydra meat. The flavors are rich and potent, the soup imbued with a warmth. When he serves it to those around him, the nightmares and servants who dwell in the abyss, they are entranced by the meal. The taste is simply way too good. On tasting the soup, Arnie finds himself overcome with delight. The hunger of the nightmares transforms into a battle of desires that nearly spirals out of control. For a moment, chaos reigns as they vie for a taste of the prized dish, only calming under Choi's stern gaze. However, this escapade earns him the title of the undefeated avatar of rice soup among these nightmares. Yet even amidst this rare moment of happiness and fun, Choi remains vigilant. Soon after his cooking and feasting, he ventures further into the territories of the abyss, crossing into the domain governed by the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness, a figure whose very presence is anathema to light and life. The Cardinal regards Choi with disdain, his gaze cold and assessing. To protect himself, Choi cloaks his existence with a sliver of his power, hiding himself from the Cardinal's relentless gaze. His presence fades from the awareness of others, allowing him a brief moment of peace. But the Cardinal, sensing the disturbance within his realm, summons his servants, instructing them to locate the undefeated avatar of training, as Choi is now known. Though the Cardinal's servants scour the realm, they are forbidden to engage directly, for they know that no single one of them possesses the strength to confront Choi. The Cardinal warns them that brute strength will be of no use, that only wisdom and cunning will prevail if they hope to contend with Choi. One of the servants currently standing in Choi's way informs Choi that he has trespassed in his master's realm, a transgression that could not be overlooked. Yet, the Cardinal offers him a choice, a chance to avoid retribution by accepting a position as the Cardinal's servant. In doing so, his past actions would be forgiven, his slate wiped clean. Choi thought about the Cardinal's offer. He knew it was a trap, but Choi was not afraid. He smiled slightly, knowing that he would not be swayed by the Cardinal's threats. The servant spoke with arrogance, but there was a foul smell about him. Choi was disgusted and angry as he covered his nose. He ignored the servant and started shouting, demanding to speak to the Cardinal himself. He was not afraid to face the powerful Cardinal. Determination courses through Choi. He lashes out, destroying objects within the Cardinal's domain with the sheer force of his unleashed energy, causing shockwaves that ripple through the surroundings. Servants fall, one by one, as they stand in his path. Choi's rage is unrestrained, his power growing along with his frustration with the Cardinal. How long will this supposed ruler hide behind servants? His patience wears thin, and he begins to question aloud if the Cardinal is afraid, a being unworthy of the title he holds, unable to defend his own territory. With each strike, Choi's skill, subdue the strong and assist the weak, activates, amplifying his strength. His existential power surges, feeding his presence and force. Another skill, self-conquer, stirs within him, heightening his determination and presence. The other constellations in his alliance can see him through the connection they share, watching him initiate a battle they had warned him against. The constellation of dreams and greed urges him to reconsider. The cat, a fellow constellation ally, queries his actions with alarm, wondering if Choi's fury stems purely from the Cardinal's trickery. But Choi's mind races with clarity. He remembers his struggles in the abyss, clawing his way through challenges and surviving as a weak human in hostile realms. The Cardinal's offer is nothing but a slight to him, a reminder of his past vulnerability. No, he refuses to go back to those times. He realizes now that he must forge his own path as a constellation, even if it means risking his existence against this powerful foe. As Choi's inner resolve hardens, his hidden skill, Celestial Meteor Blast, awakens, merging with his divine celestial technique. The initial determination of the avatar of training floods his veins, stronger than it has been since he first entered the abyss. All the pain, the challenges, the humiliation, the memories return to him, fueling his resolve. No longer is he a mere constellation hiding in the shadows, frightened by older, more powerful beings. He feels the weight of his struggle lifting, replaced by the fierce pride of someone who refuses to bend. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness finally appears, his descent casting an oppressive aura that fills the battlefield. The servants who have managed to survive Choi's initial onslaught rejoice, celebrating the arrival of their master. The Cardinal's presence is formidable, and his expression is a mix of contempt and irritation, as though he cannot comprehend Choi's audacity. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness studies him, calculating. In his mind, he weighs the risks. Defeat would mean complete annihilation, an erasure from existence. Yet if he were to back down, his honor and authority would be shattered, and the other constellations would mock him, seeing him as weak. But before he can talk to the newcomer, he is attacked in a sudden burst by Choi. Still, Choi is undeterred. He senses the disparity in their existential power. The Cardinal's force is indeed overwhelming, but Choi knows he cannot falter. Prolonging the fight would be a death sentence. He needs to act decisively, to strike with every ounce of strength he possesses. Without hesitation, he charges his fist, gathering every fragment of his celestial power, focusing it into a single, concentrated force, his celestial punch. He drives it forward, aiming directly for the Cardinal's chest. The impact reverberates through the air, sending shockwaves that ripple outward. The Cardinal of Plague and Darkness recoils, pain flashing across his face. Physical combat is foreign to most constellations, beings of energy and essence who rarely confront each other so directly. Yet here, at this moment, he feels the raw intensity of Choi's assault. Confusion flickers in the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness's eyes as he attempts to process what has just transpired. Was this some form of magic? His servants watch in awe and horror, unable to comprehend their master's pain, a sight they have never witnessed before. And Choi, fueled by the knowledge that his attack has worked, wastes no time. The Cardinal might just be luring him in by faking weakness. Little does our cute Choi know that the Cardinal is not feigning a darn thing. The Cardinal is just weak. Meanwhile, the servants and followers of the constellation watch in reverence at the battle unfolding in front of their eyes. Choi stands over him, breathing heavily but unbroken, his gaze unwavering as he stares down at his foe. In that moment, the Cardinal lies on the ground, too weakened to rise, pleading for mercy, his voice wavering as he swears allegiance and offers everything he has, his territory, his servants, his name itself. Choi feels a strange sense of disbelief creeping through him, a suspicion that this is merely another trick in the Cardinal's arsenal. Yet he can detect no deception in the words of the fallen constellation. Even so, he activates his celestial divine technique, feeling the energy surge within him, unwilling to lower his guard even for a moment. The constellation of Greed and Dreams and the Lava Cat observe in astonishment. For a constellation to surrender, especially to one who has not reached the highest ranks, is nearly unheard of. The Lava Cat reassures Choi, explaining that a sworn oath on one's true name in the constellation world binds the speaker to honesty. No falsehood can pass their lips. Choi's suspicions ease, though his mind remains wary. He questions why a powerful being like the Cardinal would willingly surrender, but the Lava Cat remarks that even constellations will yield if struck with enough force. As the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness continues his pleas for mercy, Choi experiences a strange surge of power. The skill of subdue the strong and assist the weak activates, amplifying his own existence. His inner strength expands, flowing through him in waves. The skill of self-conquer also activates, reinforcing his resolve and sharpening his focus. Choi can sense the Cardinal's kingdom, the domain of plague and darkness itself, a grotesque land where rivers flow with putrid pus, and buildings stand as masses of decomposed tumors. He feels the presence of the Cardinal's servants, now bound to him, yet the stench of the place is nearly overwhelming. In a firm voice, Choi informs the Cardinal that he has no desire to rule over such a realm or command the loyalty of its inhabitants. He tells the Cardinal to retain his kingdom and servants, caring little for these burdens. This decision shocks the Cardinal, who stares up at him in bewilderment. The War of Constellations is a brutal, all-consuming affair. The winner traditionally claims everything from the defeated, erasing their existence entirely to prevent any chance of retaliation. Yet Choi shows unexpected mercy, allowing the Cardinal his life and his domain. Relief floods the Cardinal's expression, yet something darker lingers beneath. The confusion and frustration of a powerful being shackled to another. The Lava Cat, watching with a curious gleam in its eyes, points out the unusual nature of Choi's choice, suggesting that he has made an error in allowing the Cardinal to retain his power and kingdom. But Choi remains undeterred. Kingdom management holds no appeal for him, and he relies on his martial skills and battle tactics rather than the structures of rulership. Remembering his training with Arnie, he recalls the strategy of staying close to his opponent to neutralize their existential powers, a tactic that has served him well against constellations. As his reputation spreads throughout the abyss, tales of the undefeated avatar of training, defeating the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness, echo among the constellations. This reputation draws the attention of the constellation of the Clockwise Needle, another mid-level entity that seethes with hostility. He speaks of his carefully laid plans, determined to resist what he perceives as an unworthy intruder. With a sneer, he derides Choi as a mere nuisance reeking of decay, swearing to protect his kingdom at any cost. Once again, Choi's skills activate, subdue the strong and assist the weak, and self-conquer, strengthening his resolve and preparing him for the confrontation ahead. He understands that he must battle not only this new foe but also the entirety of the constellation's kingdom, servants, and allies. The ensuing war is relentless, consuming over 2 centuries. Choi fights tirelessly, striking down each servant and shattering the defenses until, finally, he stands victorious. The constellation of the Clockwise Needle is defeated, and his power and influence are shattered. Emboldened by his victories, Choi moves on, facing other mid-level constellations. One by one, they fall before him, each battle a test of strength and endurance. Among them, he encounters the Voice from the Deep Sea, a spectral entity renowned for its power over the abyssal depths. This constellation acknowledges Choi's prowess and suggests negotiation, yet Choi's warrior spirit refuses to compromise. The two engage in combat, their clash spanning nearly 150 years, until Choi ultimately prevails. He then confronts another formidable foe, the Raging Old Man, a constellation with a reputation for boundless fury. The Raging Old Man is annoyed at the inactivity of other constellations, unwilling to allow Choi's unchecked rise. By now, Choi has formed alliances with the constellations he has defeated. With the Lava Cat by his side, Choi meets the Raging Old Man's challenge. Their combined might overwhelm the old constellation in a mere 6 hours, driving other constellations to flee in terror. Despite his victories, Choi feels a sense of melancholy, unable to find any path that leads him back to Earth. His skill in cooking, a modest B-rank ability within the Abyss, gradually evolves through constant practice, advancing to an impressive A rank. The act of hunting and cooking monstrous creatures becomes his cycle, his strange ritual of survival and growth. Each encounter, each meal, reminds him of a story he once read, a novel titled The Day of Idyllic Slaughter. He wonders if his life has become an endless loop of fighting, eating, and repeating. One day, as he is sitting after his meal and resting, a mysterious gate appears in front of him. He knows such gates lead to new challenges, but wonders jokingly if this might lead to Earth. But imagine his surprise when he steps through and finds himself in a familiar landscape. The mountains, the fresh air, and the solid ground felt real. He could not believe his eyes. Was this really Earth? Yeonsung Choi stood in a forest, unsure if it was really Earth. He looked around, confused and curious. The cat who happened to be observing his moves was also skeptical. It asked him if it was Earth, but he said he has to find people first to be sure. After walking around for a bit, he finds a village, but the structures do not look Korean. There was something different about it. He could not quite put his finger on it, but something was wrong. As they walked, the cat started asking if there were many kingdoms on Earth. Choi was surprised. Kingdoms were things of the past on Earth. But here, it seemed like kingdoms still existed. He was not sure if he was really on Earth anymore. As Choi ventured deeper into Effie's, he saw more and more strange things. He saw goblins, not the savage creatures from his world, but civilized beings living in towns. He realized that this world was very different from Earth, closer to the abyss. Seeing the goblins standing in front of a gate, he realized that gates between worlds were common here, not rare and dangerous events. And as such, the goblins of Effie's were used to dealing with dangerous creatures that came out of gates. They had strong defenses, and were well prepared for any threat. However, there was a fear in their eyes that day, as the gate looked much larger than they had handled before. Just then, a humongous creature stepped out of the gate. Akafenrir, the planet-eating wolf, was a threat to the entire world for the weak goblins. The goblins were scared, but their king, Odaigon, refused to run away. He was a powerful sorcerer, and he vowed to fight the monster, even if it meant his death. He was a brave and noble king, determined to protect his people. As Odaigon prepared to face the monstrous wolf, Choi arrived. His presence was powerful, and both Odaigon and the wolf noticed him. Choi saw the courage of Odaigon and the raw power of the wolf. He knew he had to act fast. He saw the wolf as a powerful creature, but not as intelligent as a constellation. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Choi activates his skill, subdue the strong, assist the weak. He focuses it all into a single devastating blow. Unable to handle it at all, the world was defeated in an instant. The cat was amazed by Choi's strength. It had never seen such raw power before. Choi, with his calm demeanor, simply nodded. He had done what he had to do. Choi does feel a bit disappointed that such giant and powerful beings had such low pain tolerance, but the cat explains that such beings do not have much experience fighting with opponents on par with them, and praises Choi for his strategy. After the battle, the goblins came out of hiding. They expected Choi to be hostile, but he was kind and humble. Just when Choi was thinking the goblins might be hostile, Odagon, the Goblin King, knelt before Choi and declared him his master and god. The other goblins followed, bowing in respect. They were grateful for Choi's help and saw him as their savior. As the goblins worship him, Choi feels a surge of power as his followers increase and the world resonates with him. Before even realizing it, he has become a mid-tier constellation. He felt a connection to the goblins, their faith fueling his strength. He realized that he was more than just a warrior. He was a protector, a leader. He was their god. The cat of lava and magma acknowledges his growth, encouraging him to continue his journey and achieve similar feats on Earth. Choi's eyes glaze over as he gets lost in thought, his mind drifting back to his beloved hometown. Earth is a place of pragmatism and skepticism, where people are slow to revere and quick to question. Even if he defeated a beast 10 times the size of Akafenrir, he muses, Earth's people would see him as an extraordinary hunter perhaps, but they would never bow before him as the goblins have. Instead, some would seek to challenge him, others to rival or even diminish his accomplishments. As Choi prepares to leave, the Goblin King makes a surprising offer, pledging to accompany him on his journey. Choi warns him of the perils of the abyss, the dark and twisted path he must take, yet Odagon remains steadfast. To abandon the one who saved his people would be a betrayal, and the Goblin King, with his unwavering loyalty, will not allow regret to stain his life. The huge magic storm that had appeared had started shattering rocks and was breaking off a big part of the land that felt as big as the continent itself. Despite magic storms being a common sight in the abyss, this magic storm especially felt stronger than others. The Goblin King looks at the storm with fear and apprehension, asking Choi if he had been traveling using them so far. Choi confirms this fact and tells him that if he can use it well, then one can travel further and faster than just walking. Odagon says that even constellations would avoid things like those, and Choi acknowledges this fact. Seeing his unshaken expression, Odagon resolves himself and says that he will go wherever his master goes. However, before they can step into it, the energy starts dissipating bit by bit and strong winds blow across their faces. Just when Odagon wonders if it is disappearing, he observes that the magic has combined and has started changing form. He thanks the gods for being safe as he had thought that jumping into the storm, albeit to follow his master, would have been the end for him. Seeing him jumping for joy makes Choi wonder if this goblin is really going to be reliable. Odagon explains that since the magic storm looks quite large, it looks like it is disappearing quickly by making byproducts. A lot of structures in the abyss are byproducts, and this magic storm seems to have left a dungeon as its byproduct. Dungeons are a phenomenon in the abyss having specific rules within it and being connected to another location. It is a place that acts like a bomb which releases monsters. Meanwhile, in the Mojave Desert in US Nevada, officials are gathered around it, discussing the gravity of the appearance of the dungeon there. The dungeon's name happens to be the Demon's Mirror of Delusioning. The limited number of people that can enter happens to be 10, and there are only 2 weeks and 11 hours left before a monster appears out of it. An older man is glaring at the newly appeared dungeon, saying that the younger generation was being disrespectful by naming dungeons and monsters and constellations as if it were some kind of game. The young man behind him states that the Confederation of Dungeon Analysis has speculated this as a C tier. He finds it lucky that it is a C tier, which is popular. The danger level is quite low even with one B tier hunter, but the rewards remain great nevertheless. At the moment, a hunter team named Gaines has obtained permission to hunt it. The Gaines is a team that has been getting a lot of attention because the son of the Parker Foundation newly made it. Since monsters of the abyss and magic were introduced into Earth, humanity's lives had changed. Strong crystals of magic possessed by monsters called cores were much cleaner and efficient sources of energy than what humans used to use before. Thanks to the abyss, humanity has been able to advance without producing any pollution, and other products were also useful as materials in biotechnology and science. The Parker Foundation made use of this opportunity and grew significantly. Pharmaceutical bio company Kaizi, the artifact company Parable, etc. were all large companies related to the abyss, but they also happen to be subsidiaries of the Parker industry. And the leader of the Gaines team, named Richard Parker, happens to be a B-class hunter, as well as the youngest son of the second CEO of the above-mentioned foundation. In other words, he is a rich third generation. And this very team has just arrived at the location of this C-rank dungeon that has just opened. As soon as he arrives, Richard Parker states that he will begin the subjugation of the dungeon. The person in charge of checking the dungeon entrance requirements says that there are only 8 people on his team, but Richard tells him that they have already added someone. However, it is only an E-rank hunter named Clayton who recently awakened. On the mention of this fact by the inspection officer, Richard replies that there are already 7 C-class hunters, and he himself is B-classed, so there should be no problem at all to enter. Saying so, he pushes him aside and walks ahead. The inspection officer sighs as he knows that an E-rank hunter will not be able to do anything meaningful inside. The E-rank hunter is seen just carrying a huge backpack. One can get a lot of rewards from a C-rank dungeon. As long as one is lucky, one can even obtain items worth millions, so it is uncommon for an E-rank to participate. As the permission to enter is given, the E-rank hunter comes up to Richard and whispers that he has placed his trust in him. Richard smiles, telling him to just stick to the plan. The old man who had been with the inspection officer since the beginning says that the E-ranker looks like a slave and nothing more. Seeing the officer confused, the old guy explains that the E-rank must have been hired with Richard's personal money. Since they cannot get any extra supplies in the dungeon, Richard must have needed a porter to carry things for his team. The dungeon countdown pauses, seeing that hunters have entered, and the inspection officer is about to go back and report this. But just then, there is a huge wave of magical energy and everyone panics, wondering if monsters might start pouring out of it. The old man still has his composure as he says that it would have been better if there were monsters coming out of it. But the dungeon had increased in size. This had become a fatal but rare case where there had been a mistake in the determination of the rank of the dungeon. The old man says that it might even be closer to an A-rank dungeon at this point, and nothing can be done about the team gains that have gone in. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, the hunter team is unaware of the terror they have set foot in, only thankful that it is not some kind of a swamp. The old man outside, who appears to be high-ranked, is quick in ordering the inspection official and tells him to send a report to the Confederation of Dungeon Management and also to send a call to the Parker Foundation, since one can never be too sure of what might happen. It would not be right to let the faint glimmer of hope die, the hope that the team might still be saved. It was the first day of the hunter group, Gaines, embarking on the task of clearing the dungeon known as the Demon's Mirror of Delusion. Richard Parker led the team into the cave, and the hunters accompanying him were murmuring among themselves about the cavern's vastness. The cave appeared suspiciously large and was enveloped in darkness and dampness as they ventured deeper into the underground labyrinth. As they proceeded, they stumbled upon a dilapidated structure filled with countless broken tombs. One of the soldiers suggested that they should prioritize finding an exit route first. However, Richard dismissed the suggestion, instructing the soldier to search for the exit alone, while he and the rest of the hunters would focus on locating the boss monster. Richard ordered the team to investigate the spaces between the buildings, as such gaps were ideal hiding spots for monsters. He also emphasized the importance of surveying the surroundings and using strengthening magic as necessary. In dungeon exploration, there are typically only 2 ways to escape. Either locate the exit connected to the outside world, or defeat the boss monster, which serves as the dungeon's core. In a C-class dungeon like this one, finding and defeating the boss monster was deemed the more efficient option. Soon, the boss monster's location was identified, and the hunters anticipated an ambush. Richard, maintaining his composure, ordered the group not to let their guard down and to get into position, as the creatures they would face were merely C-rank. As the team prepared to confront the monsters, they discovered the adversaries were ghouls. However, these ghouls were far from ordinary. They were classified as S-rank. Despite their rank, they held little monetary value. One of the hunters efficiently dispatched a group of ghouls using a flame arrow. The power of second circle magic was sufficient to eliminate the ghouls, but their numbers were overwhelming. It seemed as though the ghouls were endless, forcing the hunters to conserve their spells for a more focused attack. Although the ghouls themselves were not individually powerful, their sheer numbers demanded careful planning, with area of effect magic being the most practical approach. As the ghouls kept advancing, the hunters began to experience mana sickness. Their exhaustion grew evident, and they realized they could not hold out much longer. The effectiveness of their flame arrows was diminishing, and Richard, aware of the worsening situation, decided that if they continued to rely on magic, the entire team would succumb to mana sickness. He instructed the hunters to move forward and follow his lead as he forged a path through the onslaught. Typically, clearing a C-class dungeon is manageable as long as the team has at least one hunter ranked above C. For Gaines, with B-rank hunter Richard Parker on their side, this dungeon should have been an easy challenge. However, it quickly became apparent that something was amiss. The ghouls seemed infinite in number, surrounding the hunters from all sides. Despite their efforts, the situation grew increasingly dire. As the relentless ghouls closed in, one of the broken tombs suddenly erupted, and from within emerged the Goblin King, Odaigon. He and Choi had been teleported into the dungeon together, but Odaigon appeared visibly affected by teleportation sickness. To his astonishment, Choi seemed completely unfazed, despite the rupture in space and time. Odaigon, still regaining his composure, remarked on Choi's resilience, calling it remarkable. Choi, however, focused on the situation at hand, asking Odaigon if he could detect the scent of something rotting nearby. Odaigon used his magic, the Eye of the Bird of Prey, to scan the surroundings. He reassured Choi that he could assist him with magic if needed, and would even teach him how to harness it. As Odagon scouted ahead, Choi directed his attention to a mine Odagon had just passed. The ability of certain constellations to perceive their servants' surroundings as though through their own eyes gave Odagon an unparalleled advantage, akin to a reconnaissance drone in a game. When Odagon arrived at the indicated area, he examined the shadow of a building and discovered a unique material. Upon closer inspection, he found papers adorned with intricate patterns. Judging by the effort put into the design, Odagon deduced that the papers likely contained valuable magic, possibly created by the civilization that had built the ruins. As he continued his exploration, Odagon uncovered a massive army of ghouls, numbering in the thousands. Alarmed by the discovery, he asked Choi if he should eliminate them all. Odagon suggested using a 7th circle area of effect magic spell, which would obliterate the ghouls and reduce the surrounding structures, and possibly even the boss, to dust. However, Choi cautioned Odagon to remain calm. The mere presence of ghouls suggested that someone might be trapped in the ruins. With this realization, Choi resolved to advance further and assist those in need. If his instincts were correct, the individual trapped within the ruins could be instrumental in guiding them back to the surface. Without hesitation, Choi led the way, determined to save whoever might still be alive amidst the chaos. Odagon stands in complete surprise as Choi reveals his intentions of aiming to reach Earth. The discovery Odagon made earlier at the square turns out to be food commonly consumed by humans on Earth. As Choi shares this information, he attacks the ghouls surrounding them, eliminating them one by one using his celestial punch, effortlessly beheading them. The book Choi found is revealed to be a food and nutrient guide tailored for C-type hunters. This revelation astonishes Odagon, who finds it difficult to comprehend the peculiar tastes of humans. Choi asks Odagon to use magic to transform himself. He explains that encountering those trapped in their current forms could create complications, since not all goblins in the abyss lead civilized lives. He insists Odagon use circle magic polymorph to transform into a human. As a human, Odagon's appearance is strikingly handsome. He admits he was considered attractive even among his fellow goblins, although his clothing resembles that of a fantasy magician. Despite this, his human form convincingly passes as one of Earth's inhabitants. Odagon recalls the advice given by the constellation of Greed and Dreams, who once told Choi to change his identity before setting foot on Earth. Choi chooses to revert to how things were in the past, a decision he finds relatively simple. Meanwhile, the ghouls surrounding them seem to be behaving strangely, merely circling the area instead of attacking outright. This behavior makes Choi wonder about the nature of the boss monster controlling them and its hidden location. Odagon speculates that if the boss monster possesses intelligence, it would employ more strategic methods instead of merely deploying ghouls to surround its targets. This observation leads him to conclude that the ghouls might not be under the control of a powerful magician, but rather linked to a monstrous entity known as Tarun. Referred to by the people of the Abyss as the King of Ghouls, Tarun is a fearsome creature with the combined appearance of 1,000 ghouls. Those who seek to locate the controller of the ghouls inevitably fall victim to Tarun. Though formidable in appearance, Tarun is a pitiful foe for individuals like Odagon and Choi, who operate on a completely different level of power. However, for less skilled adventurers, the overwhelming numbers of ghouls spell certain death. Elsewhere, Richard Parker and a group of hunters are struggling to survive. The hunters have been hiding in the depths of the dungeon, with their food supplies completely depleted. They are left with nothing to consume but boots and gloves, their dire circumstances worsening with each passing day. The hunter group, known as Gaines, has spent 28 grueling days raiding the Devil's Mirror of Delusion. On the first day of their mission, they lost a significant portion of their supplies, but managed to find temporary refuge in a secluded building. The ghouls repeatedly snatch away the hunters' remaining food and water, forcing them to abandon most of their provisions in their haste to escape. The group secures themselves inside a building, closing off all entrances. They crush one ghoul that attempts to breach the opening, using flame marrow to incinerate it completely. Fortunately, the structure has no additional points of entry, allowing them to stay hidden for nearly a month. However, their confinement leads to growing desperation and tension among the group. One of the hunters confronts an E-rank member, accusing him of withholding the contents of his bag while the rest of the team faces starvation. The E-rank hunter hesitates, explaining that he is bound by a contract that forbids him from revealing what he carries. Richard steps in and demands the bag be opened. He grants permission as its owner and insists that the team has the right to inspect its contents. Although Richard doubts that the bag holds anything useful for their survival, the desperate circumstances leave them with no choice. When the bag is finally opened, the group discovers that the E-rank hunter had stocked various items prepared in a C-rank dungeon. Among the items are several bottles labeled in French, containing cosmetic products meant for use after showers. Additionally, the bag holds a book authored by Shakespeare. Unfortunately, none of these items offer any practical aid in their current predicament. All of them were disheartened. For carrying all these useless impractical stuff, they had hired a porter. Only 10 people were allowed in a dungeon, and there were 8 hunters, including the captain and a porter. One of the hunters blames Richard for their plight, stating that it is the leader's responsibility to ensure the survival of the team. The accusation takes Richard by surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. The disgruntled hunter appeals to Master Ganian, a senior member of the group, urging him to intervene. However, Ganian refuses to take sides, emphasizing that internal conflict will only lead to the group's downfall. He advises everyone to remain calm and focus on finding a solution to endure until a rescue team arrives. In his efforts to restore peace, Ganian overlooks the harsh reality that no rescue team is coming. The dungeon only permits 10 individuals at a time, and the rules do not account for reinforcements. The hunters, growing impatient, press Richard to take action. They demand he lead them outside to confront the ghouls, accusing him of cowardice for remaining passive. Frustrated and angered, Richard reminds them that they all chose to follow him for financial gain. The tension escalates as the hunters grow increasingly hostile toward Richard, questioning his ability to fight 6 C-rank hunters simultaneously. In response, Richard activates a powerful skill known as Yahello's Frozen Rapid Bullet, a 5th circle magic spell that unleashes a barrage of icy projectiles on enemies within a specific radius. The ability, purchased with the clan's resources, ensures that any hunter foolish enough to charge at him will face certain death. Master Ganian remains seated and detached from the unfolding conflict. When Richard asks for his opinion, the senior hunter calmly states that Richard would not have heeded his advice regardless. The remark causes Richard to cool down, recognizing the truth in Ganian's words. He comes to terms with the futility of fighting his own team members, acknowledging that their collective fate is sealed if they remain trapped. Despite Richard's resignation, the other hunters refuse to give up. They argue that they have endured for an entire month and see no reason to abandon hope now. If a rescue team were to arrive after they had given up, it would bring them shame. Richard bitterly remarks that if anyone truly comes to save them, he will donate his entire fortune to that person. At this critical moment, Choi suddenly breaks through the sealed door of the building. He surveys the scene inside the cramped room, his piercing gaze falling on the group of desperate hunters. Without hesitation, he asks if anyone among them hails from Earth. Upon getting no answer, he asks again, louder this time. Richard Parker mindlessly answers that he is from Earth, unable to hide his surprise at the unbelievable situation. All the other hunters become excited, thinking a rescue team has finally arrived. They feel happy, believing they have been saved. However, the senior hunter calls them fools, reminding them to prepare for battle instead. He questions how they can trust this situation, pointing out that only one person can enter the dungeon, yet here they have 2, Choi and Odagon. The senior hunter accuses Choi of lying, claiming he never entered through the dungeon's door. Choi responds that he fell through an abyss, explaining that abyss disappearances are rare accidents. He says that while most people who get sucked into gates or dungeons never return, a few get extremely lucky and make it back. The senior hunter remains skeptical, suggesting that Choi could be an illusion, magic, or even a monster instead of someone who truly fell into the abyss. Choi says he does not care if anyone trusts him. He challenges the senior hunter, asking what he would do if he did not believe him. The senior hunter looks at Choi and Odagon, considering the possibility that they are telling the truth. However, he also thinks about how desperate their group is, having been broken apart and starving for almost a month. Most of the hunters are lower than B rank, leaving them with no other choice but to believe Choi. Choi asks again if everyone is from Earth, surprising the hunters with his unusual excitement. They suspect he might be under the influence of something, but his happiness convinces the senior hunter to consider his story about falling into the abyss. Suddenly, Richard remembers the countless ghouls that were outside and questions where they went. Choi explains that he killed them all, shocking the group. He points to Odagon, introducing him as an incredible magician. Choi recalls his Earth arrival plan, which he created in alliance with his fellow constellations and relayed to the Goblin King. He had planned to quietly increase his number of worshippers without drawing the attention of other constellations on Earth. For now, he intends to observe the current situation instead of taking bold action. The senior hunter questions Odagon, asking if he too came from an abyss disappearance. Choi interrupts, saying Odagon has a sad story and lost his memory. Odagon, however, dismisses the human's pity as unnecessary. The senior hunter doubts the claim that Odagon single-handedly killed all the ghouls, as it seems impossible even for 2 people. He then asks if Choi uses magic. Choi replies that he is a martial artist, surprising everyone. The senior hunter is especially astonished, saying it has been a long time since he encountered a martial artist. Choi comments that martial arts were not considered bad back on Earth. He then asks which year it is, to which someone replies it is 2039. Choi reveals that he has been away from Earth for 30 years. This shocks the group, as the world record for surviving outside Earth is 28 years, and that person ended up in a mental asylum. Another hunter mentions a best-selling novel about someone who wandered for 26 years. One of the hunters stumbles at this revelation. Choi orders Odagon to start a fire. As Odagon prepares to address him as master, Choi tells him to call him brother instead. Choi kicks a nearby rock, smashing it into pieces and shaping them into plates, leaving everyone amazed by his skill. He brings out some meat, explaining that survival programs like Man vs. Wild taught him how to eat anything and remain self-sufficient. As the meat cooks, the irresistible smell makes the hunters' mouths water. At first, the hunters hesitate to eat, but the sight of the juices and oil dripping from the meat is too tempting to resist. They begin eating, savoring the deep, savory flavor like it is a king's feast. Choi notices the silence that falls over the group as they eat. He wonders if they have realized he served them meat from the ghouls. Instead, the hunters are teary-eyed, overwhelmed with gratitude for the food. The senior hunter realizes the meat is not ordinary. It contains magical power, which he feels as his mana regenerates. Normally, using a few arrows leaves him exhausted, but now he feels capable of shooting 10 or more. He concludes that Choi must have given them this rare meat out of compassion, knowing how helpless they are. Odaigon then quietly suggests that Choi discard the lower quality meat before anyone finds out what it really is. The thing is, the hunters were so starved that they had never noticed the entire time that they were eating the meat of the ghouls. In the dungeon, one had to kill both the ghouls and the boss to leave, so now they just had to kill the leftover ghouls. When asked how he knew, Choi simply attributed it to his knowledge from the abyss. Richard nods before glaring at the people who are just exiting the cave. The lot look uncomfortable, as if trying to apologize to Richard, but he does not give them the chance. Richard is fuming in anger as he walks away with 2 others, leaving Choi and Odaigon thinking they must have had a fight. Odaigon remarks that humans are quite pathetic for fighting during emergencies too. Choi smiles in amusement and tells him that he is human too. Odaigon panics and says he did not mean to mock him. A while later, while Odaigon is standing at a distance, the uncomfortable lot of C-rank hunters who are on bad terms with Richard at the moment act utterly respectful to Odaigon. They try to sweet-talk him with the purpose of looking for a new boss, but such flattery does not please Odaigon, instead disgusting him. He states that his master had told him to stay put, so he is not doing anything else. Further, he could see through their intentions. Choi, who is observing from a distance, is interested, and one of Richard's partners tries to explain it to him. Ignoring that, Choi is more confused why he is getting so much respect, so the person mentions that Choi had saved their lives, and he was even a senior to them if he survived out there for 30 years. Of course, people tend to get close to powerful hunters, but what Choi does not understand is why those people are trying to get close only with Odaigon. He wonders why Richard and his friends are not coming to him. Richard, who is now hit with this awkward question, gets uncomfortable, and they hesitantly mentions that it's because he is a martial arts user. Choi is exasperated. After all, there are martial arts users like the A-rank Siwon Lee, so they should not be treated that poorly. Little does he know, he is filled with shock as the two of them explain that in 2009 when Yunsung Choi left to the abyss, there indeed used to be hope for martial arts, and it was even believed that it had a clear future. But its downfall came when it was revealed to the public that the hunter Ziwon Lee had bribed the judge and messed with the testing gear to get a higher rank evaluation than their actual rank, much like many other fakes who were starting to get exposed at around the same time. This is a life-shattering truth for Choi, who falls to his knees from knowing that his idol was just a scammer. This brought the downfall of martial arts, as new hunters did not want to learn it anymore. After receiving all that information, Choi tries to reel in his anger and sadness, while the rest look at his strange expression in confusion. He asks them one last question about whether there had been any constellation sightings on Earth. It absolutely shocks him when they tell him that there had indeed been an incident in 2011. Had Choi really been too late? But as he got to hear more, he learnt that was not the case. The fall of the year was filled with the exposure of fake ranks. But one particular day, a humongous gate appeared in the sky and an entire army of gigantic, mindless monsters poured out of it. The army clearly aimed to take over Earth and give the souls to their constellation. Choi is taken aback and asks just what had happened to Earth in that case. Seeing him panic, Richard's partner tells him to calm down. They had apparently managed to stop the monsters, albeit with numerous sacrifices of hunters who were all mobilized. As Choi learns of this fact, he thinks there is nothing else left for him to do, and feels that his years in the abyss have gone to waste. He wonders if the goddess mistranslated her own vision, or if it was wrong to begin with. But the constellation of dreams and greed notifies him that it was not just a small fight that mortals would have been able to stop even with their combined power. After all, it is not just about being strong or weak, it is about how constellations and mortals are completely different entities, and no matter how many hunters there are, they will be nothing but bugs to the constellations. Of course it felt strange, so Choi asked Richard and Co. how they defended against the constellations. They told him that it was closer to an armistice. They were not confident that they could conquer more land, and it was too costly for the humans to regain their land. Although it is true the truce could not just stay forever, at least it was working for now. It was thanks to the other constellations of Earth who promised to protect them. Hearing this, even the constellation of dreams and greed and the lava cat understand what must have happened. Even if constellations invade, they give power to their avatars and send them instead. Choi's was just a special case. While the balance was a bit off due to the attack of the new constellations, it ultimately returned to like how it was when the Abyss was first introduced. a situation where they tried to avoid an all-out war. Despite their greed for souls, they were not really prepared to suffer losses on their own end for them, so the truce lasted. Choi is still a bit sad about hearing all this. After all, he had trained for so many years only to find he was too late. But Lava Cat says that things are not so simple. Dream Girl also points out that the situation on Earth is not over yet even if he is a few decades late, because truces do not last forever. Further, there are way too many constellations that might invade in the future that will not be interested in a truce. Choi understands that if the situation turns out that serious, then Earth might become the center of the battle between constellations. Meanwhile, Odaigon is out clearing a few monsters here and there, and the people against Richard are following him around just throwing praises into the air, while Odaigon is disgusted by their behavior, and walks away while the others can only imagine how well they might do if he goes to Earth, as he is close to an A-rank mage at the very least. As Choi sees the annoyed Odaigon walking towards him, he wonders if he is going to be alright. Richard is glaring at the opposite party, and Choi asks if he wants to fight those guys. Richard refuses with a panicked expression, although Choi had not meant it as a threat, but an offer of sincerity. Choi wonders if his morals are crooked after staying in the abyss for a long time. Meanwhile, Lava Cat and Dream Girl, watching him like a darn live stream, are commenting that keeping a low profile might not be enough for Choi. If he were to be discovered by the constellations on Earth, he might become the trigger to the dreaded war. After assuring them that he will be careful, he asks Richard's partner how returners from the abyss are treated. The guy says that they first check the returner's body and ask how he survived, and then check if he has made a contract with an evil constellation. Seeing Choi's confusion, he further explains that after evil constellations invaded the Earth, making contracts with them became illegal in most countries. Choi's two constellations' friends hurriedly assure him they are not evil. That aside, on hearing that Choi is Korean, the guy tells him that the rehabilitation process should be fairly easy, and especially beneficial for Odaigon who had lost his memories. After grasping all that, Choi tells Odaigon that he has got enough information about the situation on Earth and wants to check the hunter's skills. The Lava Cat tells him that there is a spell called Level Check that allows him to gauge someone's information and asks why he is asking Odaigon to do it. Choi is confused and says he simply cannot use magic. The cat is infuriated by this buffoon and screams that he does not even need to use his existential power and can easily use magic as it comes almost naturally to all constellations. Giving it a try, Choi's constellation eye is activated and he decides to read Richard's information first. A screen appears in front of him as the cat also tells him that the more he uses it, the more proficient he can become at getting information about his opponents. Meanwhile, with Odaigon's magic attacks, the dungeon is soon cleared as the people stare in disbelief. They had managed to survive hell and would be returning soon. And for Choi, who was away for so long, it was finally time to go back to Earth. While the system is notifying everyone that the dungeon is going to close, Choi is busy playing around with the constellation eye he has just found out about. He is currently checking out the adamantium frying pan. What he believed to be just a good cooking utensil turns out to be an A-rank weapon. With self-conquer active, even this small training of his constellation's eye increases his existential power. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon gate, reporters and people from the organization are gathered, anxiously waiting for a response from the gate. Suddenly it starts emitting energy and thunderous red strikes, alarming them and prompting the reporters to retreat. While they are waiting for monsters to come rushing out, they are shocked when the gate starts disintegrating away, and a bright golden light shines out in its place. Choi feels a sense of satisfaction as he stares at the Earth sky for the first time in thousands of years. Later on, Richard Parker is giving a report of the dungeon to an officer from the Confederation. The officer, however, is arguing that seeing the results, it could have been nothing but a C-rank dungeon. Even though Richard tells him there were thousands of ghouls, the officer dismisses them as mere F-tier monsters. Despite not knowing the actual strength of the boss there, he says they have to label it as C-rank and cannot do anything about that. He merely wishes him well on his safe return, and that marks the end of their discussion. Meanwhile, Choi and Odaigon are lounging in the rehabilitation center where Choi is surprised to find from online news articles that Richard is quite the celebrity. Odaigon is a bit surprised as he felt no signs of royalty from Richard, and Choi dismisses that. He is more interested in how he can understand English well even though he is not good at it. The Lava Cat tells him that the constellation's eye can see through a lowly existence, and it would be weird for a constellation not to be capable of understanding mortals' languages. Just then, a lady doctor comes in and tells him that the results of his tests show that he is quite healthy. Further, his body looks so perfect that it is as if it was given by some god, and they find his mental state to be stable as well. Since it had been 30 years, she feels he might have a hard time rehabilitating and offers help if he wishes to move to another country. Choi has a feeling she does not want him here and just gives vague answers. On the other hand, Odaigon seems to be getting approached by various people in suits who are trying to pull him over to America and enticing him with offers for hunters. Such is the treatment that high-ranking magic users receive that martial arts users can simply not relate to. With a sigh, Odaigon finally states loudly that his answer will always remain the same. That is, he will always follow Sir Yonsung Choi no matter what. The agents are curious as to why Odagon is so loyal to him, but Choi does not divulge any information while having a playful smile on his face. The American agents can only speculate that it must be because Choi had been the first person Odagon saw after losing his memories. Knowing that Choi might be their key to Odagon, they try to make a few offers to him while asking if he really wants to move to another country. Choi appears uninterested and says he will think about it once he is let out of rehab. Seeing that they are discussing things amongst themselves a distance away from them, Odagon asks if he should show Choi what they are talking about by using his magic. On receiving his master's agreement, Odagon uses magic to let Choi hear their speech. They are discussing how Choi might actually stay in America after getting his green card, even if it is for a short while. However, another is more worried that other nations would also try to scout the magic user Odagon. They start discussing plans to put spies near him so others cannot approach him and decide to try constant persuasion. When Odagon asks if he can get rid of any spies, Choi simply tells him they should not complicate things or spill blood. There are still a few more processes a returner must go through before receiving a hunter's green card. While wearing patches, Choi is made to sit on a chair and take a test. The test mostly involves questions regarding his contact with evil constellations and writing a paragraph that mocks evil constellations he might have come in contact with. After all, that is the best way to determine if someone has made a contract with an evil constellation, since servants cannot mock their masters. Then there is a short test of their mana using a crystal ball. Choi is told to inject mana into the ball, which will supposedly help them measure how much mana he has. He decides to push in a lot of it, and the crystal ball starts glowing golden in color. The scientist is amazed at this, and before they know it, the crystal ball itself shatters into fragments with bright light and tendrils of energy still being emitted from it. Choi says he still has some left and asks if he should do it again, but the startled examiner refuses, saying it is not necessary. In order to move around more freely, he has decided it will be better to get a higher rank than 30 years back and expects an A rank. The crystal ball meant for measuring mana had much more mana than the average hunter, so it would normally change color to calculate how much mana one had. But Choi's mana reserves were way beyond that of a normal hunter after all. The constellations ask if he really did not hide his power, or if he had erroneously failed to control his power. But although he is not used to holding back, the real reason he used all his power here is because he cannot let them find out about it out of nowhere. Earth was different from the Abyss after all, and one had to follow rules here. He cannot go looking for stronger opponents like he used to in the Abyss. A chance to rank up to an A rank hunter was usually only given to a B rank hunter and not a C rank. For increasing his rank according to plan, he would have to take every chance he gets. Just then, the examiner informs him that they are done testing and tells him to wait while they prepare the results. Thus, Choi heads over to another room wondering what rank he will get. Little does he know that some scheme is at play, and the doctor has called someone from the Ambitus clan to inform them of Choi's details. Later, when the hunters get their rank cards, Odagon turns out to be a B rank, and Choi turns out to be C+ still, and his age was registered as 57 while he was supposed to be 28. He wonders if the average mana for hunters increased throughout the past 30 years when a familiar voice calls out from behind. Richard Parker has just arrived and tells him that he would like to repay Choi back for saving his life. As Choi must not have any place to stay after returning back in 30 years, he invites him over to his own place of residence, letting him stay for as long as they like. Inside a car with Richard while traveling through arid lands, Odagon tells Choi that Richard's sudden kindness feels suspicious to him. Choi feels sad that Odagon has developed such a stereotype of humans. He tells him if he remembers when Choi slayed a Kafenrir, and Odagon smiles smugly, saying he could never forget. After all, it was the day when he had saved them when they were in despair. And the fact was that Choi could not forget about it either. The goblins had praised him heavily and told him they had to pay him back somehow or the other. They had prepared gifts like acid slime baths and the offsprings of their nobility and more. While these might have been normal to do in their culture, Choi felt utterly uncomfortable at the gestures. Odagon, who hears about his uncomfort at this moment, is in absolute shock. Choi tries to push it aside and looks at Richard, explaining to Odagon that he probably wants to repay him back too. The Goblin King learns that humans might be annoyingly weak and greedy, but they still knew how to be grateful. Amusingly, Choi is still one of them, and Odagon forgot that fact yet again. Thereafter, Choi darts a conversation with Richard and learns that the Parker family is quite well known. Choi tells him he was wondering when Richard would give Choi all his life savings. Richard is flustered and anxious as hell on hearing that. Choi had overheard him saying he would give all his life savings to whoever saved him in the dungeon. Of course, Choi is just joking and the matter slides. He then proceeds to say that he does not want a lot, merely a place to settle in. Since he had been in the Abyss for so long, he just could not get used to Earth yet. Unknown to them, a bearded guy watches their cars with curiosity from the mountains. Meanwhile inside, Richard once again reassures Choi that it is absolutely fine if Choi stays at Richard's place. He can easily do that much for someone who had saved his life and tells Choi not to underestimate the Parker name. Odegon frowns and whispers to Choi that he feels Richard is being too arrogant after just lending a single house. Choi smiles and says one can indeed be arrogant if one has a large house on Earth. Just then, the tires of the car screech and the car goes out of control, skidding to a stop. The driver informs them that someone apparently crashed into the car. Choi wonders if it is an assassination from an evil constellation, but he dismisses that idea because if a constellation knew about him, they would have come themselves. Odegon offers to take care of it, but Choi suggests seeing who it is first. The first thing Choi sees on coming out is a maroon-colored Lambo that he had never expected to find in the middle of the desert. He thinks this is quite befitting for Americans. And not just Choi, but even Odegon can tell that the bearded person who just came out of the car is quite powerful compared to the average mortals he had seen recently. Choi finds it is an Asian and feels that he looks familiar. Richard Parker is the first one to recognize him and calls him Dragon Huang in a hurry. Coming forward respectfully, he introduces himself and on being asked, acknowledges he is the youngest son of the Parker family. Richard is up in sweat and anxiety as Huang passes by him while saying that Alex seemed to be worried that Richard had become a hunter. Small talk aside, the Asian approaches Choi and mutters dreamily that it really was Yunsung. Choi is absolutely taken aback as he realizes that it is the clan leader Gyeongliang he knew from before he entered the abyss. The person named Huang expresses his surprise when he heard that Choi was out of the abyss and in America. He had heard rumors, so he had come over right away. It is a meeting with his previous clan leader, so of course the air feels tense after 30 years. While they are staring at each other, Richard is the first one to break the ice, asking Choi if he knows Dragon Huang. It is Huang who replies and says that they are indeed acquainted. Meanwhile, Choi cannot help but overhear how the guards accompanying Richard were talking about Huang being an S-rank hunter and having remarried the 19th time last month. The entire situation felt quite chaotic for Choi. Was this the very same clan leader who used to say that B-tier dungeons were too much for their skills? Let us take a brief look back in time, when Seoul was not an exception to the invasion in 2011. During the disaster, every hunter clan there had fought against the endless army of monsters and the leader of the unbeatable class. Gyeongliang Huang was also among them. Thanks to the efforts of hunters like him, Korea had been able to withstand the invasion. After a long and harrowing battle, they had done all they could and protected all they could. They should have been heroes, not just as a title, but in the way they were treated too. But even in the hospital, they told one of the clan members that the healing magic is not covered by insurance. His legs were crippled, and they told him he did not even meet the requirements for the hunter healthcare rewards, as getting hit by fragments did not count. It was extremely hard to find a hunter who could cure an injury after all. After the horrible treatment that Korea showed them, he lost faith in his country and came over to America instead, where he heard that hunters were treated well over here. He was supported by them and was able to fight monsters, start a business, and even end up here at his point. Choi is surprised hearing his story and wonders just how rich Huang must be for the son of a rich family to kneel in front of him. Huang answers the question with another question and tells him he lives in Hunter's Hill, the most expensive neighborhood in Los Angeles. Of course, how would Choi know about how great Hunter's Hill was? Huang says Choi still speaks way too little and recalls the day he had disappeared after leaving a small letter saying he was going training in the abyss. The clan members had known he was crazy about training, but did not think the crazy idiot was actually a psychopath. Some clan members even said they had to report him as dead as almost no one returns alive after entering the abyss. The old clan members even held a funeral for him. Considering all these things that had happened, Huang had been utterly shocked when he heard Choi was back from the abyss. He turns to Richard as if remembering something and asks him why Choi is in Richard's car. In a panicked expression, Richard says that he was just repaying Choi for saving his life. Huang ruffles his hair, saying that he thought Richard was going to take him to his house to open him up or something. Since it was not the case, he forgives the kid. As they cross the bridge and reach Los Angeles, Huang tells Richard to change the destination to his own house. Meanwhile, Choi is looking out the window, wondering about how 30 years really had passed and how the technology looked so much more advanced compared to back when he was at Earth. Los Angeles, often called the City of Saints, had become home to many rich and honorable hunters and their clans after the gate opened. Not only those hunters, but also fans who wanted to become clan members and merchants who focused on business with those hunters too, all settled in Los Angeles. This made it the city with the most hunters in the world. Juan is currently explaining how he had told the Americans to ensure that he is informed of all returners from the abyss, otherwise he would leave for another country. It had been fun seeing the FBI and CIA sending reports to him all the time, and Choi is surprised they do that all for him. Huang dismisses the surprise, saying that it's a small price to pay to keep him from leaving for another country. Choi is still looking out and sees a large building and remarks that Huang's house really is good, what with it being the size of an Olympic stadium and all. However, Richard informs him that it is probably just the house where Huang's servants live. The actual mansion is still a bit further up, and boy is Dragon Huang's residence like a damn palace. It's complete with private gardens and pavements lined with waterways and even an entire roundabout. The entire place is humongous. Seeing many hunters standing in the pavements, he wonders what is up. Huang tells him that they are waiting in line to see him. Did that make sense? Nevertheless, Huang explains that they were going through all that to see and ask him to give them a chance. Choi is amazed and asks what kind of chance he is talking about, so Huan says he will explain slowly. Nevertheless, when they finally enter his residence, Choi is so amazed at what he sees that he doubts whether he is the one who returned from the abyss or Huang. After all, who the hell keeps a whole darn family of pandas in their house? Choi asks if Huang stole them, but the clan leader dismisses it as ridiculous, saying that the Chinese government had sent them as a gift, begging him to go there. Seeing that Choi was still so ignorant about the situation, Huan snaps his fingers, and all of a sudden, many people in neat suits enter the room at once and stand in 2 straight lines. They answer to him, and he orders them to bring him the best tutors they can find, and teach Choi everything ranging from politics, economics, arts, world and local history, and every little subject there is to learn. While Richard comes out of Huang's residence and leaves, the driver asks him if it is really alright if he takes the chance to see Dragon Huang, since people wait for months for such a chance. Richard says he is a Parker, so he does not need to beg for a chance. Further, he feels scared as hell every time he is in his presence, so it's better for him to leave. Meanwhile, back in Huang's mansion, he has just now ordered his assistants to bring him tutors who can teach Choi common sense of the present and other miscellaneous knowledge. Just then, one of the servants speaks up, saying that the scope of subjects he has given is just too broad, and asks if there is any reason behind it. When asked for his name, he says he is his 7th secretary Jackson, but oof, Huang fires him the very next moment. He reasons that the reason he hires them for a lot of money is to carry out his challenging tasks and orders, and not for talking back. Furiously, he asks the others if they think of this as a joke. There are swift replies, after which he starts picking on them one by one, blaming them for making excuses and not carrying out his tasks perfectly. After giving them all an earful, he turns back to Choi, who is looking ahead in shock. When Huan calls him to talk and get up to speed, the only thing Choi can say with a straight face is that his big bro has turned into a really shitty person. On hearing this, Huang looks hurt and asks why he thinks so. On hearing that he shouldn't fire someone for a single mistake, he calls over the 7th secretary he was just about to fire and asks him how long he had worked there and how much he got paid. The answer came to 2 weeks for $230,000. My god, he had given them that much? But Choi looks unconvinced and says the salary has nothing to do with how he treats them. Huang still refutes, saying that they get the highest salary, but if they make a mistake, they get dismissed, so they know what they are in for. Choi shakes his head in disappointment, so even though Huang feels it's unfair, he tells the secretary that he is hired again. After the thankful secretary leaves, Huang asks if he really has to be in so much trouble, and Choi says that his former clan master should be a role model for others. Later on, a specialist in artifact and dungeon studies from Stanford is in a room with Choi to teach him about the situation in the world at present. On hearing her qualifications, our cute idiot Choi decides to introduce himself too, saying he used to bench deadliest and squat around 500 kilograms in high school. Putting humor aside, the teacher starts giving a brief explanation of events over the 30 years he had been gone. After around half an hour, Choi has gained a brief but shocking understanding that the places occupied by evil constellations were China, North Korea, Europe, and Central and Southern America. The evil constellation invasion in May of 2012 hit Northeast Asia, but his birthplace South Korea was one of the countries that fought well and was not occupied. However, later many South Korean hunters went abroad to foreign countries, especially for benefits. Choi even learns that Hwang Gyeonryong had also left Korea during that period, and feels sad thinking about all the things he must have had to go through. The Hwang he knew was timid and hesitant, but now he was an S-ranked hunter and swimming in money. The Lava Cat constellation says that things have turned out well, so he should make Hwang one of his avatars since Choi trusts him well after all. But when Choi starts wondering about how awkward the situation will be when he tells his clan leader the truth, he can pretty much guess that Hwang will suspect he is doing drugs or some other stuff. However, jokes aside, Hwang would understand if Choi explained everything seriously, yet he seemed to have some reservations about him that the cat was curious to hear. However, the answer was not that he did not trust Hwang, but more of a fact that he did not want to drag his big bro into the affairs of the constellations. Later on, Hwang takes Choi and shows him around, finally coming to stop at a dome-like structure that looks like a greenhouse. But Hwang describes it as the jungle gym in his backyard. Coming inside, Choi sees that instead of looking like a backyard jungle gym, it looks more like a concert venue with all the empty space and glass walls. Hwang snaps his fingers and all of a sudden, the shapes making up the dome start darkening and a faint orange lining can be seen around each. Hwang and Choi start floating as Hwang seems excited that Choi is adapting pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Lava Cat is surprised at this magic that she calls the other side of the world magic. It is a popular spell among constellations that mortals should not normally know how to use. Just then, they stop floating and Huang says that the stabilization is complete. He tells him that if they get injured during a fight here, they will not be injured in real life, and it's like a super immersive virtual reality game magic. Choi is surprised as Huang explains that constellations use it to train their avatars while the cat says they use it as entertainment when bored. Choi asks Huang if he learnt the magic from a constellation, but it appears that it has become a very common magic on Earth. Despite that, Huang says that it might have been taught to someone with evil intent, as they did not know how devious constellations are. After the small talk, Choi says that considering such a good war training area is available, the Earth Hunters must be very well prepared. But Huang laughs at this, and tells him that it is used for sports, and not those old games like soccer or other things. The forefront of entertainment in the current world is hunter sports. One of the games in hunter sports happens to be the 6-Star League, where 6 hunters fight against another team of hunters in different matches with varied rule sets. All in all, the stimulation of the game that Choi sees there looks pretty interesting. Just then, the system notification tells him that he is required to limit his strength, otherwise the other side of the world might break down. Choi understands because human cast magic could not possibly be enough for constellations, as system prompts continue to appear about his strength, agility, stamina, and other things getting limited. He feels surprised like he is carrying a lot of weights. Suddenly his title, Master of the Self, activates and notifies him that his power of existence will increase if he fights when his power is limited. This starts exciting our musclehead Choi, who grins, realizing that even this can be considered training. The Cat of Lava and Magma also tells him that this is a good opportunity, as other constellations cannot watch him when inside a dungeon or this spell, so he can use his power of existence however he likes. He wonders if he should reveal his identity to his Hyung and make him his avatar, but holds back since he is still reluctant to involve someone who is living well. And either way, making others, for example, his avatars, fight was never his style to begin with. The cat says that if he fights with other constellations, he will definitely need an avatar, as it is really rare for constellations to fight in person. Sighing, he decides to think about it later. Suddenly Huang asks if he is feeling shocked with how things have advanced in 30 years. Choi just remarks that hunter training seems a lot more realistic due to this magic. Huang shakes his head and repeats that this is not training but the most popular sport in the world. Choi is still having trouble grasping the idea that such technology and magic isn't used for training, but rather just for hunters fighting for fun. Although Huang says it's a competitive sport, Choi is still unconvinced. Yet the clan leader tells him that it is stupid to even compare baseball and soccer to something like the 6-Star League. Something more comparable would be the UHC, which is also a hunter sport. It is a competition where hunters fight one-on-one, and once a person watches the UHC, other combat sports become boring. He asks Choi if he feels excited hearing about all these new things, but Choi just denies it. Huang laughs, asking if it is because he knows Huang is the strongest. Choi is quiet for a moment before replying that he is bewildered. He had been focused on the Earth crisis, training the hell out of his body since he was worried he might be late and had always been searching for a way to return to Earth. He did all that, but the hunters on Earth have simply become sports stars. This is quite disheartening. However, the Lava Cat says he should still be careful as the constellations are familiar with the SSL and UHC too. It might be unfamiliar to him who does not really have any avatars, but for constellations with avatars, these are like proxy wars. The spread of the magic called the other side of the world may have something to do with the proxy wars too. Choi wonders if they purposefully spread the magic in order to find avatar candidates. Meanwhile, Huang is still explaining that hunters nowadays do not have any dungeon experience, and they become hunters only for money and fame. If there is a sport that one likes, one can try it. With a little bit of success, one will earn more money than they will ever have use for. Those lining up in front of his house all want that opportunity. After saying his fill, Huang asks Choi about his life the past few years and why he had gone to the abyss for training, if perhaps he had been scammed. Seeing Choi's long face, Huang became sure of it. It is a long story, but before Choi can explain, he requests Huang to lift the power limit of the other side of the world's magic. He says he feels bothered by the restrictions. Huang says that this room was adjusted for A-rank hunters, so he should not have a problem. Choi explains that although he was given a C+ rank, his martial arts could not be properly assessed. He broke the measuring device with his inner energy, but it was apparently not enough for a higher rank. Huang says that if it was enough to break the ball, then the examiner must have been bribed, so he will look into it later. That aside, he reasons that if the current limitations are uncomfortable for him, then he must have become really strong. Then when asked, Choi says it is a long story and Huang tells him to make it short. Choi releases a bit of his aura and says that he went there in order to protect Earth. Huang quietly apologizes for asking for the short version and asks for the long one. After receiving a hefty explanation, he understands that he had wandered around and become a constellation, and now Choi had returned to protect Earth, essentially making Choi a senior to Huang. Of course, Choi, our dear idiot, had expected Huang to believe all that from the very beginning since he was a big bro to him. But Huang is still doubtful as many returnees from the abyss were crazy. Just then, Choi asks him if he will believe Choi if he sees his ability. Seeing his confidence, Hwang can understand that the reason why he asked to lift the restrictions in the first place was so he could tell the truth. Hwang has a fierce look in his eyes as he says that no matter how strong Choi has become, he has never seen an S-rank hunter. Meanwhile, Hwang claims that he himself has come close to dying during such fights, and received an A+ ranked skill called the leveling up via death skill. Choi smirks, saying that he has been reading too many fiction novels, and Hwang returns the taunt back to him as he launches himself in the air for a fight. Hwang replies by saying that they were both nerds, so neither could criticize the other. While in the air, a pink light glows on his wrist like a tattoo that Hwang announces are tattoo-type artifacts. Choi merely looks up, slightly interested, but unfazed. The numerous magic missiles launched from Hwang fly towards Choi at an incredible speed, but seeing him standing still, Hwang shouts at him to dodge in panic. Choi says there is no need and merely lifts a finger. With energy leaking from the finger, he fires a straight beam of pure mana that breaks most of the missiles in the direct line of fire and grazes Hwang's cheek. Hwang kneels and touches the ground and casts the 6th circle of magic, the Path of Lava. Choi asks where the heck he even learnt this kind of magic. Hwang curses as he feels Choi is looking down on him. He then uses a spear of pure fire, another 6th circle magic. Choi simply makes a protective key shield around himself that dissipates the spear before it can even get near him. Hwang looks at it and is shocked, shouting that he thought it was only a fake rumored skill spread by the Chinese. Realizing that even such simple things are fake, Choi is really depressed. Just then, he feels that he is low on energy already. This is because he used a Kai shield when his strength was limited. He has to control his strength to make sure he does not break the reverse world, so it is quite a pain for him. It has been a while since he has fought like a human, so he decides to maximize the efficiency of his mana usage. Making a compressed ball of mana, he sends it towards Hwang, who finds that he might not be able to dodge it at the speed it is approaching. Although he tries to use short-distance teleport, he fails as his magic is destroyed by Choi's powerful aura, and he takes damage due to the rebound. The speed of Choi's attack simply shocks him, and he decides he has no other choice than to strengthen his own body with magic. Just when he is about done and is going to taunt Choi again, he is cut off mid-sentence as Choi has already moved and locked his body in a tackle. Choi smiles and asks if Hwang was really trying to use close-range combat against a martial arts user. Even Hwang realizes his rash mistake and acknowledges that it is because he has not fought a martial artist in a long time. After the fight is over, they sit down and Hwang asks what level of martial arts Choi really is at. He says he is above the pinnace level that is the supreme peak level. If one goes beyond that, they can exceed mortality. Hwang tries to process that information as he realizes that Choi really has become a constellation and simply finds it ridiculous. Choi replies that seeing how even Hwang had changed was a surprise to him. Hwang retorts that he was successful, and Choi throws it right back at him. After the fact has sunk in, Hwang finally asks what exactly Choi wants from him, since he is now a constellation. Choi started explaining how the ceasefire that had been agreed to by the constellations and the humans was only temporary and new constellations might emerge from the abyss at any time. The constellations currently in ceasefire might even be plotting to take over Earth behind their backs, and they would never know. The constellations already have multiple servants on Earth, and they are already very well known, while Choi, on the other hand, will have to start from scratch, so he is at a disadvantage because of being late. Hwang stopped him and asked what he meant by the fact that he was originally going to ask for help. He asks Choi if he is no longer going to do so. Choi shakes his head. Hwang is already living his life, so he does not want to drag him into this hardship. As Hwang hears this, he feels ashamed as the youngster of his old clan was protecting Earth from hardship in the abyss for 10,000 years, while he was here just trying to act cool because he was older. Smashing his fist into the ground, he says that Choi should not be worried about Hwang and he wants to help. Choi says he really does not want to ruin his already good life, and Hwang shouts out saying that he will help him no matter what. Choi nods as he finally gives in while the lava cat is delighted by his skills at conversation and baiting others. However, what the cat does not know is that it was what Choi honestly felt. He did not want a person he knew to get caught in a fight between constellations, but it did not seem like his clan leader would back off either. This was how his big bro had always been after all. He thus sends Hwang his offer of being Choi's servant and tells him to accept it. Hwang is a bit hesitant, seeing that he has to serve under someone younger, but Choi is a constellation after all, so he accepts in the end and becomes tied to him. The system notifies that if he disobeys the rules of the constellation, then he will receive penalties, and as a servant of the constellation, he will become even stronger. Choi, Hwang, and Odagon are all sitting at a table having some beverages while Hwang is remarking on how he had never thought he would be entering a contract with a constellation. Serving under a constellation meant selling one's soul to them and having all of one's moves monitored. but Choi assures him that he will not monitor his every move so he does not have to worry. He then explains that the primary plan is to first hide the fact that he is a constellation for a start. He says he has to keep increasing the number of servants he has while hiding the fact that he is a constellation, as he needs the servants for when he runs into other constellations. After that, Choi asks Hwang if he will be able to win in a 1-1 fight with a great demon. Hwang says that it is unreasonable to defeat them one-on-one as a hunter always participates through party play and raids. Seeing Choi's doubtful expression, he assures him that he will not lose because both in the SSL or UH, whether it is a team play or solo, he is confident. He will not be intimidated at all, even if it's a battle with a constellation. Choi ponders over how the magic used in sports called alternate universes is frequently used by the constellations as well. It is strange that humans partake in hunter sports using magic. The cat explained that the constellations battled in the same manner by sending out their servants to battle each other. It was highly possible that other constellations have intended the hunter sports to become popular, since it becomes easier to select their servants based on their performance levels. Choi believes that is too wild of a speculation to think that constellations watch this type of crap. However, the lava cat says it will be quite entertaining for him to watch this, and that he should not underestimate the boredom of the constellations. Even at this moment, most constellations writhe in agony of their boredom as they speak. Either way, Choi concludes that if servants were to fight like Earth's hunter sports, it will be a huge advantage for him since he is used to fighting in this fashion after all. And as important as it was to increase the number of servants, one needed to become the object of their envy. In other words, fame worthy of the strongest hunter. When an A-class dungeon opens, this is the type of hunter that the nation's government will plead and beg for assistance. As much as people claim that their nation's hunter is the strongest, they know deep down which hunter remains the strongest in the world. This leads to faith and devotion. Hwang understands. Choi definitely had the skills, but the problem was how to showcase it to the world. Hwang decides to introduce Choi to a clan. Although Choi starts to joke, he shuts up when Hwang gets serious and explains that he is in charge of multiple groups at present. There is not just one single clan, but an entire company group where the profits are out of this world. All cores and items in dungeons are purchased by the company as well as the additional support and bonuses. As long as one is able to prove their loyalty, they will be rewarded handsomely, so it is a much wanted spot. But despite hearing all that, Choi does not understand why Hwang wants him to join a clan. Hwang scolds him and tells him that he needs to hide his powers adequately. Choi stares at his hands and remarks that although he managed to limit his powers down to max level, as long as he can control it well, he can battle classes from A to S. Hwang tries to ignore that indirect hurt he got from that statement, and tells him he will send Choi to a clan where they take top candidates so he can look for servants there. However, Choi asks if they will really like it if a C+ ranked martial arts user joins their clan. Hwang says they will not like it at all, so he can do nothing but suggest Choi to rank up. As long as Choi reached A-class, he would become utterly recognized, and even further and highly decorated individuals will be honored as S-class. Just then, Choi realizes that Hwang is also quite amazing for having reached S-class, since it is a title that is given to less than 10 people in the entire world. Hwang tells him to go ahead and start everything they can, starting with the preliminaries for the UHC. Seeing Choi's confusion, Hwang states that many hunters wish to compete in the UHC, but they have to get through the preliminaries to be accepted as professionals in the league. Thus, he tells Choi to go to the preliminaries in a week and get himself used to it until then. Choi does not understand what he should get used to, so Hwang passes him a smartphone. He says this is what they use for everything nowadays, including watching the news. Seeing the screen, he tries to play around with it and reaches the news section where he finds the name of Chang-sik mentioned and recalls something. Meanwhile, Hwang has gone over and is giving instructions in his office to prepare the hunter department to re-evaluate a person. Further, he says that he needs a trustworthy manager, and his current servants do not make the cut. So he asks them where her daughter is. Ironically, he has so many daughters that he has trouble figuring out which one. Finally, he decides on the one with the worst temper, the A-class manager. Seeing they have understood who he is referring to, they accept the orders to bring over Ain Lawrence. However, Hwang is not sure she will take a liking to Choi, as he is quite tricky to handle as well. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Ain is managing and criticizing a hunter named Vagan for their incapability. She scolds him, saying that just because he has a lot of mana does not mean he can handle a high circle magic. However, Vagan argues that he is already C+ class and has received scouting offers from big clans, so it is unacceptable for her to make him practice one circle magic repeatedly. She looks at him with disappointed eyes and just silently leaves. The person standing outside the room bows as he sees her. She tells him that Vagan does not deserve to be trained, so she does not want to manage him. He does not refute and merely apologizes before entering the room. After entering the room, he starts kicking Vagan, who is still lying on the ground, and curses the heck out of him. Calling him a dumb, he says that she is Miss Ain, a B-class hunter and renowned manager who raises rookies into precious gems in their clan. This was Ain Lawrence, Hwang's 11th daughter and the special A-class manager. At the moment, Choi arrives at the preliminary competition venue with Odaigan. He is refreshed to see the crowd of hunters who look the same as ever as people of various origins are thrown into the mix. He asks Huang's assistant following him if the person who wins the tournament will become a pro and what else he needs to know. The assistant says that it is the preliminaries for the C-Class League, so there will be a lot of D and E-Class hunters joining in as well. There will always be other opportunities, so he asks him to take it easy and treat this as a learning experience. Choi just agrees and walks forward. Meanwhile, Odaigon, who is on the phone right now, is playing a game that eerily looks like Temple Run, but with a goblin as the main character. Choi tells the Goblin King to stop playing games and wait for him there. After hearing a sincere reply, he leaves and wonders if this will take a whole day. Inside the competition lounge hall, he can find various types of people like reporters, people from broadcasting companies, and even clan recruiters. One of them is scratching their head cursing his team leader for sending him here as he believes it's a waste of time. A person near him remarks that they should just wait with patience for decent hunters and asks if he's new here. The clan recruiter says he is there from a clan. What he does not divulge is that he is the Ambitus clan's recruiter, Kwepi. The Ambitus clan is the one who had received information about the crystal ball readings of Choi. Their leader had received a phone call saying that the measuring device had shattered and had wondered if it had been faulty, but the examiner had assured him that the device was absolutely fine. The recruiter had checked that he had passed all the tests and did not have abnormalities either. The clan leader had also received information that he was from 30 years ago and a martial arts user. Kupe had asked if he should send someone to recruit him, but the leader still had doubts. Yet, he did not want to miss the 1/1,000,000th chance that it might be true either. Thus he told Kupe to go and confirm it with his own eyes and ask Choi to learn magic if he has decent mana. When the clan leader ordered so, Kupe had no choice but to come. Thus he waits expectantly to see how good the returner named Choi is with his martial arts. As soon as Choi enters the arena, he is notified by the system that he needs to control his power, or the virtual world will be destroyed. After a lot of effort, Choi finally manages to suppress it. As a result, his skill called Subdue the Strong and Assist the Weak has been activated, and he decides that he will be able to use Fist Key to a certain extent, and Fist Hurricane as well. Furthermore, due to the restraints, his existential power would increase manifolds as a result of fighting here. Seeing him mumbling weird stuff, Choi's opponent asks if he is crazy, but Choi just replies nonchalantly. The opponent taunts him, but the referee intervenes saying that they will be disqualified if they fight before the signal is given. During the match, one can use any skills as much as they want, and when one surrenders or when both are incapable of fighting, the match ends. While listening to this, Choi is just stretching his arms and yawning like he is bored. The audience who are watching the live stream cannot help but comment that he is probably being arrogant, but also welcome the good showmanship. For these stream viewers, it is their first time in a long while seeing a martial arts user, and Choi is almost like a living fossil to them. Meanwhile, the people who are assessing the performance of the candidates are going through his data and are shocked to find that he is a martial arts user. They are all thrown into shock as they realize that martial arts users are still around. It had been way too long since they last saw one. It is the opponent's first time fighting against a martial arts user. When the opponent learns that Choi is a martial arts user, he decides to put distance between them as soon as the match starts. Thereafter, he would use the second circle float magic and use a strengthened magic missile. As the referee's countdown ends, the match starts, and the opponent jumps back in an instant. He thinks he is faster but cannot finish his sentence as Choi's fist comes hurling at him the very next millisecond. The fist hits him square in the face and he is sent flying as he crashes against the wall of the arena. Losing consciousness, he falls to the ground with a dull thud. As the onlookers stare in obvious shock, the referee has no choice but to declare the end of the match and declare Choi's win. Seeing it end so soon, contrary to the audience's expectations, Choi feels utterly disappointed. The Ambitus clan's recruiter is just as shocked, but does not lose a moment to call his clan leader and inform him that Choi is a real gem. The clan leader says that it is unexpected to have found one in martial arts, so he tells him to try scouting him. Later, when Choi is back in the waiting room and is watching the matches on the broadcast with disinterest, a voice calls out to him from behind. He turns around to see the recruiter whom he remembered seeing a while ago. This happens to be Kupe, who immediately starts flattering Choi and gives him his card as an introduction. He says that Choi might already know, but being a hunter these days is no longer the same as in the past. So compared to hunters who fought before, they cannot even be considered hunters. Choi, however, replies that it is alright as long as the hunters are strong and well-trained. Skipping the small talk, the recruiter informs Choi that he is from the Ambitus clan and is there to scout him. Seeing his expression change, Kupe presses on, asking if he has heard of them. Choi dismisses it, saying he is a returner, so he could not have heard of them in any way. Just how is Kupe planning to recruit Choi, and will his offers prove tempting enough to our young constellation? There's a long road ahead after all. Choi defeats all his opponents like D-Class Hunter Colby, C-Class Hunter Ralph, and Eugene Li, all with a single punch like a true one-punch man. The crowd was completely baffled by this. especially with the fact that someone like Eugene Li lost. It's now time for the final match, and the Rainbow Clan's Rorolis is up next. He believes the match will be a piece of cake since Choi's movements are very obvious. But his initial thought quickly changes when Choi rushes forward to end his career. He lands a killer punch, sending Rorolis flying and also wondering why he can't block Choi's attacks. With that, Choi has won the C-class preliminaries, but he finds the entire competition to be boring. The crowd is amazed that a martial arts user, out of all things, won the tournament. But this isn't a surprise if we consider the 10,000 years of fighting experience that Choi built up in the abyss. Currently, he's so experienced he can tell exactly what the opponent will do just from their breathing alone. So naturally, this would make the so-called expert hunters in one-on-one matches appear as nothing to him. After everything, Choi stands victorious on the winner's podium with his trophy in one hand. The cat of lava and magma warns about letting the victory get to his head, and Choi wonders where it learned to say things like that. Anyway, he walks forward through the paparazzi and notices how fast they arrive. While that doesn't seem to bother Choi, what gets him a bit is how various agents look so determined to recruit him. He receives a bunch of notifications, showing the various constellations that are interested in him. However, Choi finds the messages strange since they usually don't make offers so easily. The fact that he took out all his enemies in the sea preliminaries caused a commotion, and now all the constellations see him as a one-of-a-kind talent. Shortly, Choi spots a few constellations in the area and figures they're trying to contact him. The warrior constellation gets into an argument with the cat of lava, telling it to leave since it's not part of the Earth Treaty. The cat refuses to do that since a household contract has nothing to do with the treaty, and the warrior claims to be able to fight constellations that aren't a part of it. But the cat flips him off and tells the warrior to find him in his territory if they want to settle things. Even though the argument is happening through the world's messages, Choi finds it to be pretty intense. The cat was very confident in himself because he figured his location had gone incognito and couldn't be found. The warrior vows to enact his vengeance on the cat constellation. But shortly, Choi draws the warrior's attention and states that he has no plans or dreams of contracting with him, so Choi tells him to get lost. The warrior is enraged by Choi's attitude and reminds him that every person who is doomed because they tried to play smart with him will be cursed. But Choi questions if he's proud of being a constellation that only harasses mortals, and even questions the warrior's authority since he can't do anything about his fellow constellations who are standing up to him. The warrior grits his teeth, vowing to make Choi regret everything he just said. While the warrior takes his massive L, the other constellations commend Choi's bravado, and the cat laughs at the warrior. But Choi wishes for the cat to stop teasing him. While he's not sure of the other mortals, Choi knows he'll have to fight the warrior constellation someday and doesn't feel a need to remain humble. Shortly, the cat hands over 10 soul stones since he was impressed by Choi's speech, shocking the rest of the constellations. Choi questions what he's doing, but the cat tells him to play along and receive the stones since it's part of his plan. These soul stones are basically cash for constellations, so the cat is trying to make it seem like he's bribing Choi to provoke the other constellations. The cat tells him he'll need to have money so he won't be looked down upon. Choi figures that's what has been missing in his life, so he thanks the cat since he would have been in trouble if it weren't for him. But the cat arrogantly asks if he just realized that. Meanwhile, at a huge story building, an agent apologizes to Huang, who seems to be angry, and demands a certain evaluation official. The nervous dude informs him that the official has been captured and they're looking into the matter. Huang seems to be frustrated by a certain clan, and it's most likely the Ambitus clan. Speaking of them, the Ambitus clan is considered a big clan, but not up to Dragon Industries' standard. The Dragon Industries is a clan that has the authority to manage other clans within the country. Compared to them, the Ambitus clan is nothing but a newbie that just started to climb the ladder. Huang wonders what the clan's plans are, and why they're picking a dangerous fight with him, so he figures that other big rival clans are supporting Ambitus. Shortly, a lady comes over, informing Huang about the preliminary results, including the fact Choi won. Then the other agent tells his boss that he will contact the evaluation official to correct his class, and Huang is satisfied with the man's intent to take responsibility. Later on, Choi takes the evaluation test, and he's determined to be at B class. Huang is outraged by this since that's obviously an understatement for Choi's talent, but the evaluator still considers that pretty impressive. Additionally, he considers it a good place to start since a martial arts user's abilities drop in real battles. However, this doesn't settle things for Huang as he attempts to charge at the man, but Choi stops him before all hell breaks loose. Choi whispers to Huang, believing it's better that he climbs up the ranks slowly since more constellations have their eyes on him. Huang calms down after hearing that, and also with the fact that a B class would still meet the minimum requirements. Choi is clueless about what he's talking about, so Huang reminds him of the plan he has to get him into the Icaros clan. If he entered as a C class, people would look down on him since everyone there would be at least a B class. However, Choi believes it will still be the case since he's a martial arts user. Either way, Huang is still confident that Choi can take care of them. By that he means beat them into a pulp, but not so badly. Huang then decides to give Choi a weapon as a gift, and Choi believes that Huang is worried he'll be looked down on. However, Huang claims that's not the case and draws out the weapon from a bag. This weapon is the Lunar Heavenly Sword, and Choi concludes it's much better than what he expected. He already knows it's an A-rank artifact from China, but even with that, Huang is still willing to give it away. The fact that he's giving away such a priceless artifact makes Choi suspect that Huang stole it. In his defense, Huang claims that it was a gift from the Chinese government for assisting. During that time, a demon god constellation was occupying the northern area of China, and the country was on a highway to pandemonium due to the large number of powerful dungeons popping up. Among the dungeons were 3 A-rank monsters, Ubum, the Great Sage, and Bai Zi. So, Huang stopped by to go against these monsters. But I guess we could say he did this mainly to protect his factory in China, not out of the kindness of his heart. Moving on, Huang planned to assign a manager to Choi. Even though he believes he doesn't need a manager, the person who'll be following him around is Huang's daughter. And what will happen from now remains to be seen. Much later, Choi heads straight to cooking with Odagon. He serves the culinary masterpiece to Ain, who thanks him for the meal. As she digs in, she wonders if Choi made a contract with a meat constellation since she never expected the meat dish. Either way, she puts the thoughts aside and takes a bite, and then the sudden burst of flavor smacks her. Ain always liked Texas-style barbecue brisket, but this one was way more delicious than the regular kind, even more than what her dad could make. The secret ingredient to this meal is actually magic. It turns out magic can give a much richer taste to a meal, and the meat Choi served contained way more magic power compared to the ingredients Huang used. This is the difference between ingredients in the real world and the abyss. While Ain remains in a state of bliss, Choi and Odagon wonder if anything is wrong with the food, judging from her reaction. Shortly, Ain finally speaks up, and she hopes for Choi to become a chef. She even offers to invest in his future restaurant business, and doesn't care if Korean food is the only thing Choi can make. Putting the business idea aside, Choi offers Ain some rice. She takes a bite from it, and once again, it's delightful thanks to the strong magic in it. Then she suddenly realizes that she doesn't eat carbs since she'll get fat. But the next thing you know, Ain has downed the entire bowl. Now moving back on track, Ain reveals that she'll be Choi's manager. While a normal manager would manage a hunter's schedule, a first-rate manager is responsible for analyzing a hunter's strengths and how to improve. And luckily for Choi, Ain is a super first-rate manager. She was pleased to see his confidence in his battles. Now the decision made between her and her father was to start up a real raid team. While this team might be for protecting the Earth, one sure thing is that this team is made for getting good loot from raids. Ain reveals that the government put the dragon industry in charge of the city, pointing out how governments now have to work with the numerous guilds. She adds the fact that the people of the Ikaros clan, despite being crazy, are all treated well because of how strong they are. So, for Choi to get there, he'll also have to be strong like them. With that said, Ain hands Choi her number to contact her in case he needs anything, and leaves the room after that. Outside, she just confirmed what her father said about him. Even though he came from the abyss, he appears to be pretty normal, and extremely confident as well. Now she's seen who she's working with, Ain figures that Choi will have to learn how to fight magic users in preparation for the monsters he'll face in the B-Class League. Later on, Choi is seen working out. Odagon volunteers to destroy all the crazy guys in the Ikaros clan, calling him Master. However, Choi reminds him of the fact he didn't call him Hyung Nim, which startles Odagon. But he doesn't see a problem with it since old habits die hard. Besides, there are plenty of crazy hunters out there, and Choi doesn't believe that Odagon calling him Master will cause any trouble. However, one rule that must be followed is that Odagon must get permission before killing anyone. With that said, Choi drops his dumbbell and goes into meditation. He did this to connect to the constellation's broadcast called the Game of Stars. He did this to see what kind of constellations he might fight in the future, but all he saw was the aftermath of the cat and warrior constellations bickering. Either way, he searches for a constellation that wants to fight, but no one responds. Choi figures they're ignoring him. This is not a surprise since constellation battles are for gaining followers, and the loser has to give up what they bet. Of course, constellations also have to be on the same level to fight. In addition, Choi's title, the Avatar of Training, is a name that has been seen for the first time, and there's no reason for a constellation to accept a challenge from a nobody. With that, Choi figures he's lacking in many ways, since the only way to gain family is through existential power. On another note, he wonders if the goddess of balance is alright since he hasn't heard from her for a while. The next day, Choi and Odagon arrive at the Ikaros clan, and are led to their training center and accommodation. The fact they use private training centers surprises Choi, but this is due to the different rates of improvement among the people. With the tour over, Choi decides to head straight for the training center. As for Odagon, he's going to spend his time playing a goblin-related game on his phone. While Odagon's completely addicted to the game, Choi heads over to the strength training center. He gets to the gym, and the first thing he spots is a lady who's completely ripped using a bench press. From the fact that she's lifting a weight of 5 tons, Choi figures that she's a close combat power-based hunter, most likely a tank. The lady racks the weight and wipes her sweat. She spots Choi and wonders what business the new hunter has with her, so Choi explains that he was fascinated by her training. After that flattering comment, the lady introduces herself as Elizabeth Gutierrez, and hopefully they both get along well. Elizabeth introduces herself and stretches her hand for a handshake. Choi also introduces himself and they both shake hands. Once he does that, Elizabeth squeezes her grip. Choi is surprised at first, but he sees where this is going, so he decides to return the favor, and Elizabeth suddenly retreats after this. She's surprised to find someone else who is much stronger than her and asks if Choi is a close combat based. Choi reveals that he's just a martial arts user. This fact of being a B-class martial arts user surprises Elizabeth, so she wonders how he started up. Choi explains that he wandered around the abyss for around 30 years, and that explains his martial arts skills. Elizabeth questions if it's useful since she's like a jack of all trades who likes to learn anything that's useful. She shows a bit of her skill and reveals that she learned multiple fighting techniques for close combat, allowing her to easily handle both monsters and humans. After a bit more showing off by stating her rank in the UHC League, Elizabeth finally wants to put Choi's martial arts into action, so she asks him to follow her. They head to the Hunter Training Center, and a dude spots the both of them. He has never seen Choi before, so Elizabeth introduces the martial arts user. The dude introduces himself as Anthony, and Choi doesn't recognize him even with how famous he appears to be. This fact surprises Anthony, so he recalls his great feats, including the fact he got to B class in the shortest time. But Elizabeth informs him that Choi came from the abyss and has no clue of whatever he's saying. With that in mind, Anthony decides to explain what's up. And the rule is that Choi has to follow Anthony, the clan's so-called ace, and everything will be alright. As Anthony leaves, Choi wonders what's wrong with the dude and his glorified ego, but Elizabeth just says he should avoid him. But anyway, it's now time for the brawl. The two of them pass through a blue light to head for the fighting ring, and they are both ready to fight. Seeing how curious Elizabeth is about martial arts, he decides to teach her the first lesson, to not stick close to a martial arts user. At the same time, Choi launches a surprise attack, but Elizabeth spots it just in time and barely manages to block it with her sword. This attack drives her to a corner, but Choi is not done yet. He unleashes a barrage of kicks since martial arts will always be faster than magic. Elizabeth decides to counter by infusing her sword with magic power. She swings her sword, but Choi dodges the attack. Choi continues to dodge as she attacks. He considers her attack speed to be decent for a magic user and considers her a good candidate for his family. Putting that thought aside, Choi counters with a celestial kick which puts Elizabeth off balance. She decides to set up defense magic seeing how things are. But even with that, Choi's punch pierces through the defense and hits her. She gets on her knees due to the force of it and wonders how Choi managed to land that hit since she activated her magic. But Choi reveals he's attacking with more than just magic-powered muscles. Elizabeth charges in to attack again, through hand-to-hand combat this time, but Choi counters and gives her a full serving of punches. Also, Choi plans to recruit Elizabeth after he's done with her. Choi stops his attack and figures he might have overdone it. However, that's far from the case. Elizabeth is fired up and goes to attack once again, but with a quick blow, she's down again. Even with that, Elizabeth is determined not to give up as she gets back on her feet. Choi figures she's one of those never quit, never surrender kind of characters, and informs her that she's met the wrong person to do one of those anime MC moments. Choi gets into hardcore training mode since he loves seeing that kind of persistence. Even everyone in the training facility is alerted to what's about to happen. Finally, Elizabeth realizes that anime willpower isn't getting her out of this one, so she falls to her knee and surrenders. But it's already too late. Choi is already willing to give her the training from hell, and who knows if she'll survive this one. Later on, Elizabeth is fortunately still alive and comments on having such a difficult spar. Even though Choi wanted to train for longer, he asks if he piqued her interest in martial arts. However, Elizabeth refuses the offer to learn from him and is now determined to train more and win Choi. Choi suggests that she should learn it to fix her weaknesses, but Elizabeth's pride won't let her accept help from her enemy. Although she'll still be friendly with him, she refuses to accept any help from him since he's now her enemy. Choi doesn't get what that's about, but Elizabeth bids him farewell and leaves. The cat constellation pops up, telling Choi to be more considerate, but he can't make himself lose on purpose either. Now Choi has seen how hard it is to find followers. The next day was the Icaros's training day, and Choi arrived at the virtual training center with Odagon, who's probably in the realm of brain rot now. Shortly, other hunters show up at the place, including Richard Parker. He meets with Choi, and he reveals that he joined Icaros due to a few circumstances. This allows Choi to analyze that the Parker family got no clans. Soon, Hunter Ernest, the clan's instructor, shows up, and everyone is suddenly uptight. He introduces himself to the hunters, noting the newbies present. He glances over to Choi and asks what a hunter's strongest weapon is. Choi confidently answers that it's oneself. His philosophy for this answer is that one can't do anything if they don't believe in themselves. This was why he could spend all that time training in the abyss, because he believed he could get stronger. Even with how insightful that sounds, a few hunters laugh at this since he's confidently wrong. But Ernest says he's correct. This shocks the hunter who looks like Cyclops from X-Men since the answer was different last time. But Ernest says whatever a person believes in is true. Then he asks for the other newcomers' answers. Otagon believes it's a strong existence, while Richard believes it's teamwork. He believes this since humans, who are generally weaker than monsters, have to work together. Even the powerful S-rank hunters can't enter dungeons themselves, hence his answer. The fact that humans are normally weaker than monsters and the uncertainties that lie within dungeons mean that the hunters have to be prepared for all situations. Speaking of unexpected, Ernest, out of nowhere, creates a ball of energy in his hand, and then disperses the magic to pair up the hunters for the training. At first, Choi is thankful that Otagon is by his side, but he quickly realizes he's not his partner. His partner is the overgrown ego savant, Anthony. He plans to deal with everything with his oh-so-mighty magic, while Choi wonders why a constellation like himself has to deal with him. Now partners have been assigned, Ernest casts a high-class hallucination technique. Various portals open up and wyverns emerge from each of them. These monsters are said to be ranked at B class or higher, and this fact makes the hunters scared. Well, everyone except the newcomers, Choi and Otagon. Ernest observes this but figures that the chairman wouldn't recommend just anyone. Either way, it was time for the wyverns to attack, and the hunters began to scramble. Some consider setting up barriers, others believe it's wiser to run away. Then there's Anthony, who's confident he can dodge the monster's breath, so he uses some acceleration magic to maneuver. Choi notices this and considers it reckless. To avoid both of them from getting hit, he quickly strikes Anthony on a pressure point which stuns him. Then he carries Anthony's body and evades the wyvern's fiery breath just in time. Ernest and his assistant saw how fast Choi's martial arts was. Based on his skill, Ernest could already tell Choi's an abyss returner and can see why the chairman was interested in him. Meanwhile, Anthony finally returns to his senses and is upset that Choi didn't follow his lead. Choi says he was slow, a comment which Anthony doesn't agree with. Since he claims that's not the case, Choi tells him to move faster next time as they dodge the wyvern's attacks. While Anthony tells Choi to follow orders, Elizabeth catches up, seeing the chaotic duo. After a while, Ernest signals the end of the round. He tells everyone who got hit to leave, while the rest will continue. Choi, however, has already figured the next attack will come from below. As Anthony prepares a spell, Choi calls him slow again and yoinks him away just like the last time. Then a giant worm monster emerges from the ground shortly after. This monster is called Rock Eater, a monster found in dungeons of B class and above. The side character hunters see how the next monster is another powerful one, and complain about the harshness of the training. But Ernest tells them to deal with it rather than whine. Then there's Choi, who has no problem with the training at all. In fact, he's enjoying it and considers it a training program fit for the Icaros clan. After dealing with Rock Eater, everyone takes a quick break. A certain hunter approaches Choi. He's a B-rank hunter named Smallwood High Mountain, and he's curious about how Choi knew where the monster would come from. Choi answers that he could tell through sound. As the two have a chat, Ernest resumes the training program. It went on with dodging in trios, magic countering, and subduing fellow hunters while they were under the effects of illusion magic. With that out of the way, it seemed that the worst was finally over. But the nightmare continues as Ernest announces they'll be going for a dungeon raid. However, it's not a standard dungeon. They've been able to create dungeons in the other world to make a similar atmosphere, almost like hunter sports. Speaking of that, Smallwood asks Choi what team he's a fan of, but Choi has no idea of what to say since, abyss returner and all. At this point, hunter sports have taken the spotlight, and no one cares about the regular sports we all know. Putting athletic interests aside, Choi takes a look at Smallwood's stats, wondering what type he is. When he does, he reaffirms the belief of not judging a book by its cover. Besides, if he's to take a servant, he'll have to see their skill info. Anyway, Smallwood asks Choi to teach him martial arts, but Choi begins to leave, letting him know that only 1 out of 100 learn it, and he'll have to put in the effort. As he calls for Otagon, Choi adds that it would take around 100 years to get to the top. This info surprises Smallwood, especially with the fact that it's not possible to level up quickly in martial arts, unlike magic. Choi points out that Smallwood knows more about martial arts than he thought. This is because Smallwood has been a fan of martial arts from his younger days, but he couldn't learn it because the first generation of martial artists had all retired, leaving no possible way to learn it. And now, it's Smallwood's lucky day. Choi gives a gaze of pure evil, which the Cat of Lava approves of, and he volunteers to teach Smallwood martial arts and raise its status as well. Without any delays, Smallwood heads to training, and he regrets every decision he made. He complains about Choi hitting him, but Choi tells him to be quiet. Smallwood still tries to complain, but Choi smacks him to be quiet. From what he remembers, mages can use physical reinforcements. However, Smallwood clarifies that they use magic to pull in magic from around them, not using the one in their body. Choi thinks that method is a pain and suggests using his own magic, but Smallwood believes doing that will only make things harder. So, Choi places his hands on Smallwood's back to regulate the magic using his inner strength. While that may seem helpful, it may just burst a vein or an organ in Smallwood. Still, Smallwood has no other choice but to trust Choi. They begin the process, and Choi receives a notification that magic can be used for martial arts. He tried this idea in the first place since he figured mana and inner strength are similar. Even though it works, Smallwood finds the mana consumption to be pretty bad and suggests a different method. However, Choi insists that the current method is what's best for a mage like him, and the only thing that matters is being able to land a hit. So Smallwood unleashes a magic-charged hit. That's a step in the right direction, but it's currently a D-rank skill. Smallwood remarks that it feels much different from regular punches. On the other hand, Choi is glad he thought of using magic like martial arts. Even though its skill rank is low, it's not completely worthless. Sometime later, Ernest announces it's time for training number 2. For this next stage, the hunters will go in teams of 6 and will have to clear a dungeon. The hunters present are determined to succeed and get into the first team. Choi notices how fired up they are, and it's understandable since the first team gets all the action. Since Smallwood knew that, Choi wonders if he was in the first team. Smallwood says he's not a member but has had his share of battles, so Choi calls him out for being weak. As Smallwood tries to defend himself, Ernest reveals several screens that show which team every hunter is in. From the get-go, Choi notices he wasn't teamed up with Odegon and wonders if it was all set up. Then there's Elizabeth, who doesn't seem to like her team. I wouldn't blame her. She got teamed up with a hunter fresh from the abyss, a newbie hunter, the dude with serious main character syndrome, a sneak, and one normal dude. At this point, Elizabeth is worried that her streak of being on the first team will be broken. Smallwood notices that Anthony wants to be the team leader, so Choi easily hands over the title to him. He asks Elizabeth if he's any good. She describes him as an all-rounder with a lot of rare skills, but his personality is not the best. Choi had no intention to form a contract with him from the very start, but it wouldn't hurt to look at his stats. He scans Anthony's stats, but this time, he's shocked to learn he can see his skills as well. The cat informs him that this is possible since his constellation's eye has improved. But putting that aside, Choi figures that Anthony is long gone because he has mental protection and narcissism as B-rank skills. Just like everything, the more a hunter uses their skills, the better they get at them. And Anthony has somehow gotten his 2 skills, mental protection and narcissism, above B-rank. These could be the 2 skills that help him maintain his mental strength, or rather, his delusion. Shortly, the final unknown member of the team steps forward and his name is Whitaker Moneymaker. However, Elizabeth and Smallwood don't approve of his company. The reason for this is because he's a person who judges people based on how profitable they are and is all about money. I mean, it's not a surprise for someone with a name like Moneymaker. Anyway, the dude's explanation for this is he gives based on how much he receives. That explanation sounds reasonable to Choi, but Smallwood cautions him and still holds a grudge against a time Whitaker blocked him on Facebook, right after Smallwood dropped to the second team. Putting the childish quarrel aside, Whitaker is actually a B-rank healer, and he offers to assist Choi as long as he works with him. However, Choi declines the offer since he can fight pretty well without the support. Whitaker is shocked by this sudden decline, and he continues to offer his services like any bag chaser would. But Choi still declines. In the end, Whitaker leaves defeated, believing that Choi is still not used to Earth after dwelling in the abyss. One time skip later, and the team has arrived at the dungeon. Elizabeth explains that it is a forked road trial dungeon, and the goal is to clear it quickly without facing the opposing team. Before they venture further, she suggests confirming their supplies, but Anthony only wants to focus on magic. Elizabeth tells him to leave if he doesn't like the idea from earlier, and he does exactly that. He decides to venture in front, which Elizabeth finds rather stupid since he could get ambushed in close-range combat, and Elizabeth is the pro at that. Even though Anthony is more of an all-rounder, Elizabeth claims to be much better at close-range combat. However, the delusion is strong in Anthony. He believes he's better than Elizabeth, and she is one step closer to launching him into orbit. In the end, Anthony decides to stay in front while the others support him from behind. However, a certain hunter doesn't care about that. That person is Choi, and he's already gone full speed ahead. He encounters a rock chameleon and smashes it with his bare fist. Everyone catches up and watches in awe at this, but Choi snaps them out of their shock and tells them to get to work. Anthony, however, is still determined to remain in front. He detects a hidden chameleon and dashes towards it, but out of nowhere, a stream of mana kills the monster. This attack was from Choi, who was currently testing the Lunar Heavenly Sword. He was able to bring it along thanks to the spatial storage device he got from the Stone Serpent. However, he changed the looks of it and wears it on his waist. Now he can take out anything he needs at any time. While Choi contemplates trying the attack with a faster sword, Anthony is upset about the fact that he stole his kill, but Choi suggests preserving his strength for a monster that is worthy of the team's ace. This logic clicks with Anthony, and he figures that Choi will let him fight the stronger monsters. However, that decision will depend on the situation. Choi goes ahead with the rest of the team, trying to catch up. At the same time, he slices up the monsters in his path. After witnessing this massacre, Anthony smacks himself and begins to reaffirm his title. Then he steps up, determined to get serious with the monsters. With that, the two of them dash forward, leaving the team behind. As for Elizabeth, she thought Anthony would be the only one giving trouble, but now there's problem number 2. Meanwhile, in the Situation Room, an official asks Ernest if he's placing Anthony in the first team again since he's good at combat. While that fact is true, his teamwork level is in the negatives. On top of that, his slow growth is a sign he's not interested in training properly, and he would do even worse if placed in the second team. Ernest, however, decides to watch him a bit longer. If things remain the same, he may have to make that decision. Another official draws Ernest's attention to what's happening in the dungeon. The attention is currently on Choi's team, and they're currently working together to wipe out the monsters in the dungeon, including Anthony. Ernest finds this fact unbelievable to see that everyone in the team is actually working together. Several slain monsters later, Elizabeth is surprised to see such teamwork, considering the team's combination. What's even more surprising is that Anthony was fine with Choi having him as backup. Anyway, they head further into the cave, and Elizabeth suggests that they rest. Smallwood volunteers to stand guard with Whitaker, but before they can do any other thing, Choi has detected enemies in the area and tells everyone to prepare for battle. While everyone is confused about this, what's unexpected is that Anthony instantly trusts Choi. He still wants to show what he's capable of and still claims to be better. In the middle of bragging, Choi detects and kicks away an enemy's attack. Everyone is confused about where it came from, but Choi already knows it's from a monster called a rock gargoyle. This monster possesses strong endurance and attack power, plus looks like a rock chameleon that crawled out of a hell vent. But what's annoying about it is its ability to disguise itself as a rock. But fortunately, they're all cowards, and Choi is sure they've all retreated after that initial attack. Back at the Situation Room, the officials wonder about the hunter who successfully tamed Anthony. Ernest figures that Choi has good leadership traits, which is why the chairman recommended him. Sadly, he's just a martial arts user. An official warns that the relevant team is heading in quickly, which would be dangerous. But Ernest figures that they'll know what to do, and it will serve as a lesson if they get wiped out. After all, he also considers luck as an important skill. The Forked Road Trial is a dungeon where information isn't released to the public. China invited an A-class hunter team to this same dungeon 17 years ago. Even though the monsters inside it are at B-class, the difficult combination of monsters in the dungeon raises its difficulty to A-class. The officials figure that the trap would be too difficult for the team, but whether they'll survive remains to be seen. At the dungeon, Choi braces himself for an incoming attack. A gargoyle charges straight for him, but he easily defends himself and obliterates the monster in a single punch. Everyone back at the situation is shocked by this, and they figure that Choi has some past experiences with gargoyles back in the abyss, so they can't help but wonder how long he has been there. Elizabeth figures that attack just now was a trap, and suggests setting up camp to give the team a chance to scout the area. Choi considers that a good idea, even though they're exposed on all sides. They could retreat through the road if things get bad. Elizabeth wonders if the rock gargoyles would attack them if they don't move, but Choi isn't sure about that. Still, he assures that there won't be a problem since he can detect them. Elizabeth is surprised by this, but Choi doesn't see it as a big deal as long as they react to the B-class monsters calmly. However, Elizabeth is not convinced about the difficult situation. In fact, it won't be a surprise if the coach is intentionally trying to get them killed. Anyway, they set up camp, starting with a tent that sets up automatically. Choi is in awe at this technological advancement and pulls the old back in my day like a true boomer. Everyone is surprised by how little Choi knows about the world. So Elizabeth pulls out a drone, and fortunately, Choi knows what it is. She plans to use it as a sentry. Even though it's useless against the rock gargoyles, it's definitely better than nothing. Next, Whitaker sets up detection magic around the area and praises himself for it. But Elizabeth says he's talking so much for someone who just used a single spell. Regardless, he continues to praise himself for all the supporting abilities he claims he can do, but Elizabeth tells him he's not getting out of sentry duty with all that. Whitaker gets triggered by that statement and denies the fact he was trying to escape sentry duty, asking who she thinks he is. From that question, the team all give their generous answers, showing how little they think of him. With that, Whitaker runs over to Choi, complaining about how harsh his teammates are to him. The others wonder why he's quickly warming up to Choi, but it's most likely because he has seen how valuable he is. After all, the martial arts user and abyss returner Choi is the one who led the team through the raid so far. Whitaker tries to get Choi to open up by asking for his interests. But we all know Choi is a gym bro, so his main like is bench press. Other than that, there's the side lateral raises. With that failed attempt, Smallwood calls the other two for a meal. They all sit together, going through their rations. What they'll be having is a meal pack with Huang on the cover, and Choi is frankly embarrassed by this. The team doesn't seem to enjoy the taste of the meal, but Choi has no problems with it. Seeing their dissatisfaction with the current meal, he volunteers to do the second thing he was born for: cook up something. The team is surprised by this since they don't have the necessary ingredients, but Choi states that they have a lot of them, namely the dead rock chameleons. Everyone is shocked by this since it's weird. However, Choi tells them not to worry about that as he draws his legendary pan to get to business. Back in the Situation Room, the instructors learn that the other teams are approaching the center, and all that's left to see is if they can also handle the gargoyles as well. However, that answer is no. Secret's team had been completely wiped out, while half of Agnes's team was annihilated. It's at this moment that Ernest realizes that the training is too harsh. As a result, hunters are starting to run away, and this would give the remaining ones a tough time, including Choi's team. As for the team, they find out that Choi is currently cooking a masterpiece. While he does that, the others watch skeptically at what he's doing. However, Choi came prepared. He also brought some rice with him, and he set it up to cook. Apparently no one on the team has seen rice before, so they watch it like it's some food eaten by aliens. A while later, Choi finishes cooking. However, he never planned to share his food since they all didn't approve of monster meat, and everyone was shocked at this. He only wanted to show them how good it can look. Anthony speaks up and denies the fact that he said that. He goes on to praise Choi's abilities and his cooking as well. No one ever thought Anthony would ever get to this stage as well. This compliment gets to Choi, so he decides to bless Anthony with his cooked meal. Anthony, who has now been saved from doom, thanks Choi and digs straight in. He commends that the food is delicious. Not only that, it also recovered his magic power, and this leaves Anthony amazed. As for Choi, he thinks about how he will go about his next cooking. Since the alternate world is a virtual world, the ingredients he used are bound to respawn. As he continues cooking, Elizabeth has finally had enough. So she goes to Choi along with Whitaker, and they betray Smallwood. But Choi has enough food to spare for everyone, and he's the only one who remains on Smallwood's side. As for the instructors, they watch with surprised looks as the team has a feast. While Ernest finds this fascinating, his assistant thinks they should stop them since the food might be poisoned. But if that were the case, Ernest believes that they would have spat out the food and figures that Choi has a skill that lets him cook monsters. The instructors believe that he learned this skill by cooking monsters in the abyss, since there's nothing there to eat. But one doesn't need to eat anything in the abyss, since the air is full of mana. So, the final theory is that Choi learned how to cook simply out of boredom. Sometime after the feast, Richard stands guard at the camp. Suddenly, Choi pops out of the tent. This surprised Richard since everyone was supposed to be asleep. But Choi has probably learned to sleep with one eye open, thanks to his martial arts experience. Anyway, he asks Richard if there were any problems. Richard tries to explain himself, but Choi figures that he's feeling inferior to the other strong hunters. His guess was 100% correct, and this surprised Richard. But Choi tells him to forget about those pointless thoughts and keep training. Richard says he's doing that, but Choi calls him out on his pathetic training schedule and says he'll have to do better if he wants to be on the front lines. This pep talk hits Richard in a way he never knew, since his family always called him a prodigy. While he reflects on that, Choi draws his sword since he senses danger. He then yells to wake everyone up since they're currently in an ambush. The team heads out of the tent on hearing that, and then Choi charges into battle along with Elizabeth. He's aware that they'll not be facing stone gargoyles alone, but something much bigger, and it seems to be the dungeon's boss. Ernest guesses that the gargoyles couldn't handle Choi and his team alone. Since they are smart creatures, they returned with a stone hunter. This giant worm monster travels through the ground. Its diet is basically rocks, but that won't stop it from going after hunters as well. Not only that, the gargoyles seem to have enraged the boss. With how dire the situation is, Ernest figures it's curtains for Choi and his team. Still, he refuses to back down. As the monsters charge forward, Choi uses a celestial footwork ability to quickly counter and eliminate the monsters. Richard prepares to use an ice spell, but the ground below him prepares to erupt. The stone hunter emerges from the ground beneath Richard, but Choi rescues him at the nick of time. Since it's a stone worm monster, Choi fails to resist the urge to call it Onyx from Pokemon. Then the monster screeches, probably upset by this nickname, and launches some most likely acid spit at Choi. Fortunately, he dodges by leaping into the air. He considers taking out the monster without his blade since he's a B-rank hunter, but he quickly puts that thought aside and slices the monster, breaking its stone armor apart. Since that was super effective, he slices and dices up the monster. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is shocked by his skill. Even Anthony is speechless at this. Then Choi finishes up the beast by slashing off its head. Everyone back in the Situation Room is also amazed by this skill. At this point, the officials all believe that he's a full-blown hunter and wonder where the chairman found a gem like him. After witnessing that feat, Ernest heads over to Dragon Huang's building to meet the chairman. Seeing his visitor, Huang asks about Choi's performance. But at this point, Ernest is fully convinced he's an A-class hunter and says that Huang should have mentioned that fact. While Ernest most likely wouldn't believe Huang, he believes that the government would complain about this fact that they have an A-class hunter. But Huang believes it's their fault they missed out on the chance. Ernest figures that it would be troublesome to get Choi to be recognized as an A-class, but it's just a matter of time for that to happen. However, one thing that bothers him is whether Choi will continue working with Huang when he gets to A rank. Huang assures Ernest that he doesn't need to worry about that, and asks for his trust. With that, Ernest trusts whatever it is the chairman is thinking. Little did he know that it was Huang who was working under Choi. At the clan building lobby, a bunch of hunters gather round to see who's been assigned to Team 1. It's not a surprise that Choi and his team made it to the first team, and a few hunters are doubtful that a mere martial arts user made it there with his own power. Then Anthony pops up behind the hunters, calling them small-minded for that. One of the hunters is upset with this comment, but another one calms the dude down. Anthony decides not to waste time with such insignificant hunters and heads outside. The only hunter he places his attention on is his rival, Choi, so he decides to help him out more as a commemoration for getting into Team 1. At the same time, a rich lad in a Koenigsegg Gemera speeds by, and inside it is Choi and Otagon, with the money man as the driver. Whitaker explains he was checking out Choi's abilities, and also mentions the time he helped out the chairman of Frostdust. While he rambles on, Otagon loses at his mobile game. This pisses him off, so he orders Whitaker to quit the yap and just drive. Whitaker complies with this, although he plans to make a good relationship with Choi, and not with whoever the other person is. It turns out Whitaker met Choi in his native habitat, the gym. Choi spotted him and figured that Whitaker wanted to train, so Choi abducts him and takes him to do some leg presses. As Whitaker procedurally dies, he explains that's not what he wanted, so Choi takes him to do some deadlifts instead. Whitaker then collapses on the ground after the workout and finally explains that he wanted to take Choi around the city. At first, Choi declines the offer, but after a bit more nagging, Choi isn't in a spot to decline. Back to the present, Whitaker explains they're in Hunter's City, which is basically a city about hunters. He adds that since they're from the Icaros clan, they're pretty much the nobles of the city. However, Choi believes that being a hunter isn't about receiving privileges. Otagon suggests beating up Whitaker, but Choi says that they should leave him be and let natural selection do its thing. After those mean comments, they finally arrive at Chinatown, a place famous for black markets. Choi wonders if the government allows illegal trading. Whitaker explains that it's all legal unless they export to other countries. This allows them to buy rather questionable goods easily. As the gang stops by a shop, a few shady guys spot their target from an alleyway. They want to kill their target who humiliated their master. This target is most likely Choi because the people are affiliated with the Warrior of Madness and Blood, and who else would that constellation have beef with? A few shopping sprees later, and Whitaker is surprised. He's surprised at the number of ingredients Choi and Otagon bought. However, it's not so strange when you recall that Choi is the Gordon Ramsay of monster ingredients. Anyway, now the shopping has been done, the gang heads over to the auction site, which is at the basement of a pagoda-looking building, surrounded by a pretty impressive magic barrier. A guard immediately recognizes Whitaker and offers to guide them inside. When the gang gets in, Whitaker mentions that they'll have to rent and change into different clothes. After all, they have to follow basic etiquette. Along with that, the other rules basically fall under the lines of keeping everything a secret and not causing any trouble. With that, they head into the auction site, which looks like a fancy club for suspiciously wealthy individuals. Now the gang's fully dripped out. Whitaker figures that it would be a while until the auction starts. In the meantime, he heads over to play some roulette, claiming to have never lost before. Choi watches Whitaker go gambling, and wonders if they're letting him win since he's a hunter from the Icaros clan. Meanwhile, a guard reports that there are 3 hunters from Icaros. The person he's talking to instructs him to pay extra attention to serving them. The guard also adds that 2 of them are new members. While more info is needed on both of them, one thing that's known is one of them is a pro hunter that won the recent UHC preliminary fights, and also a martial arts user, and this fact shocks the person the guard is talking to. The reason for this shock is that the Manhwa sect, the sect that owns the illegal auction site, is a martial arts clan that represents China's martial arts. But as martial arts got weaker over time, they hid their identity from the world. So, you can't blame them for the surprise after learning that the Icaros clan has a martial arts user. One guard considers asking Choi what kind of martial arts he uses, but a different guard considers that outrageous since that could reveal the clan's identity. So he instructs the guy to prepare the auction instead. Speaking of that, Choi, Otagon, and Whitaker all take their seats for the auction. A few moments later, a person comes up on the stage, and the auction looks like it's about to begin. The auction goes on with an artifact called Fitron's Spear being sold for $50,000. Choi sees this, and even though it looks nice, he finds it outrageous that something with poor performance is selling for $50K. The next item on auction is a tiny dagger. After seeing something like the spear, people aren't looking forward to this one. Well, everyone except Choi. He scans the item's stats, and he learns that it's called the Blazing Thunder Dagger, and it has abilities that he finds to be pretty useful. Choi wants to buy this item, but he's worried about his funds. However, he does have some card that Huang gave him a while back. When he received the card, Huang explained it was an unlimited black card, which would allow Choi to buy what he needed before he got a deposit from his clan. At that time, Choi believed he won't be getting anything. After he said that, Huang rose from his seat and went over to Choi, feeling like he just got rejected. So, this tantrum made Choi change his mind and accept the card. After a bid is made for the dagger, Choi figures it should be fine if he uses the card. He also wonders why the dagger is so cheap, and Whitaker answers that it's probably not a good item since the people who come to the auction area are people with perception-related skills. Seeing that no one is interested in the item, Choi gladly prepares to make a bid, which surprises Whitaker. He raises his sign and finally gets the dagger for $8,000. Whitaker says that Choi is just wasting his money, but Choi figures it's nice to have something one would never forget how to use, which begs the question of where he would use it. Shortly, a person comes over and grabs Choi's shoulder. He wonders who the person is, but the person is a follower of the warrior constellation, and he heads straight to violence. The surge of mana in the air causes a commotion in the crowd. Some guards come over to settle the issue, but more of the constellation's followers show up and blast them away. Choi can tell the attackers are B ranks and figures the warrior isn't brainless after all. Anyway, he's sure they're here to take revenge for what happened before. Then the warrior constellation mocks Choi and dares him to make it out of the situation. While Choi figures he's acting pretty confident for someone who can't face him head on, he knows this is a perfect opportunity for himself too. He proposes a constellation battle in the name of the undefeated avatar of training. However, the warrior ignores him since he has never heard of such a constellation name before. On hearing that, Choi figures the warrior is just a chicken who sends out his minions. This taunt gets to the warrior, so he decides to accept Choi's constellation battle if he survives. As things heat up for battle, the crowd continues to panic. With that in mind, Choi decides to move things away to minimize collateral damage. He heads for the main stage, and the minions follow him as well. The minion announces he sealed off the place to prevent any escape, but Choi states he's the one who's actually trapped with him. Odaigon decides to fight first and summons his weapon. Choi thanks him for the thought, but he has decided to take this one alone despite Odaigon's protest. He uses an ability called Celestial Finger and fires a beam of mana at his enemies, but they block the attack. Suddenly, Choi quickly closes up the distance between his opponent and stabs him with his sword. A guard who's currently watching the battle recognizes Choi's technique as martial arts on an incredibly high level. The enemy that Choi thought he defeated grabs Choi's hand and begins to take his blood. However, this doesn't faze him. He grabs the dude's hand instead and uses the fundamentals of absorption, an ability he learned from the nightmare demons. This time, he uses the technique in reverse and completely blows up the guy. After seeing this, the other minions fire attacks at Choi, but he effortlessly dodges all of them. Since that's not working, they decide to rush him in close combat. That was a mistake because Choi slices up the attackers. After that, the warrior gathers his power from his dead minions and possesses one of the living ones. At the same time, he gathers blood from around and amplifies his power. A cheap move if Choi were to add. Right now, the possessed henchman has as much power as an A-rank hunter. So, Choi considers that the smartest thing to do is to dodge the man's attacks and let him destroy himself. But if he did that, the innocents around would probably suffer the consequences of the rampage. To avoid that, he uses a skill called Subdue the Strong, Assist the Weak, which will increase his strength if he fights the warrior's minion without dodging. The two of them charge and they clash blows with each other. However, Choi managed to deflect the henchman's attack with full counter. This allowed him to deliver the finishing blow to his opponent by stabbing right through him. After he defeats the henchman, the warrior finally acknowledges Choi's strength and accepts the constellation battle. Meanwhile, the Cat of Lava and the Constellation of Dreams watch as everything unfolds. A while later, the guards begin to clean up the aftermath of that battle. Another guard apologizes for the blunder of letting in someone like that without proper identification, but Choi says it's okay and is willing to keep it a secret. He asks if he can leave, but the guard has something on his mind. He asks if Choi could spare some of his time to tell him about martial arts. Choi and Odaigon arrive are brought to a room for this discussion. Choi talks to the guard from earlier, wondering how he learned martial arts. The guard is surprised by this question, so Choi figures he may have asked an insensitive question from his excitement of meeting a fellow martial artist. The guard clarifies that it wasn't a problem, but he's curious about how Choi knew about his martial arts. To answer that, an elderly man steps in. He asks Choi if he's familiar with the Manhwa sect. Choi recalls this as the one clan that was famous in China 30 years ago, including the fact that Li Xiaowan is from there. Speaking of that person, Choi finds the old man to be pretty familiar. Then a few moments later, it finally hits Choi that he's speaking with the one and only Li Xiaowan, and he is shocked by this. After that realization, Choi immediately asks Li for an autograph. This action surprises everyone, so Choi wonders if he's not allowed to have an autograph from their expressions. But the guards assure him there's definitely no problem with that. Anyway, Li complies with this request, and that's one thing off Choi's eternal bucket list. With that out of the way, he learns that the clan hunters present are part of the Manhwa sect, and wonders what they want to ask him. Without any delay, Li asks Choi to teach him martial arts, which is pretty shocking to hear. In the past, China treated any hunter who refused to pledge their loyalty mercilessly. As a result, many hunters used the Great Invasion as an excuse to leave the country to either live independently or seek revenge. These are the kinds of hunters in the Manhwa sect. They plan to return someday, although that was not easy to do. The sect's leader, Li, lost one of his arms and legs due to the Great Invasion. On top of that, his martial arts were slowly getting weaker. Even with how dire things were for the clan, they considered it too late to learn magic, and so they stuck with martial arts. Things would have changed for them if they had a martial artist who got to the peak realm, but no one, not even Li Xiaowan, was able to reach that stage. Well, that was the case until Choi popped up. The elders went to see what the commotion earlier was about, and they were speechless when they saw Choi's fight. From that moment, they immediately knew he was the one, and thought of bringing him over. Currently, Choi is the strongest martial arts user the clan knows, and the members present can't help but wonder what the secret to his strength is, guessing if it's the authority from the avatar of training. Choi mentions that the constellation doesn't help with training, but the cat of lava stops him. He suggests lying about it to recruit them, and Choi agrees with this. After all, he'll need to have servants as a constellation, so Choi says that the avatar helped him. After that, he instantly notices the increased faith directed towards the avatar of training, namely himself, and this increased his existential power. From that power surge, Choi figures this is how other constellations gain strength, but he's still lost in the entire thing. Then the cat comforts him, saying that all great journeys begin with a single step. In exchange for learning marital arts, Lee offers his and the clan's full loyalty. However, Choi doesn't need all that. He mentions that the current proposal is too sudden, so he asks for some time to think everything over. The clan accepts his request and will wait for a reply from him. Sometime later, Choi goes to meet Hwang, who wonders how life is going for him in the Ikaros clan. Even though things are good, Choi admits there are a lot of strange people there. Hwang finds that to be usual, and also considers Choi abnormal as well. However, Choi reads Hwang's mind concerning that one remark, but Hwang denies ever doing something like that. He figures that Choi must have used his almighty constellation powers to read his mind. Even though that's possible for a constellation, Choi simply read his mind through Hwang's open emotions. Putting that aside, Choi asks if Hwang is familiar with the Manhwa sect. Hwang recalls them as that ancient martial arts clan in China that was destroyed first during the Great Invasion, and destroyed once again when Li Xiaowan manipulated his ranking. However, Li wouldn't have done this on his own. Hwang believes he was ordered by the government to do that. With that info, he wonders why Choi is curious about the clan, and asks if he's looking for them. But Choi reveals he already found the clan in the city, and this shocks Hwang. He thought that the clan had died off or disbanded since there was no news about them. The fact that he's shocked shows Choi that Hwang isn't the best at gathering information as the owner of the city. Hwang doesn't take this comment lightly since he has so many reports to keep track of. He even mentions the time he hung out with the President of America. With that, Choi admits that maybe he's doing good, but asks him to stop telling such lame lies. Anyway, Hwang tells Choi not to hold back from asking the clan to do some work since they probably knew what they were signing up for by asking for help. Moving on, Choi also mentions the fact that he'll be having a constellation battle with the Warrior of Madness and Blood. Hwang is surprised by this since he's Choi's only servant, making his master way too unprepared. But the catch is that the warrior doesn't know Choi himself is a constellation, so he plans to participate in the battle himself. Hwang considers this a smart move, and he's less worried now since it's pretty much a guaranteed victory. Now all that's left is to see how true that is. The next day, Choi shows up at the Game of Stars and accepts the Warrior of Madness and Blood's battle. The constellation battle is meant to be a fair one where the battling constellations send out their servants to battle like Pokemon. In this battle, Choi suggests a one-on-one battle, and he chooses himself since the warrior is unaware that the avatar of training is Choi. On the other hand, the warrior had announced the battle to other constellations, and they came by to watch. He then stakes the Fortress of Blood on this battle. This fortress is the land of the orcs where they give blood offerings to the warrior constellation. Choi doesn't want to own a place like that. But the Cat of Lava and the Constellation of Dreams mention that the place is actually a high-value area. After hearing the constellations out, Choi agrees to make his bet, but he doesn't have anything of equal value. So, to balance out the bet, he stakes everything he has. The two constellations agree with that, and the contract has been made. The constellation that will lose the battle will have their existential power greatly weakened. So, the game plan for Choi right now is to win. With that, Choi gets teleported into the arena. He takes a look at his opponent who the warrior has sent out, Agrita the orc, looking rather huge and menacing. After seeing who he's up against, Choi figures that his opponent might be able to defend against his sword ki, and may be good in close combat as well. Meanwhile, the warrior takes a look at Choi's loot and is surprised that he has constellations under him. However, the warrior considers them weak and figures that the avatar of training servant won't be enough for his own servant. But somehow, a literal god still can't see that the avatar of training and Choi are the same person. Either way, the warrior orders his servant to unleash havoc and to display his authority. Next, we get to the territory of the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness, and we find the constellation just chilling. He had lost to the avatar of training, but Choi didn't take away his servants or territory. At this point, the Cardinal figures that Choi is a nice guy and maybe things wouldn't be so bad under him. That's what he thought until he spots a notification saying that he and some other constellations have been bet in a constellation battle. This event shocks him, so he quickly contacts Choi to find out what's happening. Since he's currently in a battle, he offers to send out his servants. However, Choi actually forgot about the constellation, and he doesn't trust the Cardinal of Darkness's servants for the task either. But Choi assures him that he'll be winning the battle. The Cardinal takes a look at the opposing constellation and figures he'll definitely have a hard time if he becomes the warrior's subordinate. So he and his servants beg for Choi to win the battle. How the constellation battle will work is that the two participants will fight to the death, or until one of them surrenders. Shortly, the battle begins, and Akrata makes the first move. He quickly gets behind Choi to land a sneak attack with his massive axe, but Choi blocks this attack using his sword. After that, Akrata continues the offense, and Choi blocks all of his attacks. He figures that the orc is trying to prevent him from launching a counterattack. Then Akrata yells and unleashes a powerful axe strike that shatters the ground, but Choi dodges the attack and lands safely. Akrata is surprised by this, but that doesn't stop him. He charges in to keep up the offense. On the other hand, Choi lets go of his sword since he has something in mind. He uses the full counter skill to deflect Akrata's axe with his bare hand. This axe is sent flying, and it ends up embedding itself inside Akrata's shoulder. The constellations watching applaud Choi for this finesse, but the warrior laughs at him for this. Akrata grabs the axe, looking unfazed, and begins to recover rapidly using Crimson Regeneration. After using this skill, he fell into the Curse of Madness, which increased his overall power. Choi figures that this would mean his opponent becomes stronger as he takes more damage. Seeing his skill, he figures that the orc could have been an S-class hunter, but there's a chance it could even be way more than that. At this point, Akrata has fully recovered and lets out a killer scream. He unleashes a 6th circle magic skill called Crimson Strike, which heads straight for Choi as a wave of mana. But Choi blocks it using Celestial Finger. Akrata launches some more of the same attacks, while Choi continues to defend. As the attacks clash, Choi quickly approaches Akrata, leaving him surprised. He then places his hands on the orc's chest and uses Art of Absorption to absorb Akrata's magic. This move is considered reckless since Choi might die from a power surge, but the constellations keep on watching. Fortunately, Choi also has the 3 Flowers Peak Bloom, which allows him to absorb the magic as it is and prevent the madness from affecting him. Akrata grabs Choi's hand to stop this from going on, but Choi grabs the orc's hand and shatters it. At this point, he also obtained the skill Blood of Madness. This skill basically increases his battle power, but he'll lose his mind because of it. After seeing what it does, Choi considers it a trash skill. Then he pushes Akrata, who falls to the ground. Even with the fact he's unable to fight, Akrata refuses to surrender and asks Choi to kill him. But Choi doesn't want to do that, and asks how the match will go on. At this point, several constellations agree with him to end the fight now. Then the warrior, seeing that he has been defeated, hesitantly surrenders, bringing the battle to an end. The constellations applaud Choi for this battle, and all of this praise greatly increases his existential power. Just as agreed, the Warrior of Madness and Blood hands over the Fortress of Blood to Choi. Since this is his first constellation battle, Choi is now ranked among the constellations of Earth at rank 127. He is surprised by this information, but he'll have to have a look at it later because the Goddess of Balance invites him to her territory. From this info, he's relieved to learn she's still alive. But still, she's the one who kicked off Choi's crazy ride. Before he makes a decision, Choi gets into a meeting with the Cat of Lava and the Constellation of Dreams, concerning what to do about the goddess. The cat goes first, warning Choi to be careful of foolish constellations, and the Constellation of Dreams agrees with this point. However, Choi already knows this fact. The Constellation of Dreams figures that Choi wants to make an alliance with her, and is alright with that. But she warns him that the goddess could cause harm even though she doesn't have any ill intentions, and advises against allying if the goddess is going to give him disadvantages. However, the Constellation of Dreams is not against the idea of an alliance. She's basically saying that they should betray her if things start going south. Moving on, Choi acknowledges all that has been said and asks the two constellations about the constellation ranking. Of course, it seems they have no clue about this, so they both suggest that they ask the goddess, which leaves Choi clueless on which side his partners actually stand. After that meeting, Choi arrives at the goddess's territory, and he finds the entire place in shambles. With how run down the place looks, Choi questions if he's in the right spot. He steps into the palace and there are no servants to be found. This makes the other two constellations wonder what happened, but Choi figures they shouldn't rush into conclusions about what happened. He approaches a door at the end of the hallway, opens it, and finds the goddess all alone in the empty palace. At this point, things get awkward, and Choi wonders what to say. However, the goddess speaks first. She bows and apologizes for not dropping him directly at the tower. This sudden move shocks Choi, but he forgives her since it's all in the past. She's relieved at this point since Choi doesn't blame her. However, the rest of her servants were displeased with her decision. Anyway, she wonders if the undefeated Avatar of Training is okay with Choi visiting her. Choi figures that she thinks he's the servant of the Avatar of Training, so he says that he was cool with it. Then he states that his master, aka himself, wishes to ally with her. The goddess figures that the Avatar is from Earth and came from a faraway place in the abyss, which is why he made that suggestion. Anyway, she decides to come clean about her situation. After a bit of fidgeting, she eventually reveals that she has nothing to her name now. Normally, the goddess was one of the strongest and highest-ranking constellations. Even other constellations brought gifts to her to learn about the future, and when that happened, her existential power would increase. But that was all in the past. Right now, she's just someone whose title of constellation is barely hanging by a thread. As for what led to this, she kept losing the constellation Pokemon battles. She sent out her strongest angel to find Choi, and that's where all the losses came in. The time she figured that was a problem, it was already too late. So Choi figures that the dire situation is just a result of the goddess's stupid decision-making. However, Choi explains that his master, again still himself, is looking for trustworthy constellations rather than strong ones. The world of constellations judges one on how strong they are, so the goddess felt touched and jealous at this statement. She asks if the avatar of training has any negative traits. Choi doesn't pass this moment to stroke his ego, and says that the avatar is a perfect constellation. With a response like that, the goddess would like to ally with the avatar. But with her current state, she's worried she won't be of much use, including the fact that her powers have weakened. However, Choi doesn't care about that. He wants to know more about the constellation battles, and considers her power to see the future to still be useful. After hearing how generous the avatar of training is, the goddess has no other choice but to accept the alliance with a grateful heart, and she may have just made the best decision so far. Ever since the first gate opened on Earth, constellations have been fighting over the planet. To them, it's a treasure that contains 10 billion one-of-a-kind souls. However, they weren't able to conclude their fights easily. So, the strongest constellations on Earth set a few rules that we'll be overlooking, like Adobe's terms and conditions. This contract was formed by the strong constellations putting their existence on the line and swearing by it, making it practically unbreakable. So the current ranking is the ranking of constellations on Earth. About that, Choi wonders who number 1 is and what kind of benefits they'll get. However, the goddess explains that the number 1 spot is currently empty and no one knows how to get there, but she believes it requires a huge amount of existential power. With that response, Choi wonders who's number 2 on the list. While constellations can't know the rank of each other, the goddess guesses that it's the master of slowness and silence. Choi recognizes this constellation, which I can bet is called Cthulhu, as the strong evil constellation that currently has a hold of northern China, and he wonders how many battles he'll have to win to get to rank number 2. Anyway, he asks what rank the goddess is at. She nervously reveals that she's at 1 in 98, several spots below Choi. Out of nowhere, she asks to give him her authority. While he's okay with it, the goddess decided to grant her authority as an apology, so she goes ahead and Choi receives the skill called clairvoyance. He gets surprised at this, especially since this power is of an unknown rank and allows him to look into a random point in the future for an instant. With everything settled, Choi heads out. He asks his allies what they think of the goddess. The constellation of dreams finds her more reliable than expected, which is completely different from what she said earlier. She doubts that the goddess will betray Choi with her laid-back personality, which is a good thing, but Choi finds it kind of sad. The cat of lava figures that the goddess doesn't like the avatar of training, which leaves Choi to wonder why. You can't blame her since the constellation took who she wanted to make her servant. However, she remained quiet about it since there was nothing that could be done. The constellation of dreams figures she must have felt jealous. But now Choi has an advisor. He'll have to still gather faith and beliefs by himself since his allies are far away. Choi suggests that they should also participate in battles against a constellation of nightmare level. However, the two constellations ignore this suggestion. Choi finally arrives back to Earth and he meets Hwang. He learns that Choi was victorious in battle, and he never doubted his master for a single moment. Although Choi says he's capping about that, Hwang asks for what happened in detail. One long story later, and Hwang considers the Warrior of Madness to be an idiot from long ago. This statement makes Choi wonder if Hwang has met the constellation before, but that isn't the case. He has only met the constellation's servants. As for the next plan, Choi decides to take a look at what he obtained and prepare for his next constellation battle that will happen later down the road. Before that, Hwang makes a request to Choi, but before he can hear what it is, Ain angrily barges into the office. She demands to know why he isn't picking up her calls. As for who he is, she's referring to her customer, Choi. She has been trying so hard to call him, but Choi responds with, "Is that so?" This nonchalant reply triggers her, and she demands to know why Choi has been ignoring her calls. To answer that, Choi hands over his phone, and she learns that it's dead because he forgot to charge it. After seeing his phone negligence, Ain reveals that she was calling to inform Choi about his upcoming match. It's pretty much expected since he's the star who passed the UHC preliminary matches. This notification alerts both Choi and Hwang, so Ain wonders what happened. Hwang explains that he wanted to give Choi a task, but Ain disapproves of that since Choi will be busy with his career. With that, she leaves, taking Choi with her. Choi tells Hwang to contact him if there's anything urgent, forgetting that he doesn't use his phone. So with that, Hwang figures he'll have to settle things himself. Choi and Ain enter a sweet-looking limo and arrive at a cruiser. As they pass by, a few hunters greet Ain. On the other hand, Choi looks around, seeing how rich Hwang is because he and Aini are using the entire ship for dinner. Choi wonders if this kind of thing happens often, but Ain normally does this if she wants a quiet place to talk. On the ship, the two of them have a seat at a table. Ain introduces the chef, Morella, who is also a chef at Antipasto, and adds that he's a pretty skilled chef. To see if it's true, Choi uses his constellation's eye, which powers up his existence the more he uses it, and discovers that Morella has a cooking skill at A rank. Choi confirms that the chef is actually good. Even though he has never heard of him, he reveals that he knows from the energy he has. Ain finds that intuition to be ridiculous, and figures it's from martial arts. Little did she know what happened on Choi's end. A while later, the food and drinks have been served. Choi takes a bite from it and gets notified that he learned a new cooking recipe. This fact fascinates Choi, however, Ain doesn't seem interested in the meal. Choi wonders what could be wrong. She explains even though the food tastes nice, it's boring. By that she means that it has no magic power. She would have enjoyed this meal if only she never tried Choi's cooking. So Choi offers to cook for her again, but she declines, believing she would fail as a manager if she gets treated nicely by the hunters she's managing. However, Choi doesn't see a problem with it though. Putting that aside, Ain gets to why they're having dinner in the first place, the upcoming match. Normally, newcomers don't get many matches, and it's even worse if the person is not a famous hunter. As for why Choi got a match so early, Ain explains that people called him out for lying that he's a C class, while he could go for B class. However, Choi is not surprised by that. He's way past the age to be surprised by something like that. Plus, he did lie about his class. Ain tells him that he's fit to become a star, and this is exactly what Choi wants. This response surprises Ain since she thought he wouldn't be interested in something like that. Meanwhile, at a press conference hall, a hunter named Maximilian Fitzfrick, who ranks 21st in the UHC B-Class League, is very much displeased with Choi's stunt, and he publicly challenges Choi to a battle. Choi watches this broadcast, and after seeing his opponent, he wonders if there are a lot of elves on Earth. Ain explains that they've been popping up ever since the gates opened on Earth. Even though the elf is insulting Choi, he doesn't see a need to get angry. After all, he's ready to unleash the whooping to his opponent. Ain is glad of his response and cheers him on to annihilate his opponent. This passive-aggressive display reaffirms to Choi that he's really dealing with Hwang's daughter here. As for when the match will happen, Ain explains that it can be held within 2 days, which is okay with Choi. In the meantime, she volunteers to gather intel on Choi's future opponent. Choi prepares for an interview wearing a suit that's a bit too tight for him. Aim mentions that all he'll have to do is respond to questions and take pictures. With that in mind, Choi heads into the press conference hall, ready to answer any questions. The press receives the signal to start asking questions, so they begin asking if a martial arts user like him will last in the B-Class League. Another person asks if he believes he can defeat Maximilian the Elf, and Choi confidently says he'll win. After this surprisingly bold answer, another member of the press asks him about his current controversy, the one where Choi lowered his rank and took part in the C-Class preliminaries. But Choi simply pins the blame on the guy who did the evaluation. Of course, this bold response stuns the press, leaving the man speechless. Since things aren't going anywhere, Maximilian expresses his annoyance over Choi manipulating his class. He states that it's this reason why he challenged Choi to a battle, and considers this his execution. But unlike the elf, Choi is straightforward and tells his opponent to come at him if he's that upset. He then calls out Maximilian, saying that he's only expressing his anger after a schedule was set, and questions if he's actually angry. So Choi suddenly rises from his seat, ready to throw hands at the moment. This action surprises his opponent and the press as well. Maximilian tries to mention something about the rules, but Choi mentions that he claims to be upset and is still concerned about the rules. With that, Choi shows the press how cowardly his opponent really is, and then he makes it clear to everyone watching that he's always ready to show his skills to anyone who doubts him. Not in a chat with some tea and biscuits, but in an actual brutal showdown. Meanwhile, Ain watched this broadcast of how savage Choi was and figures he should have stuck with yo mama jokes instead. But now this has happened. She figures that people are definitely going to come for him, and she's determined to make him win no matter what. Ain heads out of her office. While she moves, her assistants begin to contact other hunters, and it looks like Ain is interested in hunters who are similar in stats to Maximilian. She plans to record some of Choi's practice matches and release them to the media to boost Choi's public image. But a while later, Choi meets up with her in a waiting room and hopes she's not organizing any practice matches. As for why, he considers them a waste of his time. Ain tells him to reconsider his decision since fighting a hunter is different, despite his tons of fighting experience. However, he's already aware of that, and he begs her to cancel the matches. With a defeated sigh, she agrees to his request. Choi heads out after this, thanking his manager for this reconsideration. He also mentions that he'll be training until the match, so she should feel free to contact him. Ain's assistants mention that Choi's decision is a bit reckless, and consider stopping him. But there's nothing Ain can do but to trust him. Normally, Ain would have forced him to listen to her point of view, but that method is not very effective on the hard-headed Choi. Choi heads over to the Icaros training room, where he spots Anthony and Elizabeth training. They both commend him on his fiery display in the interview. Choi wonders if they were waiting for him, which Anthony quickly denies. Anyway, Anthony offers to give Choi some advice and fight in a way Maximilian would, even though Anthony has never fought against him, and Elizabeth has won against him. But Choi rejects the offer since he wants to train alone, and this surprises the two hunters. Choi heads to the ring, forms some pose with his hands and uses the power of imagination, leaving the other two curious about what he's doing. He does some flowy movement thing and prepares for battle. Apparently, he created an enemy using his imagination, and this image is being shared with the others. At this point, Choi has grown to the next level as a constellation and acquired the A-rank skill, mind training. Elizabeth wonders what she's currently looking at. At first, she figures it might be illusion magic, but it's way too high level to be considered that. Back to the training, the imaginary monster attacks Choi. He dodges it, and the battle goes on for a while. Around 8 minutes have passed, and Choi's clothes are all ripped from the intense training. However, Choi still looks composed and charged up with mana. Even Anthony is stunned by this kind of training. He takes a look at Elizabeth and wonders why she's not saying anything. As for her, it's probably because she's just as stunned too. Time moves on, and it's now time for the competition. Ain checks up on her customer, asking if he ate. She then tells him not to be nervous, and with that bit of advice, Choi heads out to the arena. He takes a look around and finds the sight amazing. In the past, hunters were seen as warriors, but now it appears to him that they are more like celebrities. As he heads out, the crowd begins to boo him and say all manner of hurtful things. But within the sea of mean comments, a single person cheers for Choi and tells him to show the true power of martial arts. He can tell this person is from the Manhwa sect. Even though he hasn't made any contracts with them yet, it does feel nice to be supported. With that, who knows if the current match will bring martial arts back to the top. It's now time for the match, and it's time to look at the contestants. On one hand, we have the least arrogant elf and B-class star, Maximilian, whose popularity exploded recently and is aiming for the 10th place. On the other hand is the man himself, Choi, the hunter who got through the C-class league and was later re-evaluated as a B-class. Just as we've seen before, this has caused some drama and some think he lied about his class. However, there's another theory that since he spent 30 years in the abyss, there might be some side effects that may have altered his class evaluation. Either way, to prove his innocence, Choi has to defeat Maximilian. He steps into a glowing wall of light, which sends him to the battlefield. Seeing that they manifested some ruins in the virtual world, Choi figures it's the perfect chance to go all out. The countdown for the match begins, and Maximilian is also determined to defeat Choi. The battle officially starts, and Choi immediately sprints towards his opponent. Maximilian spots this at the nick of time, so he uses flight magic to dodge before things turn bad for him. He retreats and gets to higher ground, losing Choi and setting some distance between them. He is surprised by Choi's speed and already knows it would be a different story if he didn't fly. As for Choi, he stands there and does nothing. Maximilian uses this chance to attack, so he fires some constellation arrows at his opponent. Choi sees them as they head straight for him. He considers them to be overpowered since the arrows are fast and lock on like they're aimbots. However, Choi, who is even more OP, deflects the arrows using full counter. The elf whose arrogant constellation is upset by this. However, the constellations on Choi's side cheer him on. Maximilian, upset that Choi deflected his arrows, prepares to launch another wave of arrows. But at this point, Choi spots him. Maximilian fires his arrows while Choi dashes forward, and just like last time, he deflects the arrows and jumps up. At this point, Choi has the higher ground, and the crowd goes wild, cheering for him. Choi tells Maximilian to attack again since he's ready to block them, but Maximilian has a plan in mind. He does some fancy magic ability that lights up the sky. Then it begins to rain tons of arrows all over Choi. With this attack, Maximilian believes that things will be over for his opponent. The arrows move at full speed, but even with that, Choi considers them too slow and bland while he prepares himself. Using his super OP martial arts, he deflects every single one of the arrows. This feat shocks Maximilian since something like that should be impossible. Shortly, he runs out of magic and falls to his knees. At this point, things aren't looking good, but he gets rescued when the fighters get notified that the first round is over. This message surprises Choi, and he realizes that rounds start from B class. So with that, he heads out, willing to meet his opponent at the next round. Maximilian also goes to take a break and meets with a friend. He's outraged by Choi's skill and asks his friend to check him out, believing his opponent cheated somehow. But his partner advises him to forget about attacking and stay away from Choi to recover. As for how much magic Maximilian has recovered, he hasn't even gained up to 10% of his total magic. So the plan is to use first or second circle magic to buy some time to recover, but Maximilian doesn't seem eager to do this. His partner explains that it's better to do it than lose, because if he does, he'll become nothing. But Maximilian is a servant of a constellation, and he is determined not to lose. With that, the second round begins. Maximilian follows the plan and uses a haste spell to run away. Seeing that, Choi stamps his foot on the ground and is determined to end things quickly. He dashes forward and quickly catches up with Maximilian even though he's using his haste spell. Choi's skill shocks the battle commentators, and one of them recognizes his move as one of the mobility skills in martial arts. But still, Choi's speed is much faster than anyone he has ever seen. At this point, Maximilian begins to curse the current situation, and he's cooked as Choi kicks him into oblivion. That super kick from Choi sends Maximilian flying, and just like that, he has lost to the newbie in the second round. After this matchup, it seems like whoever is at number 10 has some other person to be worried about now. Anyway, Choi steps out from the arena, and he gets interviewed right away. The interviewer asks how he feels about getting a flawless victory from defeating his opponent, but Choi doesn't feel anything, especially after defeating an enemy who was so weak. This smug comment turns the crowd who disliked him earlier to his favor, and they cheer for him. At this point, Choi has lived a life worthy of his constellation name. At the same time, his skill Self-Conquer gets activated, and several people have come to recognize and cheer for him. With this rise in popularity, Choi can feel the increase in his existential power, even though it's not by a lot. Out of nowhere, one of his skills, Clairvoyance, gets activated, making his right eye glow with a bright light. Through the skill, he sees a vision of Las Vegas being destroyed by several monsters. He figures that this probably happened after people failed to clear a dungeon within a certain time, and with how it looks, it's a total disaster. Back at Huang's office, he laughs with pure joy after watching Choi's stunning performance on TV. Then one of his assistants come over saying that he has a personal phone call. Huang figures that it could be one of his numerous wives he married in the past. But no, it's a call from a hunter named Li Changshik. Huang is surprised to hear that since that's a person who never contacted him after a fight they had in America. Seeing that he called him from nowhere, Huang can tell that Li has definitely seen Choi's match. He answers the phone and his suspicions are right. Li goes straight to scolding Huang about Choi's return. But Huang reminds him of the time Li cursed him when he left. Li puts that aside and asks to speak with Choi, but Huang tells him to call Choi on his own. Plus, he's not next to him. Li knows that Huang could easily put Choi on the phone if he wanted to, so he wonders what Huang could want. Huang tells him to apologize for what he said when he left to America, but Li refuses, and this ends the conversation between them. With that dispute done and dusted, he wonders what Choi may be up to. Speaking of him, he heads through a hallway with his manager, Ain. She believes she failed as a manager for not knowing her client's full abilities and figures she should have trusted him. She figured there was a 90% chance for Choi to lose the match, which is way too much. Seeing how depressed she is, Choi cheers her up, saying that she didn't get a chance to see his skill. But this comment actually sends her further down the depression rabbit hole, since it's the client doing the cheering up, and not the manager. Shortly, Choi is encountered by a couple of guys, and they instantly get on their knees, begging Choi to teach them martial arts. He figures they're from the Manhwa sect that he met previously, and wonders why they're coming to him for help, instead of their masters. So to explain that, they recall a time at their headquarters where their master was teaching them the 100 spin step. One of them calls it a jump, and this simplification angers their master. The student didn't see any problem with it since he figured it was a skill, but this is another wrong move from him, as the tutor corrected them that it's movement arts. With that brief flashback, they explain that their elders' teachings are too old-fashioned and confusing to understand, so they came to Choi for help. Fortunately, Choi can relate with them, and they asked him to teach them before. Besides, this is also a good chance to increase his followers and existential power, so he agrees to teach them. He instructs the young martial artists to tell the other clan members that whoever wants to follow the avatar of training will be taught martial arts by him. Of course, this is not a problem for the two students as they are eager to learn what Choi has to offer. As usual, this increased the number of Choi's followers and his existential power. The next day, Choi visits the Fortress of Blood that he got from the Warrior of Madness and Blood, making this the first time he's going to the orcs' territory. He entrusted the place to Odagon since he was busy, and wonders how his servant is holding up. It doesn't take long to answer that question when he spots Odagon harshly scolding the orcs for not being able to learn magic. Choi finally lands and calls out Otodaigan. Since magic training isn't going well for the orcs, he considers teaching them martial arts instead. But first, he notices that they're all wielding axes. It's not a surprise since it's the weapon they're most familiar with. In that case, Choi decides to teach them easy techniques as he takes the axe Odaigun is holding. In an instant, he creates a C+ martial arts skill called Greed Dragon Axe and does a quick demonstration. But even after displaying the move, the orcs are still very confused by what they have to do. From that, Choi figures that telling them about it isn't enough, so he decides to beat it into their very core until they can do it. With that, things get very brutal for viewing. But one thing for sure is that Choi was planning to make them suffer until they get it. Several beatings later, a certain orc manages to show what he learned. He charges for Choi and swings his axe, but Choi defends the attack. Fortunately for him, this one orc named Gargantia managed to learn the Green Dragon Axe technique. Choi commends the orc for his efforts and for being able to learn the skill. However, Gargantia's troubles have only begun. The rest of his people say that he's using this as a chance to escape training and tell Choi that he can still go on, even though that's far from the case. So with that, Choi figures that the show must go on for him. This time, he'll have to use the same skill in complex scenarios. That, my friends, is how the orcs found peace under their new constellation ruler. After that mass slaughter of a training session, Choi considers building some training grounds for the orcs. He gets an idea from one of his allied constellations to check the constellation store in the Game of Stars. So with that info, he heads over there and finds a bunch of constellations selling various goods. Choi goes through the various notifications to find a constellation that sells buildings. Then he discovers that the Snake of Dances and Drinks is selling buildings. When he asks to see them, a portal opens up and the constellation invites him over. The constellation has the body of a Lamia, and Choi notices that she looks drunk. Anyway, she shows the buildings she has for sale, but those prices are more than enough to remind Choi that he's way too broke. Since he can't afford any of them, Choi apologizes because he can't make a purchase. This makes the Snake of Dances wonder if he doesn't like the buildings, but he explains that's not the case. This gives her some relief since she thought he didn't like her buildings, and Choi figures that she sounds totally drunk. Speaking of alcohol overdose, Choi is interested in one of her buildings, the pond that overflows with recovery alcohol, so he asks if she can wait until he can afford it. This request shocks the lady, so she gives Choi an item called the Great Wine of 8 Evils. This item allows Choi to recover from all injuries when he drinks it, so he can't help but wonder why she would give him such a valuable item. She explains that most constellations hate what she sells, and Choi is probably the first to show some interest. Besides, she recognizes him as the one who won against the warrior. So she wishes him luck on his future endeavors and the portal vanishes. Even after meeting such a unique constellation, it still doesn't solve his problem. From the prices earlier, he figures that he can't buy any buildings. But shortly, he spots a notification that the wandering merchant that sells fate is asking if he's searching for something. So Choi goes to see what the merchant has to offer. The portal opens up and Choi mentions that he's looking for something, but doesn't have enough soul stones. The merchant assures him that he has anything that a constellation might need. The cat finds this man fishy, and he has every right to be, because the dude is literally selling building loot boxes. I guess even gods might want to go for some gacha gambling. The merchant assures Choi that there are no tricks involved and even offers him a 200 soulstone discount for buying 2 boxes on his first transaction. Choi figures that a little gacha never hurt anyone, so he buys 2 of them, probably starting his gambling addiction. With that purchase, the Lord of Loot Boxes hopes he'll continue business in the future. With a newfound addiction to gambling, Choi heads to the Fortress of Blood with his goods. He tosses a box on the ground, opening it. A bright light shines from it as chaos flows out, deciding his fate. This one contained a model of an ancient temple that grants his subordinates the ancient warrior's strength skill. But since it's a rundown building, it will collapse after 30 days. He doesn't find that to be so bad, so he opens the other one and a bright light shines from it as usual. But the power of fate from this next one is stronger, meaning he'll get better grade loot from it. And things were right. Choi's next building is a Shining Elf's temple that allows his subordinates to learn a skill called Elf's Shining Arrow. From the name alone, this is obviously an elven building, and the Shining Arrow ability is a skill given by the constellation the Arrogant Elf of Light to his servants. With that fact, Choi figures that the constellation must have sold the building because he didn't need it anymore. Anyway, he places the building on the terrain like it's SimCity. However, the cat states one problem with this building. None of Choi's subordinates can learn Elf's Shining Arrow, but he figures he has nothing to lose by keeping it anyway. Besides, he feels it will come in handy later in the future. With that settled, Choi decides to tell Huang about the prophecy he received earlier. Choi heads to the office back in Los Angeles, and he meets with Huang, who addresses him as Fist Star. For what that's about, Huang had come up with a new nickname for Choi, but Choi himself doesn't find it to be that impressive. Since Choi will be up next against the top 10 of the B rank, Huang tells him not to underestimate them since they're mostly servants of constellations. But Choi believes that everything will work out. Besides, he's a constellation. Putting that aside, Huang reveals that Lee Chang-sik contacted him, and Choi is shocked by this. But Huang is displeased with this shock of his even though he never said anything. Anyway, Choi forgets about whatever childish beef he has with Lee, and goes to why he came. He explains the vision he saw of Las Vegas using the clairvoyance skill from the Goddess of Balance. With that explanation, Choi is determined to head over there and stop the trouble, but Huang doesn't allow him to go there. While it may be because Huang wants to steal all the glory, the main reason for not allowing Choi is that he's not in control of Las Vegas. Despite his claims of hanging out with the president, Huang figures that it's probably better for Choi to go there, and they might suspect him if he goes there himself, considering how he lived in the past. Besides, Choi is a new hunter, so people there are bound to be less suspicious of him. Fast forward a bit, and Choi arrives at Las Vegas. The clan in charge of the city is Black Cactus, and Choi wants to meet with the clan's leader. However, one of the guards named Carlton refuses to grant him entry and says that Choi should have made an appointment. Since it's an appointment he's looking for, Choi makes one on the spot. This arrogant comment annoys Carlton, and he demands to know who he's speaking with. So Choi introduces himself, and the name is a big shocker to Carlton. It appears even people in Las Vegas already know of Choi's victory against Maximilian, and Carlton is a fan. Anyway, the clan leader is inside the building, and Carlton and the other guards' job is to filter out the weaklings who are looking for the leader. He makes a call, and shortly, he receives the order to let Choi into the building. With that, they head in. When they meet the clan leader, Carlton receives the scolding of a lifetime for his unnecessary gatekeeping. Choi witnesses this harsh scolding and considers checking out the leader's level. Her name is Roxanne, and she's currently at level 288. Choi figures she would be useful, but Roxanne wants to get straight to why a member of the Icaros clan is meeting with her. So Choi explains that the clan will lose against the upcoming monsters, so he wants to help. However, Roxanne doesn't appreciate this comment, and she creates a ball of fire, preparing to roast Choi for that. Choi explains that a B-grade dungeon will show up in the city, and it will explode. This phenomenon called a dungeon explosion happens when a dungeon isn't cleared in time, causing monsters to overflow from it. Of course, monsters released in this manner could even become a new kind of natural disaster for humanity. Roxanne is a bit suspicious about Choi knowing about the dungeon, so he explains that it's some new Dragon Industries magic. Even though he's offering to help, neither Choi nor the Icaros clan has any plans to clear the dungeon. What Choi plans to do is to take care of things from the outside if the dungeon explodes. With that plan, Roxanne figures that he's a first-generation hunter. These kind of hunters were considered heroes and were always on the side of citizens. But Choi doesn't know anything about what that could mean. Anyway, Choi plans to get involved only if they can't clear the dungeon. Roxanne trusts him on this one, but she makes it clear that he will most likely regret his decision if he lies to her. So with that said, she permits him to stand by within the vicinity. Choi takes watch with Carlton on the streets of Las Vegas. He figures that a B-grade dungeon means a B-grade boss as well. So, he concludes that Roxanne will have to get involved and wonders how powerful she is. Carlton, on the other hand, is confident in her abilities, but he accidentally calls her Roxanne Nu Nim, revealing that they're siblings. Shortly, Carlton receives a broadcast that a dungeon has been discovered on his walkie-talkie. This dungeon was located at an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city, and several hunters gathered in the area. This confirms what Choi said was true, even the fact it's a B-grade dungeon. A hunter approaches the dungeon portal to check it out and gets shocked to learn that only one person can enter. Back in the city, various hunters evacuate the civilians from the city. However, none of them seems interested in running away. In fact, they want to see what's happening. Choi stops by this one couple in a car, telling them about the evacuation order, but it appears running away is far from their priorities. This nonchalance makes Choi wonder if he's actually in the vicinity of a dungeon. Rather, people would record what's going on with their phones. The cat suggests that Choi should abandon them, but he can't do that. He orders the dude in the car to leave immediately. At first he refuses, but after seeing Choi crush a pole with his bare hands, he zooms off in his ride immediately. Then Roxanne shows up with a gun like a true American and orders everyone to leave the area using language that will make YouTube angry. Choi wonders if this kind of thing happens often, and Carlton explains that they're super interested in monster hunting, which explains everything. So Choi figures they must have gotten too used to living around dungeons, since people in his time would go crazy when evacuating. Shortly, the ground begins to rumble, and the light from the abandoned warehouse begins to intensify. This can only mean that the dungeon has exploded, and Roxanne orders for drones to keep track of the monsters. Monsters begin to emerge from the dungeon, starting with 5 crimson deadly raptors. While that is more than she expected, the main goal is to find the boss monster. Then a lizard man magician shows up and uses an artifact called the Forest of Erosion. This artifact creates a barrier of vines that stretches around the vicinity, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. And the only way to break it is by defeating the monster. Now all exits have been sealed. A hunter asks what will happen to the civilians trapped inside. But Roxanne doesn't care since nothing can be done. Besides, they had all the time to escape and they didn't. Since a good number of personnel have been blocked out by the barrier, Choi asks Roxanne if this is his time to shine. But she instantly forgets about everything she said in the past and tells Choi to stay put since the clans never agreed beforehand, since this might get her sued. On the other hand, she orders the rest of her clan members to prepare for battle. Even though it's disappointing that the top martial artist has been left out, what's left to see is if they'll make it out of this one on their own. The monsters head straight for the civilians. One of them shoots a fireball, but fortunately, Choi steps in just in time and blocks the attack using his sword. Then he counters by slashing off the monster's legs and finishes them off by delivering a flashy attack that annihilates them. The civilians who were in trouble found the attack to be pretty cool, so they draw Choi's attention, expressing their gratitude for his rescue and promising to evacuate next time. However, Choi is just doing what he has to do, and doesn't care about protecting the people who refuse to leave. As the civilians head to appreciate their hero even more, Roxanne catches up, telling him that getting involved in an area that's not under his jurisdiction could cause legal issues. But Choi tells her not to worry about it, and is confident the Icaros clan will let it off the hook. This show of confidence shocks her, but she figures that for someone of his skill, Choi would be among the top hunters of Ikaros, and they might actually overlook his doing. So in that case, she wants to thank Choi officially for his assistance, but he decides to do that later since there are monsters and all. He dashes into battle, and judging from the monsters' movements, Choi can tell that someone is controlling them. As they head to battle, Roxanne observes what kind of monster Choi is. Shortly, Choi instructs the hunters following to prepare to use their magic against a monster ahead. So they do just that. When they spot it, they fire their magic at the monster, but it dodges the shots. Roxanne orders for defense magic next and calls the tankers forward. However, Choi is already on the case. He quickly approaches the monster and slays it. It's not long after that, and a much larger one arrives at the scene, letting out a screech. The hunters nearby spot this and believe it could be the boss with how huge it is. Choi also spots this monster and recognizes it as that one monster from his vision. But seeing that a huge monster like that is being controlled, it means that the controller is nearby. It doesn't take long to find the lizardman responsible for it, and the barrier as well. So Choi quickly makes his way towards the monster, launching a surprise attack and slicing off the monster's head. After doing that, the huge monster snaps back to its senses. Then the rest of the hunters fire their magic at Roxanne's command, and they all hit this time around. Then she prepares her spell to finish things off, and completely roasts the monster. Since the lizardman mage has been defeated, the vines caused by the forest of erosion begin to disappear, breaking the barrier placed around the city. After that, a reporter broadcasts the current situation, mentioning that the barrier was broken in a short time. He goes in to interview the survivors about the incident, and learns that no one died even though it was a dungeon explosion. And the person who's responsible for everyone's safety is our MC Asian hunter with his trusty sword. At this point, people are praising Choi for his efforts, and the reporters ask for a few words from him. So the words that Choi delivers go along the lines of, "I wasn't aiming to save anyone." This response is shocking at first, but the reporter figures that it's something that just comes as a human being. But Choi clarifies that's not the case, and it only looked like he was trying to save people. As the reporter continues his mind games, Choi strikes his throat using an acupressure attack. This makes him unable to speak, and Choi finally states he wasn't trying to save anyone. With that, Choi leaves, and doesn't like the idea of being treated like a hero, leaving the reporters surprised by his action. He did that because he doesn't want to look like a pushover hero who will only end up getting criticized after failing only once. However, Carlton admires this attitude, but his sister smacks his head, telling him it's only possible since Choi is just built different. Besides that, Choi's existence is a rare one from the get-go. He's a martial artist who has reached the peak of training with a ton of experience. This pretty much makes him an existence that can't be replaced. At this point, Roxanne wonders why there aren't more martial artists. And now, she decides to be more friendly with the Ikaros clan, and considers getting along with him. Much later, the incident with the reporter hits social media, with several people criticizing Choi. However, Hwang takes a look at it in his cafe and laughs out loud. Choi wonders what's so funny. After all, Hwang did the same thing in his time. But he claims it's nothing like what Choi did. Even with the drama on the internet, Choi doesn't care about whatever is happening. Anyway, the Black Cactus sent their thanks, and also split up the rewards for the raid. However, Choi just goes, "Okay." Hwang finds this response to be indifferent since the reward is worth a lot of cash, and every little amount counts when running a company. Although Choi isn't running a company, Hwang finds his whole constellation thing to be pretty similar, so Choi agrees that he'll need all the cash he can get. But money talks aside, Choi wonders when he'll finally rank up. Hwang reveals that after B-class it becomes harder to evaluate one's rank. But in the end, it all comes down to dungeon clearing. So with that fact, Choi takes his leave to begin his martial arts classes. Who he'll be training will remain a mystery to Hwang, but he believes that he must be teaching the Ikaros clan's hunters. But that's not the case. He'll be training the Manhwa sect's members in one of the Ikaros clan's training centers. As they head in, they're all so fascinated by the place since they only trained in rundown gyms. Now that they get to use Ikaros' gym, they're all excited to use the high-tech equipment it has to offer. Shortly, a hunter presents herself to Choi. She bows and introduces herself as Iris Lee, the representative of the Manhwa sect's young hunters, making her the best among the hunters. Judging from the name, Choi wonders if she's related to Xiaoyuan Li. Luckily, his guess is right because Iris is his daughter. Of course, Choi is surprised to hear this, and he instantly offers her a protein shake, almost like he's before a celebrity. This sudden action takes Iris aback, but it appears Choi is a fan of Xiaoyuan Li. He goes on to yap about all his feats, forgetting that they're meant to be doing some training. So Iris snaps him back to reality, and Choi leads the hunters through the gym. The first workout is going to be barbell squats with a minimum weight of 1 ton. Just like any normal human being, telling them they'll be lifting a literal ton of weight shocks the hunters. A different hunter wonders when they'll get to use all the other fancy equipment, but Choi states that they're all for magic training. After hearing this, the hunters' dreams of using high-tech training equipment is crushed, and they're stuck with their same old training method. On that disappointing note, they all begin their squats. But thanks to Choi's sheer aura as the avatar of training, they're all getting additional bonuses and are growing at a fast pace. However, they're not aware of this incredible opportunity since there are no constellations who are as good as Choi. The only downside is that Choi's training is probably a fate worse than death. Several squats later, and the hunters are all tired from the workout. Unfortunately for them, those were only the basic preparations. The next training will take place in the alternate world, so they all head to the Ikaros alternate world training room. They step into the glowy dome, and the hunters in training are all fascinated by the place. Choi figures that using terrains to train martial arts is super effective, so he turns the room into a swampy area. The area restricts everyone's movements and they're all alerted by this. Shortly, they spot a training dummy before them and figure it's similar to something they have in their normal gym. A hunter points out that it looks stupid, especially with that face, but the dummy was having none of that. It charges forward and delivers a rising knee strike to the hunter that said that, sending him flying. After seeing that, the rest of the hunters decide to attack, but it's too OP and continues to whoop them, making everyone pissed at the doll. So Choi states that they'll be doing regular workouts outside, then fight against the wooden puppet until they move on to the next training stage. With that said, Choi leaves the training room, waiting for whoever will succeed in defeating the dummy. Since that's how it's going to be, the young hunters charge in for battle and aren't willing to let some walking bundle of sticks get the best of them. As that happens, Choi arrives at the Ikaros clan's resting room, along with Anthony and Elizabeth, who talk about Choi's most recent match. While Anthony and Elizabeth have a rather unreasonable argument, Choi, out of nowhere, asks if any of them wants to learn martial arts. This sudden question surprises both of them. With how suspicious they are about this question, he states that there's no catch to this. Elizabeth agrees with this deal and even offers to teach him magic in exchange. The three constellations on Choi's side all agree with this idea, since he'll end up being a muscle-brained idiot who can only use martial arts. Eventually, Choi agrees with the proposal and asks if they have an idea of what he wants to learn. Now his interest has been drawn, Elizabeth and Anthony ask if he would like to learn tanker-type magic, or long-ranged attacks, hyped to teach all that they know. But all that passion gets thrown away when Choi reveals that he wants to learn healing magic. From how the mood changed, Choi figures that neither of them knows how to use it, and decides to meet another person for it. As he leaves the room, Anthony and Elizabeth ask if he really has to learn it, and suggest he should focus on being a damage dealer instead. But Choi disregards their statements, and considers asking the goddess if she has any healing skills. Meanwhile, at the goddess constellation's territory, she's currently slumped over on a table. As Choi arrives, asking if she had any free time, she instantly springs up on her feet, so he asks if she could teach him healer magic. She instantly agrees and also asks if the avatar of training can't help him with that. Choi confirms that to be the case, and she is more than glad to help out. She grants him the 5th circle spell, Goddess's Heal. This spell is an A-rank skill, and Choi knows it's a skill he won't be able to use right away. The goddess apologizes for the fact that she can't bestow a lot of her authority since her existential power is weak. Choi says that she doesn't have to grant his wish if it's hard on her, but she doesn't care about that. She goes to search for more spells, and wants to do more for him since he was meant to be her servant. But Choi takes his leave, and since she's willing to give him almost anything, he decides not to take any more from her in the future. The next day at the Ikaros main auditorium, several hunters were gathered in the arena along with the clan's leader. Since everyone is gathered, Ernest prompts his assistant to activate something. He pushes a button on some remote, and the hunters are sent to the alternate world. The Dungeon of the Unending Tower is created in the world, and the hunters know that this is bad news. However, Choi knows nothing about the dungeon, so we'll have a brief history class. Tens of years ago, this same dungeon showed up and it was so difficult that it broke numerous hunters. It's more like a gauntlet of dungeons where the first floor is F class, and the monster's ranks would increase the higher a hunter climbed up the tower. In the end, the dungeon exploded since no one was able to clear it. Now that's what the hunters are up against in this training session. Ernest states that the hunter who reaches the top floor will be victorious. However, with the fact that he's still a training freak, he adds that the dungeon is more difficult than when it first showed up in the world. While this may seem impossible, the hunters take a look at the dungeon and figure it could have up to 10 floors. With that said, Ernest and his crew start to vanish, wishing them luck for the next month they'll probably spend struggling with the dungeon. As various hunters contemplate how to clear the dungeon, Choi wonders if it's really that infamous. He wonders if anyone went in teams back then, but Elizabeth explains that no one did. On top of that, it was believed that the dungeon's difficulty would increase when people went in together. Choi is fascinated by this fact, but the Cat of Lava wishes he wasn't though. Anyway, Choi suggests going in as a team. Even though it will make things harder, he believes that there will be more loot as well. Anthony mentions the fact that no one will be willing to team up, but that's instantly proven wrong when Elizabeth agrees to the idea. Even though he tells Choi not to trust Elizabeth, he instantly agrees when the question is thrown his way. While Anthony regrets this decision, Choi searches for whom to recruit next. Shortly, he finds the next candidate, a lady who's wearing a school uniform. He uses his constellation eye to scan her info, but he can't see her core or the constellation she's a servant of. All he can see is her name, Ilea Persiblodavena and the A-rank skill she has. Elizabeth spots who he's eyeing and reveals that she's one of the Ivy League students. Apparently, there are several private schools that teach teen hunters, and the Ivy League is the most popular one. Hearing that name, Anthony reveals that he did go there as well, even though the guy who asked is nowhere to be found. Shortly, the girl glances back and she approaches Choi and the crew, speaking a foreign language. Since Elizabeth doesn't know what she's hearing, she brings out a translation device. But somehow Choi knows her language, and she speaks with the girl, asking if she knows English. Unfortunately, she doesn't, and can't help but wonder how Choi knows her language, since it's from a minority race. So Choi explains there's a skill for it. Little did she know that skill is called being a literal god. Other than the strange language, she also knows how to speak Russian, which she can't use thanks to her contract, and a bit of Korean. Although one could say she learned this from tons of K-pop and K-trot. Meanwhile, Anthony and Elizabeth watch the conversation unfold, clueless about what language they're speaking in. Back to the conversation, Choi asks what constellation she's serving, but Ilea can't tell due to the contract she made with the constellation. Either way, he asks if she would like to join the team to clear the dungeon, and she gladly agrees. However, communication will be an issue, so Choi asks her to speak in Korean, even though she isn't good at it, and leave the rest up to the translation device. After that, the man himself, Smallwood, spots his favorite team and instantly wants to join. However, there are more people than he thought, and Anthony explains that he only joined since it would be more beneficial. From that sentence, Ilea figures that Anthony is probably one of those tsundere guys, but Choi eventually tells her he's just a weirdo. Back at the Fortress of Blood, we have Odagon who's currently training the orcs. Shortly, Choi contacts him using some magic portal, asking him to go somewhere with him. Odagon is excited that his master finally requires his services, so he jumps through the portal all excited and tells the orcs not to fool around while he's away. He arrives in his human form and learns that the mission is to accompany his master through a training dungeon. This is pretty disappointing because he was expecting to go on some epic adventure with Choi. On the other hand, Anthony and Elizabeth recognize him and figure he's probably one of those background hunters. This triggers Odagon, and he is now pumped up to show them what he's capable of. Anyway, Choi calms him down and states he'll be the team's healer. However, this fact surprises Odagon. Even though he knows how to use healing magic, it's not where he specializes in. Still, Choi convinces him to use healing magic for the time being. The team heads into the dungeon, but before they continue further, Choi offers some beginner-class martial arts books, courtesy of the undefeated avatar of training, which again, is still himself. Even though the titles sound a bit lame, everyone in the team checks them out. Choi states that more books will be on the way after they learn the current batch, and they are all grateful for it. Although, since the martial arts books are all free, Ilea wonders why the Constellation is teaching martial arts for free, asking if he's a pushover. But Elizabeth believes that is not the case. To begin, the team goes up against an army of skeletons. Choi decides to distract them, so he sprints and quickly gets behind the monsters. Then he attacks with his sword, wiping out several monsters. Everyone else joins in, and it doesn't take long until the monsters are defeated. From the battle, Choi figures that Ilea with her battle axe is much better than he expected. Now that the first floor is cleared, Choi suggests that they move on to the next without any delay. On floor 2, the team will go against some monster boars. These monsters spot them and all begin to charge towards the team. But Odagon casts an illusion spell called the Great Illusion of Deception, and it destroys the minds of monsters. These monsters all become scared of what they're seeing, and they stop in their tracks. This gives the hunters a perfect chance to strike, so Choi charges forward, slashing all the monsters in his path. After the small fry comes the massive elite wild boars at B class. However, these monsters all run past Choi, who is right in front of them, and head for the rest of the team. Elizabeth and Ilea brace for impact and successfully defend against the monsters. Elizabeth goes into a contest of strength with a boar and considers buying some time to activate her magic. So she uses a beginner sword technique to fend off the beast and finishes things with a magic blast. Then there's Ilea, who just swings her axe around and takes care of a few boars. Several boars later, Elizabeth and Ilea start to see how handy martial arts are. Choi commends them for their efforts. However, they still have several more floors to take care of. They get to the 3rd floor and easily wipe out the blue lizardmen there. But on the 4th floor resides a B-class monster called the Ice Wyvern. The fact that a B-class monster like this is on the 4th floor is pretty shocking to everyone. Anyway, the Wyvern fires a beam of ice at the monsters. Normally things would have been over for them, but somehow, the team didn't receive any damage. The person who's responsible for this is Odagon, who came in for the clutch and protected everyone using an ancient circle magic. Choi then commands everyone to attack. Elizabeth and Ilea charge in with their weapons while Smallwood and Anthony deliver long-range damage. At this point, the entire team jumps the dragon and eventually slay it. Elizabeth is shocked that they defeated the monster so quickly, and everyone commends Choi's OP abilities. But they still have to keep moving forward. On the 5th floor, Elizabeth begins to worry about what they'll face next. It doesn't take long to answer that question when a deafening screech echoes through the room. This screech comes from the banshee in the room, and this could mean trouble since it's an A-rank monster that is immune to most attacks. While the team is terrified, Choi remains confident. In fact, he's rather enthusiastic for this battle against the monster. The Banshee lets out a screech. Choi and Odagon are unfazed by this monster. However, the rest of the team can't withstand the horrendous noise, so Choi tells Odagon to heal them up while he handles the monster. He uses celestial footwork to quickly approach the Banshee, but the monster fires some beams at him. Choi dodges these attacks, and in a flash, he's behind the monster, leaving it clueless. He uses his sword to slash it, but that doesn't do much because the Banshee surrounds itself with magic, causing Choi to retreat. He figures that he'll have to defeat it in one strike, so he calls for Odagon's help. Odagon responds without delay and heads for Choi, abandoning everyone else. At least, everyone thought they were being abandoned until they noticed that the magic was still working on them. The fact that Odagon is using high-level recovery magic would put him on the level of a special grade healer, and probably much better than Whitaker. Anyway, Choi asks Odagon to cast strengthening magic on him, something that'll be strong enough for the Banshee. So, he casts several spells, making Choi glow in a light of OP-ness. Then he charges towards the Banshee for a rematch, and he rips through the monster in a single stab. With how he attacked the monster, he could tell that the strengthening magic was stronger than he thought. At this point, the monster lets out a scream, realizing it's in trouble now. But before it could do anything, Choi chops it in half, and after a while, the defeated monster explodes. After this, a notification pops up, stating that the dungeon has been cleared, ending the alternate world. This fact shocks everyone since the dungeon isn't supposed to be over. As all the hunters are returned to the auditorium, several hunters question why such an infamous dungeon has only 5 floors. But it appears that the dungeon wasn't an exact replica of the real thing. From this, Choi realizes that this was done since anything can happen in an actual battle. With that, Ernest shows up and tells the hunters who passed that they'll be going to New York. It turns out that a dungeon popped up there, and the clan in charge failed to clear it. Now it's up to Ikaros to take care of it. On hearing that, members of Choi's team are delighted since this obviously means they're on the first team. Along the coast of Lagos Long Beach, several officials and the press investigate the dungeon portal. Ernest and his crew head toward the dungeon. According to the briefing, it was meant to be a B-class dungeon, but it has probably increased since the Erst clan failed to clear it. As for the capacity, 300 people are allowed in it, but there are currently 23 of them inside. Meanwhile, Choi uses his clairvoyance as he looks around. He gets a vision where several hunters surround a traitor. This traitor made a contract with a demon god constellation, and how overpowered this person is causes everyone to retreat. Choi figures that among the dungeon raiders, someone had made a contract with that constellation. The cat of lava and magma tells him to be careful about this, since constellations can't help whoever's in a dungeon. Luckily, this applies to that demon god constellation as well, and the only thing the constellation can do is watch what happens. Even constellations worry about something like that, so the cat tells Choi to be careful. But there's no need to worry since in this case, the constellation himself is entering the dungeon. The team decides to have a few beers before getting to work. Smallwood offers Choi some, but he declines since he's scared of losing his physique. However, that was only a joke, and Choi mentions that he's not a big fan of alcohol. Says the person who was considered buying a pond of literal magic alcohol. Anyway, Alea shows up, wondering if they're not going to come up with any plans. Since it doesn't look like they'll be doing that soon, she decides to scold them for that, calling them ill-mannered. But Choi is fascinated that someone learned Korean just from binging K-dramas. Speaking of Alea, it hits Choi that she's a servant of an unknown constellation, and considers that she could be the traitor even though the clan scout has verified her details. To test that theory, Choi asks her to come along with the team into the dungeon. After having a break, the Ikaros clan steps into the portal that leads to the Sanctum of Defeat and Laziness. As they head in, the other hunters present believe that the loot will be stolen from them, but that won't stop them from following the Ikaros clan after they finish up preparations in an hour. We get back to Team 1, and they're in some unknown location even though they went through the portal. Shortly, a notification pops up, saying that the challengers will be tested individually. Of course, this is obviously bad news to everyone, even Choi. After that, Choi gets sent to some forest area on his own. After looking around for a bit, he spots a downed hunter. The exhausted man begs for some water, so Choi gets a bottle from his satchel and offers the man a drink. While the man drinks, Choi wonders what clan he's from. He reveals that he's from the New York Fires, and his name is Aranaz. That clan name is unfamiliar to Choi, but he introduces himself anyway. After asking if Choi had seen his teammates, it finally hits Aranaz like a freight train that he's speaking with the legendary Korean martial artist from Las Vegas. But it's currently not the time for appreciation, so Choi asks what happened in the area. Judging from the state of the area, the people who entered the dungeon first were split up. While they were looking for their comrades, they got ambushed by monsters. Then Aranaz lost his weapon, broke his leg, and fell. Choi can immediately tell the monster they faced was a two-headed chaos hound, and that made it difficult to teleport. Aranaz asks if Choi saw the rescue squad of the New York Fires outside the dungeon, and unfortunately, he didn't. This fact confirms that the people outside don't know what's happening inside. With that, Choi figures that they have no other choice, and he gets up. Aranaz begins to panic, thinking that Choi wants to kill him and steal his equipment. But Choi wants to treat his wounds and has no reason to do that. This show of kindness seems absurd to Aranaz since he believes no one would so willingly do that. Anyway, Choi gets to his broken leg and decides to help realign it. As we can see, that was definitely not a fun experience. Next, Choi decides to use his newly acquired recovery magic. However, he confesses he's not good with it, so he asks Aranaz to be quiet so he can focus. He uses Goddess's Heal to heal Aranaz's leg. When he does this, his existential power begins to increase since he has been worshipped, making the Goddess's Heal become stronger. Just like that, the leg has become as good as new. Now that he's done, Choi leaves, trusting his patient to take care of himself. Aranaz is surprised that Choi was willing to use such high-level recovery magic on a random stranger, so he runs after him, asking to tag along. While he may not know much about monsters, Aranaz informs Choi that he knows the terrain well. As both of them travel, Choi contacts Odaigon through some telepathy and asks how he's doing. It turns out he has already found the other hunters. As for how he could do this, he marked all their belongings since he couldn't trust them. After that, Choi mentions that he'll be heading further into the forest, so he asks Odaigon to bring them to him, and to avoid quarreling as well. Shortly, Choi senses danger and knows it's the two-headed Chaos Hound. Since Aranaz failed to detect the monster, Choi yoinks him away to safety, just in time before the Chaos Hound shows up. The monster's level is around 150, but that only sounds like small fry to Choi. He fires a beam using Celestial Finger at both of the monster's faces. Then he draws his sword and slices the beast in two. Of course, after seeing this, Aranaz points out how strong Choi is. But Choi says the monster isn't difficult, as long as one knows how it attacks and counters it. He picks up the monster's core and proceeds to slice off some meat from the monster. This act shocks Aranaz, so he asks what he's doing. Choi mentions that the meat has no poison, which makes it safe to eat. Besides, Aranaz did lose all his rations. Seeing this, Aranaz figures it's something members of the Icaros clan know. But still, the idea of eating monster meat grosses him out. Shortly, Choi hears something, and it's the sound of hunters gathered somewhere. He heads towards the direction of the sound, but Aranaz believes he didn't hear anything. Still, he follows Choi through the forest. After a while of walking, they spot several hunters in the distance, and Aranaz is surprised by Choi's intuition. He also spots and recognizes one of the hunters, whom he calls Ijidore. Of course, this hunter is relieved to see Aranaz alive, and he wonders who the mystery hunter beside him is. It doesn't take long until the hunters learn that Choi is from the Icaros clan. This shocks them, including the fact that someone like him rescued Aranaz. This fact that a hunter helped another hunter from a different clan for free seems almost ridiculous. At this point, Choi's existential power begins to rise due to some worship. He begins to wonder what's causing this. Then he notices Aranaz trying to convince his comrades about the charity he received since they don't believe him, but Choi orders him to stop. Aranaz refuses to listen, so he receives a chop to the neck, knocking him out. The rest of the clan members watch as this happens, and finds the fact he hit another clan's hunter with everyone watching to be crazy. A little while later, one of the hunters recognizes Choi as the hunter who attacked the reporter that praised him. Anyway, Choi wonders why many people are gathered in the current area. To answer that, his attention gets directed in the direction of some enchanted-looking hourglass, and he can feel strong magic coming from it. No one knows exactly what it is, but one thing for sure is that it's summoning magic. The thing that will probably be summoned is the boss monster. So Choi believes that everyone is waiting so they can kill it right when it spawns. Putting that aside, Choi remembers the traitor from the demon god constellation, and figures the person could be in the same location too. So he uses the constellation eye to scan the hunters in the area, but that wasn't helpful. He decides to put the search aside, and figures that the traitor will show up when the time comes. Little did he know that he just passed by him. This constellation is called the Traitor That Holds a Poison Dagger, and he made a contract with an Ambitus clan hunter named Juris. Normally this constellation is not very powerful, but then again, there is no way a mortal can test a god's strength. Juris has been deceived and currently thinks that his master is among the strongest in the abyss. Speaking of him, he considers the perfect chance to strike when the sand in the hourglass falls. However, he finds something off with Choi, but he decides not to worry about him since he currently has his master's dagger. Ijidore asks Choi to join the team since it's dangerous to go alone. Choi knows that he'll be fine alone, but he decides to join since it wouldn't matter either way. Ijidore decides to hand Choi some rather untasty food rations. Aranaz is worried by this at first, but he then decides to offer his ration to Choi. Choi takes a look around and finds that everyone looks pretty hungry because of trying to manage their rations. So he decides to cook a meal for everyone, and this statement leaves the other two hunters puzzled. He takes out some meat from the two-headed Chaos Hound he fought earlier, but this isn't enough. He asks if there are any other monsters, and Ijidore reveals that there are crimson horn tortoises in the vicinity. With where this is going, they figure he plans to eat that, but Choi only intends to get their eggs. Without further ado, Choi heads out while Ijidori tries to stop him, and in a short moment, Choi returns with everything he needs. Now that everything is set, Choi gets down to cooking, starting with chopping up and spicing the meat. Ijidori recognizes the portal he brought out the spice from as a dimensional space artifact, and Choi uses it to carry his seasonings around. Normally, people fill up an artifact like that with potions and emergency supplies, but it's crazy that Choi filled his up with seasonings. Anyway, to get the flames of cooking going, Choi uses a skill called True Samadhi Fire to start a flame to begin cooking. Of course, the hunters present notice this and wonder why he's using fire magic as a martial arts user. More importantly, why is he using it to cook? However, Choi pays them no mind. He continues by cracking an egg into his pan and fries it up. And just like that, he's done with cooking. He offers the first dish to Aranaz, who just stares at the meal wondering if it's actually edible. He takes a bite and reacts in average Food Wars fashion. Not only does it taste amazing, he notices that he has regained magic power too. After Choi asks how it is, Aranaz states it's better than anything he has ever tasted and asks for seconds in advance. And of course Choi has plenty more where that came from and offers servings to the rest of the group. Just like Aranaz, the hunters are a bit skeptical since this is monster ingredients that were used here. But eventually they take a bite and they enjoy every bit of it. At this point, they wonder if the Ikaros clan works on culinary perfection as well. But Choi states that it's his personal hobby, leaving the hunters in disbelief. After everyone has gotten a meal, the leader of the Ambitious clan meets with Choi, and he asks him to join his clan and ditch the New York fires. He calls the clan weak and mentions that involving with them will only mean trouble. Of course, Ijidori doesn't appreciate the slander of his clan, and the both of them face up with each other, with Choi trying to calm them down. Shortly, Juris calls his master's attention, wondering if there's a need to bring another hunter with them. But the clan leader reminds him of how he ate most of Choi's cooking. The meals recovered everyone's magic and stamina, and Juris knows it'll be hard to do a surprise attack now. Then all the sand finally fell through the hourglass. When that happened, a bright light begins to shine from it, and the Night of Defeat and Laziness spawns in. It doesn't take Sherlock to know this is the boss monster, so the hunters prepare for battle. The massive knight emerges from the ground, towering over the hunters. Everyone is in panic, wondering what kind of a monster it is, while Juris decides to attack when everyone is exhausted. The knight finally introduces itself as a servant of the goddess of defeat and laziness, and asks who'll be the first to take a test. Along with the knight being a servant of a constellation, the dungeon is called the Sanctum of Defeat and Laziness. So Choi wonders if this place is the demon god constellation's trap. Normally, it would take an incredible amount of existential power to create a dungeon, and he wonders actually how strong the constellation would be. Anyway, the knight challenges anyone and everyone to take the test. But the Schreiber clan leader, Rain, sees this open challenge as nonsense. He and his subordinates attack using 5th Circle rock spear magic, but all the shots get exploded even before they reach the knight. After seeing this, Ijidori wonders if they're dealing with an S-class monster. Also, Choi can feel the existential power of a constellation nearby. The knight reveals that only one person at a time can take the test, and the first subject is the dude who started trouble first. In an instant, Rain gets forcefully teleported right before the knight. With that, the knight proceeds with the test, pointing its sword at Rain, even though everything is happening too fast for him. A sword emits a bit of mana, and Rain suddenly falls over without any explanation. Of course, this means he failed the test, so the knight teleports the next challenger. This goes on for a while, and all the hunters lost one by one. At this point, everyone is confused by what exactly they have to do. Shortly, Rain regains consciousness, and everyone is relieved to see this. Even the leader of the clan doesn't know what to do about this. He mentions that he lost every urge to fight the moment he clashed with the knight's sword. At this point, everyone wonders what to do concerning the current predicament. Out of nowhere, Choi challenges the knight. His two friends from the New York fires try to stop him from heading to his doom, but he has already made up his mind. Since Choi is ready for the test, the knight draws his sword and points it at Choi, starting the test. The Knight of Laziness uses the restraint of laziness on Choi to bind him with black chains. He figures this is how the knight overtook the hunter's will to fight. This is the goddess of laziness's constellation authority. It can make anyone want to just kick back and not do anything, and they're hard enough for a mortal to escape. However, one thing the constellation doesn't know is that our boy here is the undefeated avatar of training. From this ability, Choi figures that the goddess of laziness is the complete opposite of him, and he's not determined to lose. Through the power of sheer willpower and his desire to grow stronger, Choi breaks free from the restraints. The knight informs him that he passed, and Choi is shocked to learn that's all for it. So, the knight explains that the test is to see if one has the will to overcome laziness, which is difficult to do, and permits Choi to meet with his master. He raises his sword into the sky and a beam of mana exudes from it. At this point, the power that was maintaining the dungeon has disappeared, and the whole place will disappear soon. However, all this still doesn't sit right with Choi. He looks around and finds several two-headed chaos hounds charging in their direction, even though the knight had permitted him to meet his master. So Choi figures that the monsters are still a part of the test. The knight says that they are, confirming Choi's suspicions about the test being over. The monsters head for the area where all the hunters are gathered. Choi knows if they arrive, it will be trouble, so he figures he'll have to protect everyone. As for the hunters themselves, they don't even know about the doom that is slowly approaching and still think the dungeon has been cleared. Even with how dire the situation is, Choi decides to embrace it. After all, he didn't become so strong just to chicken out, so he activates 2 skills: Subdue the Strong, Assist the Weak, and Self-Conquer. The benefit of this is that his existential power will increase if he protects the weak. It takes a while for the remaining hunters to notice the monsters on the way, thanks to their drones that were destroyed. They thought they had already dealt with everything, but since this is a special dungeon, they'll have to hang on until it disappears. Additionally, the number headed towards them is pretty shocking since they aren't even dealing with monster waves. Amidst the panic, Choi takes a deep breath and he yells for everyone to gather in a single spot. Ijidori argues that it will make them an easy target, but Choi tells them to gather anyway. Honestly, this bit is the most important part of his plan, and he considers what kind of martial arts he can use at his level. So he gets an idea to attract the monsters' attention. He sprints forward at full speed, heading towards the monsters. The monsters spot him and try to launch a quick one, but Choi dodges them. Then he uses his Celestial Finger ability and fires a beam of magic at the monsters. This plan of his works, and the monsters start to chase him in a frenzy. Choi goes around doing the same thing to several other monsters, until he has the whole gang chasing after him. While the monsters chase him, the hunters are in disbelief at what they're seeing, but Rain snaps them out of their amusement and orders them to back Choi up. At this point, the monsters are all gathered in a single spot, so the plan is to use area of effect spells. They begin firing, but a few hunters express their concern that they might hit Choi, but he tells them to keep at it, stating that he'll dodge their attacks. So with that, they continue firing at full force. Sometime later, a huge 2-headed monster called a Diakis shows up. This 4-armed monster leaps into the air and tries to attack Choi, obliterating the ground in the process. It doesn't take long for the monster to realize that Choi dodged the attack when he quickly counters by slashing the monster. Seeing that the monster has been weakened, the remaining raiders use the chance to fire at the monster. At this point, they all see the true power of a martial arts user and how helpful he is to the squad. However, the attacks aren't enough to stop the monster. The Diakis charges straight for Choi, but he draws his sword, and the next thing you know, he turns the monster into a tunnel. With that monster and the other 2-headed hounds all slain, Choi figures it's finally over. Then everyone begins to cheer for him. They all head to him and comment on how cool he was during the battle. Well, everyone except Juras. He wanted to kill as many people before the dungeon raid was over for his master. But now, he has decided to get rid of the most dangerous person in the bunch. At this point, Juras has decided to get rid of Choi. While everyone is distracted, he sneaks up behind Choi and goes for the kill. He could feel his dagger sink into something and figures that taking out Choi was pretty easy. At least that's what he thought until he noticed that Choi defended against the attack by moving Juras' own hand into the blade's way, causing him to stab himself. Choi questions what he's doing, but Juras frees his hand from Choi's grip and retreats. He could tell that Choi had always been suspicious of him, and Choi orders him to surrender. Regardless of who his master is, he believes that Juras currently can't do anything. However, Juras isn't going to call quits there. He begins to yell, drawing everyone's attention. As various hunters arrived at the scene, Juras claims that Choi attacked him, showing the injury from the dagger. Choi denies the accusation, saying he was trying to defend himself, but Juras says that he's lying about it. The hunters go for the drones to see recordings of the incident, but they can't find much since they were covered up. Juras goes to his clan's leader, pleading for help from him, but the Ambitus clan leader already trusts Choi and doesn't see why he would do something like that. Not only that, several hunters trust him as well, and Juras doesn't seem to have the best impression from his clanmates, so they figure he was probably jealous. Juras mentions that they're only supporting Choi because he fed them, even though he's the one who ate the most. Ijidori finally steps up, stating how he believes Choi is innocent and tells Juras to back off. At this point, no one wants to believe him. With that, Juras has finally had enough, so he draws the dagger embedded in his wrist and releases a poison fog in the area. This just confirms everyone's suspicions that Juras wasn't a good guy. A hunter with an axe steps up to the scene. He's confident he can handle Juras since the guy is a C-rank hunter, while he's a B-rank hunter. Even with that, Choi warns him not to underestimate his opponent, since he could have contracted with the demon god constellation. Even though that guess is right, Juras attacks using 4th circle magic called Wave Snake's Fang. The giant magic snake heads right for the hunter, and he receives a direct hit, which shatters his amulet in the process. This pendant was a defense amulet, and the hunter begins to roll and scream in pain on the ground after getting hit. Juries would have never guessed that a B rank would be in so much pain because of his attack, and is glad he's serving his current constellation. He prepares to finish off the hunter, but Choi finally steps forward, ready to end him instead. As Choi approaches, Juras uses Shadow Clone no Jutsu on his dagger and fires them at Choi. At this point, Choi focuses, combining 3 of his martial arts techniques to form the flowing sword technique. At this point, he has created a new martial art, and his existential power increased. He readies himself, braced for the incoming daggers. Then he deflects every single one of them with his sword. Juris is in disbelief after seeing this since his constellation gave him that skill. At this point, it's already GG's for Juris. Choi appears in front of him, and Origin Soul palms the life out of him. The impact of this attack makes Juris cough up some blood and launches him several feet from Choi. Fortunately, the traitor's magic power protected Juris, saving him from instant death. So, using this second chance at life, Juris decides to wipe out as many hunters as he can in the area. He raises his dagger and uses Poison Cloud of Vitality Transfer to create poison mist in the area. Now things are looking bad, but Odagon arrives to the scene shortly. He apologizes to Choi and intends to take care of everything. Then he notices what's currently going on with Juris creating a poison cloud and all. So he casts a spell which creates a huge magic circle around the cloud and rains all over it, clearing out the poison. At this point, Juris sees what it took to foil his plan was a little rain, and he finally bites the dust. And with that, the traitor arc has finally been concluded. Now that Choi has been reunited with his team, he points out that they were pretty late, and wonders if there were a lot of monsters. But that was not the case. Odagon mentions the fact that no one would listen to him. This was expected since no one in the team was willing to let some random healer whom they've never seen much of be the healer. So with that, Odagon begs that he should never be left alone with them again, and Choi agrees with this request. Now that the dungeon has been cleared, a portal opens up to return everyone to the city. Before he can go through it, Choi spots a notification stating that he'll be receiving the dungeon reward for passing the trial. These rewards are given to people who cleared certain conditions of the dungeon and are much different from survival compensation. This time, Choi is the only one who'll receive the reward. His reward is that he'll become the goddess of defeat and laziness's successor and will inherit her power. Shortly, a very bright light shines from the sky and the constellation shows up. She is woken up from her eternal slumber to meet her successor. With how shocked Choi looks, she tells him not to look so surprised. Then Choi lands on the ground, and from how soft it is, he's definitely in the constellation's domain. The goddess offers to teach him everything he'll need to know as the servant of a constellation, but that's when Choi reveals he's a constellation as well. Of course, that response is rather awkward, and the goddess is in disbelief of what she heard. Normally, only mortals can enter the dungeon, and that would only mean one thing. She wonders why Choi would do something like that, but he reveals it's for deceiving other constellations. Anyway, she figures that he probably did that for a good reason, and finds him to be fascinating. Choi wonders if this is the same way other constellations find successors, and asks where they currently are. She mentions that it isn't commonly done this way, and as for where they are, the goddess explains a bit of history. Long ago, she had one of the most powerful kingdoms in the abyss. Even though she's the constellation of defeat and laziness, she always won her battles, which increased the amount of work she had to do. She eventually grew tired of it all, so she sealed herself up as she was sick of victory and power. While Choi finds this story to be pretty strange, the goddess also finds the fact that a constellation is acting like a mortal to be strange as well. Anyway, she doesn't see the need to elaborate further since her successor is a constellation, so she tells him to awaken the authority on his own and increase it, while she goes to binge Netflix. Choi realizes that she might be trying to pass on her position as a constellation. Then he mentions the fact that he inherited her power, and his existential power hasn't budged, so he wonders what could be the problem. The answer to that is that the goddess doesn't have much existential power left, making it pretty much useless. The goddess tells him that her authority is far more important than existential power, but Choi, on the other hand, doesn't feel it's alright for him as the undefeated avatar of training to receive authority from the goddess of defeat and laziness. From this statement, the goddess decides to educate him a bit. She tells him that victory and defeat are two sides of the same coin, along with training and laziness. Like someone losing a battle on purpose or taking a break to become stronger. As a young constellation, Choi needs to train according to his nature. But as time goes on, he'll fully understand his powers and become the very characteristic he stands for. While other constellations are busy starting wars with each other, the goddess tells Choi that the most important thing is to awaken the true strength of one's characteristic. At this point, Choi has been enlightened. He has come to realize the characteristics of a constellation, and his existential power increases. This enlightenment he has received has no bounds, which means he's no longer limited to the characteristics of a constellation. Choi thanks the goddess for this enlightenment and asks if he can keep calling for her, since he's her successor and all. She mentions it's possible, so Choi intends to call if he ever needs her. Knowing what she's the constellation of, she hopes that Choi would avoid calling her frequently. Now, Choi's meeting with the goddess is over and he'll be heading to Earth. As he leaves, he reflects on the things he learned about, thinking of things on a bigger scale. Now that he thinks of it, he's already doing it. Before, he would only focus on martial arts, but now he has diverted his interest to cooking, magic, and other things. And with that, he leaves the sanctum. Choi finally emerges from the portal, and several reporters wonder what happened. At this point, he realized that anything he goes through in his life can be some form of training. So he decides to train limitlessly, since he believes he can still become stronger. Meanwhile, the Cat of Lava and the Constellation of Dreams worriedly wait. Shortly, Choi shows up. Of course, the two constellations have been waiting for him since they lost contact with Choi after he entered the dungeon. Now that worries have been settled, Choi mentions the whole story involving the demon god constellation and the goddess of laziness. The constellations figure that nothing could be wrong with the contract he made as long as he can handle it well. However, Choi doesn't know how to use the authority in relation to defeat and laziness. An idea is to experience defeat by being lazy, but that makes no sense to Choi. Moving on, Choi wonders if there's any info about the traitor that holds a poison dagger. The constellation of dreams reveals that the constellation doesn't seem to be too strong, and ranks around the same level as Choi. However, there are several rumors that the constellation specializes in trickery, which could mean that his servants could attack at any time. On top of that, the constellation of dreams mentions that Choi's name has started gaining some traction in the game of stars. After what happened with the warrior and madness and blood and the dungeon, he has caught the attention of several constellations. At this point, Choi figures that he'll have to be more careful with how he does things. With that arc done and dusted, a bus stops at a parking lot and out comes Icaros's Team 1. The team stopped over at Hunter George, a restaurant that is popular in New York. The reason for this fame is that the restaurant is one of the few in the world that cooks monster meat. The team heads in, and they immediately hear the sound of someone's complaints. The person is Rain, the Schreiber clan leader, and he's not satisfied with the meal he received. A short while later, he spots the Icaros clan people, and it's a surprise to see them at the restaurant. He then thanks Choi for the assist in the dungeon, but Choi wonders what's wrong with the food. It turns out he was asking the chefs to recreate the meal Choi cooked in the dungeon, and they've not been able to get it. From this conversation, the restaurant's owner and chef, George Manuel, can tell that Choi can cook a monster dish. For normal people, it's a very rare skill to cook monsters, and George Manuel became a master at this. Since he's so skilled at this craft, spotting a fellow chef who can cook monsters gets him really excited. So, George goes to ask Choi for a favor, asking him to teach how to make the dish he made in the dungeon. While this request is shocking to him, he complies anyway. Then he finds himself in the restaurant kitchen, wondering how this side quest led him this far. Besides, he should be the one learning from the chef. At this point, George is eager to learn from Choi. However, he tells him not to expect much since he's not a real chef, and George enthusiastically agrees. With the Minotaur meat before him, Choi heads to work. To start, he uses his internal energy to soften the meat. This is a recipe that he developed during his time in the Abyss. Normally, it would take the chefs several hours to achieve the same result. But Choi uses a similar method, but with martial arts sprinkled in. Next, he grabs a knife and slices up the meat into perfect slices. The meat gets tossed into the air from all the action, and all the chefs stare in awe. Then Choi spices up the meat. In the normal procedure, the chefs use magic to light the fire and create a unique scent. But as for Choi, he uses the true samadhi fire to grill the meat to perfection. While Choi considers what he did to be pretty basic, the chefs, George included, find his skill to be incredible. With that, everyone gets served Choi's cooking, and just as always, everyone enjoys it. George thanks Choi for the lesson and really admires his cooking skills. Not only he, the other chefs and hunters enjoy it too, causing his existential power to increase. From there, his Abyss advanced cooking skill leveled up. After that scenario, Choi heads back to meet Hwang in Las Vegas and tells him the whole story. In the past, Choi was the kind of guy who'd eat nothing but chicken breasts, but fortunately, he has grown out of it. Hwang asks about what happened in the dungeon. Choi basically dismisses it as nothing, and also talks about the weak demon god constellation that attacked him. Hwang tells him not to summarize it so casually. But anyway, looking at that information, he can tell that Choi did a good job, probably because he's a constellation. Anyway, Hwang figures he called Choi in at the perfect moment, so he calls someone over. The person he called is Nguyen Bao, the president of Dragon Artifact. As for what this company does, Hwang explains the whole thing behind monster cores. They are basically aggregates of monster mana, and currently companies are using them for energy businesses. Some of these companies even make artifacts out of them, and the company leading this field is none other than Hwang's subsidiary, Dragon Artifact. As for why Hwang introduced the company's president to Choi, artifact development requires a hunter to test them out, so he wants Choi to work closely with the industry. With that fact, Choi leaves the office with Bao. However, Hwang had another plan in mind. Apparently, he also wants Choi to get used to the place because he wants him to be president of the company later down the line. On the way, Choi wonders what he'll have to do concerning artifact development. So Bao explains that a lot of people are interested in the business, which makes what happens behind the scenes pretty fierce, so Choi's strength is necessary. As for what he has to do, Bao asks him to find a certain researcher. This researcher is Ronald Totten, an outstanding scientist who managed to develop the latest third circle magic in an artificial artifact. This would mean he has the techniques that have exceeded the existing limits. Dragon Artifact tried to make a formal contract with him, but he suddenly disappeared even though he was willing to sign up. So, the theory is that some other organization pressured him out of it, and the most suspicious is Fable, an organization that is owned by the Parker family and is one of the best in the industry. In case you're wondering, yes, it's Richard's family. Anyway, Choi realizes that he'll have to go to Fable to retrieve the researcher. So he heads off right away since it'll probably be a piece of cake. At first, this response shocks Bao since it's reckless to go alone. But Choi suddenly gets a message from the Manhwa sect guys saying that they're done with the first trial. So he changes his mind and decides to use this mission as extra training for them. The fact that Choi won't be going alone gives Bao some relief, because Huang had always mentioned how reckless he is. Fast forward to some time later, Choi and his students arrive at the Fable's gates. Choi briefs their students on their infiltration objective, to retrieve Ronald. However, he wants to filter out the people who meet the requirements, so he asks for the people who are confident in their speed and are stealthy. In the end, it's only 2 people who meet this condition. Choi makes it clear that they don't need to follow him if they'll only end up being in danger, but Iris mentions that they're very willing to participate. With that, Choi and 2 hunters follow him. The rest of the hunters watch, confident that their master has a plan to get past Fable's tight security. Suddenly, an alarm starts ringing out of nowhere. This doesn't mean that the stealth mission has failed in like 5.4 seconds, it turns out it's from the other side of the wall. So, Choi orders his students to stand by while he focuses on hearing what's going on. Within the facility, the guards are dealing with someone who's a servant of a constellation named the Master of Twisted Delusions. This name rings a bell for Choi since that's an evil god constellation that took over Mexico. The fact that a constellation took over an entire country would place it around the top 20 in rank. Since Choi ranks 127th, that constellation will be tough for him to deal with. So he decides to ask the goddess of laziness for more info. Speaking of her, she's having the time of her life binge-watching some anime until Choi finally reaches out to her. Of course, this surprises her since she was expecting Choi to contact her once every 1,000 years. But that aside, Choi asks if she knows anything about the Master of Delusions. She does, and considers him a brat on top of that, which is pretty shocking. From way back in her day, the constellation always followed others around, and he usually hung around with the Master of Slowness and Silence. This is another evil god constellation, and is one of the most famous ones. Even though it hasn't done anything noticeable recently, one of its major feats is conquering northern China during the Great Invasion. The fact that the Master of Delusions was in cahoots with a constellation like that would mean it's a strong constellation as well. Choi asks the goddess if she knows anything about the Master of Silence. She mentions that's also a strong constellation too, but tells him to focus on the current target, which is the Master of Delusions. So with that info, she believes that Choi will let her have some peace at last. But no, Choi intends to keep contacting her until the battle is over, which is pretty disappointing to hear for a goddess who wants to chill. After that conversation, Choi informs his followers that Fable's hunters are dealing with an intruder, so that means they'll have the chance to retrieve Ronald. But before they head in, Choi decides to run in while holding both of them. They wonder if he'll be okay while doing that, and the hunters quickly learn that the answer is yes when he grabs both of them. He takes a look at one of the towers, and that's where the hostage is, according to Bao. So with that, Choi charges up and launches himself off the ground. He sticks his landing on the tower's walls and runs vertically up it like he's from Naruto. Iris can tell he's using the true maneuverability art, and in a flash, they arrive at the destination. Choi gathers some energy on his hand and slices the tower's glass window with pretty precise cuts, causing it to shatter. Within the room, there is a man who has been tied to a chair and blindfolded. He questions who just barged into the room, so Choi introduces the team as a part of Dragon Artifact. But the question is if that's Ronald Totten. After Choi introduces the team, Ronald realizes that Dragon Artifact has arrived to rescue him, so he asks for his blindfold to be taken off. Once the blindfolds are off, Ronald is aware of the battle going on outside and wonders what happened. But he gets the gist that the people Fable's dealing with are a different set of intruders. Anyway, Ronald mentions that he wanted to contract with Dragon Artifact, but he ended up getting kidnapped. So with that fact, Choi figures that they can get him to safety. Before that, Ronald asks Choi to rescue his friend who's in the next room. Choi agrees to this request, so he draws his sword and slices up the wall between that room, revealing another person who's also held hostage. We learn that his name is Kim Chan-sung, and Ronald rushes for his friend to check on him. Hearing that name, Choi figures he might be Korean, so he uses his constellation eye to scan him. Looking at his stats, Choi can tell he's a hunter, but the other effects on him are very suspicious. So this makes Choi place his sword close to Kim's neck and demands to know what his objective is. He reveals that he came to rescue Ronald, a response that confuses the man himself. Choi stands down after hearing that, surprised the Korean clans would also have industrial spies. At this point, Ronald is confused since that guy was meant to be his friend, but Choi decides to hear the details later when they escape. Shortly, the ground begins to rumble, and they all spot a bright light in the sky. Only that bright light is the Shining Hallucinations octahedron, the Master of Twisted Delusions servant. Or should I say, Ramiel from Evangelion trying to be undercover. Anyway, the floating pile of geometry spots Choi and his group, and charges in at Mach 5 speed towards them. But Choi steps in just in time to block its attack and deflect it away. After that, the building starts to collapse, so Choi tells everyone to follow him as they escape. Just like that, the building crumbles to the ground. But fortunately, Choi and his team made it out in one piece. They get spotted by Fable's hunters, and at this point they demand to know who the intruders are. Iris prepares herself, thinking they'll have to fight out of this one. But Choi stops her from resorting to violence, and states that they arrived to help against the Constellation's servant. However, the hunters wonder why he would appear without any notice, but Choi confidently states that there could be spies among them, which explains the unannounced visit. At this point, they all seem to take Choi's word with how confident he is, even though he still seems suspicious. He's so confident with this answer that even his own students take his word for it. As for why the mysterious octahedron showed up and started causing havoc, the hunters explain that some dudes showed up and summoned it in the facility. The Cat of Magma figures it won't last long since it's a servant summoning, but the question is, how long will it remain there? Anyway, the summoning prepares for round 2. It swoops in to attack Choi, but he dodges it. At this point, he begins to wonder why it's only aiming for him, but the cat tells him that the constellation responsible is curious about him, considering all the attention he's been getting. A light begins to shine from the octahedron, and it wants to see what Choi can do. If Choi is worthy, he'll be guaranteed a place among the lowest ranks of servants. Well, that's certainly one way of scouting someone in an offensive manner. At this point, Choi knows what he must do, so he instructs his followers to protect Ronald. Now it's time for the live-action battle of what I usually face in maths tests called man versus geometry. Budget Ramiel charges towards Choi, but Choi blocks the attack with his sword. The clash lasts for a while until both of them are sent flying in opposite directions. After that, the two of them go head-to-head, clashing with each other several times around the area. After doing this several more times, the octahedron starts to crack. From there, it unleashes a purple shockwave, sending Choi back several feet. Then the shape floats higher into the air with some purple chains emerging from it. These chains target and wrap around Fable's hunters. As this goes on, Choi contacts the goddess of laziness, wondering what is going on. She explains that it's an authority that causes others to betray their allies for a while. At this point, several hunters in the vicinity have been turned evil, looking all shadowy with red eyes, demonstrating the Master of Delusion's authority. After the hunters have been converted, they immediately charge for their comrades who were unaffected by the spell. With how things have escalated, Choi orders Iris to summon the rest of the Manhwa sect to enter. On the other hand, he activates his go-to skills for a situation like this, that subdue the strong one and self-conquer. Now he's ready to take on the challenge. One of these transformed hunters goes for a victim, but Choi steps in and strikes the attacker's throat using acupressure block, launching the dude away. That's one down and several more to go. So, Choi charges forward, eliminating the evil hunters in his path. The rest of the Manhwa sect arrive at the scene, and as usual, they admire Choi's incredible martial arts skills. However, a Fable hunter is worried that Choi might hit the normal hunters, but Choi knows what he's doing. The magical octahedron also admires Choi's skill, and mentions that he might be qualified to become its servant. But Choi doesn't appreciate this smug comment from the live-action math homework, and plans to obliterate the constellation behind this. So, Choi prepares to finish things by charging up his sword chi into a single strike. After charging up, he swings his sword and unleashes a wave of energy that heads straight for the servant. However, the octahedron uses a spell just before the attack hits and an explosion happens. When all the smoke settles down, Choi notices that it used a defensive spell and is unaffected. It commends Choi for firing such a strong move, and presents its master's authority, the red hallucination, to him. Like any normal person, Choi wonders why it's giving him a gift out of nowhere. But we don't get to hear why because it decides it's time to say goodbye and opens up a portal in the sky. Choi calls out to it, but it's no use. The octahedron vanishes through the magic circle. This summon leaves Choi wondering, since it said whatever it wanted to, refused to elaborate, and left. Meanwhile, the people behind this are hiding, and they also witnessed how Choi drove off the servant they spent so long to summon. But it doesn't matter now. The opposing hunters were mostly worn out after fighting each other, so they saw this as a perfect chance to attack. So with that, they charge in to finish things off, confident they can do some damage without the servant of their constellation on their side. Choi spots the incoming attackers and tells his followers to maintain a formation. Since Choi has led and trained mortals, he has just awakened a new authority called the six-man sword formation. This skill is at A rank, and is a formation where the strength of mortals are gathered in the avatar of training's name. On top of that, those who trust Choi will also receive extra bonuses in addition to the skill. So with this power, Choi and his crew charge into battle. As expected, the skill makes them all super OP, and they mop the floor with the attackers. The fact that Choi's team is winning confuses them since they were not fit enough to fight back moments ago. So, the leader orders his group to retreat since they're not winning this one. However, Iris spots him trying to escape and puts him out of his misery. After defeating the intruders, the people of Fable clean up the aftermath. The hunter who seems to be in charge learns that Choi is from the Icaros clan, and figures he might have come over to help his clanmate, Richard Parker. He decides to give Choi a reward. But first, the man wants to know how many casualties they have after the incident, and a hunter reports that there were none. The man is shocked by this fact, so he asks the hunter to reconfirm, but the fact remains, no one died from that incident, only fainted. This is surprising because no one died despite Choi's rampaging, and the man wonders if he was just lucky. Shortly, Richard runs over to the scene, arriving after all the action. Then he spots Choi and wonders why he's within the facility. The guard mentions the fact Choi came to help after hearing there would be an ambush, but Parker knows there's no way that's what happened. Choi then asks to talk with Richard in private, and they move to a different location. After that, he explains the situation to Richard, and he's not pleased at all. The fact Richard is so pissed makes Choi wonder what happened, even though the Fable guys kidnapped Ronald first. So, Richard explains that the matter was entrusted to him by the chairman, not Huang but his father, Alex Parker. The time he was assigned this task, Richard questioned why he had to do it, but his father gave no answers. He only pointed out how weak Richard is, and tells him to come back to the family since he's ready to grant him a spot in the name of nepotism, basically giving Richard a last chance and calling him a useless bastard. From that story, Choi advises Richard to run away from home if he's being treated that poorly. But this is something Richard doesn't think he can do. So Choi places his hand on his comrade's shoulder and mentions the fact he'll always be weak if he doesn't try to stand on his own. He also mentions the fact that Huang can help him out if he wishes to cut ties with his family and remain in the clan. Even though it sounds ridiculous, Choi tells him to think about it and heads into a limo with his crew. As the vehicle drives off, Richard stands outside, folding his fist and contemplating what he should do about this dilemma. Back at the Dragon Artifact headquarters, Bao nervously waits for any luck on the rescue. Things look promising for him when a car stops at the place. Shortly, Ronald steps out of the car and Bao is joyed to see him still intact, thanks to Choi and his group. Bao had heard of the invasion by the evil god constellation's servants, which explains his worry. Speaking of that, Choi mentions that the Manhwa sect hunters helped as well, so he asks Bao to reward them separately. Of course, he has no problem with that. He also offers to show them around the company, and Choi is okay with it. Choi follows Bao through the facility. He also looks around the place and figures it's pretty much like a blacksmith. This talk about the place being a smithy piques the cat of Magma's interest. After all, he's a skilled blacksmith and is also the one who created Choi's cooking tools. Anyway, Bao arrives in front of the room where prototypes are made. As the door opens up, Choi spots a room filled with scientists working, and some kind of robot arms working on an embedded artifact. Choi gets curious about what he's looking at, so he goes to have a closer look at the machine. Choi is amused that robots are doing the work. However, the same thing can't be said for the cat of Magma. He's outraged by this blasphemous act and says that's not a smithy in any way. He goes on to yap about how true smithing is done in the heat of a forge, and the scientists aren't doing it in the biblically accurate method. Choi doesn't see any reason to be upset, but the cat has already made up his mind to show what a true blacksmith looks like. Choi figures that the cat wants to make artifacts. Then he considers having a go at it too, and the cat agrees to help. So he asks Bao if he could make some artifacts. While that request is pretty uncanny, Bao wonders why Choi wants to do something like that. Choi replies that he wants to try it out and would like to be allowed to do it. So Bao eventually agrees with Choi's request. The robot arms back off from the artifact in the making, and the scientists watch, thinking that Choi is acting overconfidently just because he's a hunter. Plus, it's not easy to make magic artifacts. Anyway, Choi imbues his fist with internal energy, raises it, and slams the artifact. Of course, everyone is shocked by this absurd act, and the scientists rush in, questioning what he's doing. However, Choi intends to repay them if he ruins the artifact. The next thing they know, he continues hammering away at the artifact, slowly forging the item. At this point, the scientists are shocked that he's using martial arts on the azure iron rock meant for artifact making. On the other hand, the cat considers Choi's martial arts to be useful and tells him to keep hitting the rock several more times. It turns out that a fist imbued with internal energy is much stronger than any blacksmithing tool, so Choi can easily turn lumps of metal into dust, or in this case, a finely crafted sword. The cat commends his newfound ability to work as a forging hammer and suggests imbuing some attributes into the sword. Since the azure iron rock has ice attributes, Choi decides to use martial arts with ice energy. With a confirm, Choi has finished making a frozen short blue sword with the skill Ice Energy Storm's Blessing. As Choi takes a look at his creation, Bao wonders if he has done something like this before, but Choi mentions it's his first time and tells Bao to check it out. He inspects the sword, and without looking deep into it, he can tell it's an amazing product. He hands it over to a scientist for further evaluation and plans to give Choi the details when they're finished. After that, Bao receives a phone call, and it's from Huang. Since Choi is in the company, he asks to speak with him, so Bao hands over the phone. Huang asks how the tour is going so far, also if he's excited to see how the Dragon Industries makes money, but Choi isn't moved one bit by it. Moving on, Huang mentions that Choi has an invitation from Alex Parker. Choi already knows he's the chairman of the Parker Group and wonders what he would want from him. However, there's no idea on Huang's side. Choi figures they might be looking for revenge concerning the incident with Ronald, but it couldn't be since they're the ones who kidnapped him first. But whatever the invitation is for, Choi has to be careful since Alex is always scheming. With that fact, Choi considers destroying the entire place if he does something odd. But Huang realizes that maybe it's not the best idea to send an overpowered, hyperactive martial arts god alone. So, the next day at the Ikaros clan, Choi heads out dressed up in a suit. He approaches the limo and spots Ain, the person he'll be going with. Both of them get in the car and head on their way. Choi mentions the fact that Hwang seems to dislike Alex Parker, so he wonders if he's that bad of a person. But Ain isn't sure about that. The general idea is that all rich chairmen are the same greedy, heartless, and cold-blooded people. So Alex is probably organizing this meeting because he's curious about Choi. At the same time, Ain pours wine into some glasses. She hands one over to Choi and intends to show him how to navigate the world that is corporate socialization. Eventually, Choi and Ain arrive at the venue. Ain shows off some of the famous wealthy CEOs that are present, but Choi has no idea of who they are. Ain mentions that they're all presidents of various companies that belong to the Parker Group. So with that fact, Choi simplifies them all as those rich guys. Shortly, a man approaches them searching for Choi, and he mentions the fact the chairman would like to speak with him. With that, Choi and Ain follow the man along a corridor with some real heavy security. This makes Choi wonder how many guards a chairman needs. But I guess when you're ultra rich, there's no such thing as too safe. Anyway, they arrive at a room, and the man knocks on the door, announcing that he has brought Choi. The person on the other side tells him to come in. As the door opens up, Choi spots the man himself, Alex Parker, head of the Parker Group, who is currently conversing with someone else. He tells Choi to wait a bit, so in the meantime, Choi scans him and senses an immense amount of magic power coming from him, most likely because he's carrying a lot of artifacts. The other person Alex is talking with rounds up the discussion and takes his leave. As he heads out, Choi curiously scans the individual as well. He learns that the guy's name is Jerry Cooper. Along with having a mask skill that lets him hide his true intentions, he's a mad lad who's in contract with not just one, but 2 demon god constellations. After learning that, Choi finds the fact to be pretty interesting. It turns out he's the president of Fisk Food. After a short while, Choi wonders why he was even able to see Cooper's stats since his mask skill should have hidden his details. But it turns out that's a part of the goddess of laziness's power. Anyway, Alex tells Choi to take a seat, and Choi casually responds. Of course, Ain gets a bit uneasy from this response. Alex mentions the fact that Choi has been hailed as Korea's fist star. He offers Choi a cup of coffee and mentions that he wants to thank him. As for why, he learned the fact Choi helped to protect his facility against the demon god constellation, and also saved his hunters. However, it was still Choi who infiltrated the lab in the first place. So to properly thank him, Alex orders a case to be rolled in. This case contains a fancy-looking sword. This sword is called the Heavenly Sword, and it allows the user to recover magic power when they follow what the sword wants them to do. While it's not the Lunar 9 Heaven Sword manual, Choi is aware that this is a very high-grade artifact. Plus, he also knows that a hunter from China used it in the past. Looking at how things are going, Ain hopes that Choi rejects it. She knows that the moment he accepts the gift, he will fall into the hands of Alex Parker. But unfortunately for her, Choi gladly accepts the offer. With that said, Alex asks for a favor. He mentions the fact Hwang is deceiving him. Even though Hwang is an amazing person, Alex tells Choi to be more cool-headed when it comes to his future. Then Alex shows him a monster core. This core was made 20 years ago through a revolutionary refining technology and is at 88% purity. A lot of offers were made to buy the company that came up with it, but none of them were accepted. As for what happened next, the company went on with their project, increasing the purity of cores. But in the end, the company crumbled. This means that the core Alex currently has is pretty much one of a kind, and people from all over the world are searching for it. At this point, Choi gets the message that Alex is telling him to move to a place he'll benefit more from while he's highly valued. In short, Alex is trying to buy him off. With that, Choi wonders why Alex wants to hire him, and Alex plans to use Choi to train several martial artists. Normally, martial arts are slower to improve compared to magic. However, Alex knows Choi's greatest strength since he has overcome those limitations. Alex considers it to be useful since it can be used in several situations. So he wants to get a monopoly on martial arts training and make his way to the top of the Forbes list. From what he has said, Choi is surprised by how much Alex knows about martial arts. But before negotiations can go any further, Alex's assistant informs him that the time is up. So, he concludes the meeting, hoping that Choi will think about the offer since he'll definitely benefit from it. As both of them leave the office, Ain questions if Choi is going to accept the offer. But Choi basically goes, "No LMAO." The reason he seemed so interested in the deal was that he wanted to give Alex a bit of hope. If not, they wouldn't have been able to negotiate anything. This means that Choi wants to play mind games with a billionaire of all people. Out of nowhere, the Cat of Magma summons Choi. It turns out he has a constellation battle to prepare for urgently. And as for who Choi is up against, it's the traitor that holds a poison dagger. It appears he has finally made his move. However, Choi can't help but wonder why he's doing this out of the blue. Choi quickly makes his way to the Game of Stars. The fact that he has such a sudden constellation battle makes him wonder if that Jerry Cooper guy knew this would happen. But the goddess informs him that's far from the case. The constellation just had a grudge against Choi. After all, he obliterated one of his servants. As normal, the constellation battle has to be a fair one, and all the constellations on Earth guarantee that. From the last battle, the trader knows that he'll be at a disadvantage if he picks a head-on battle. So he suggests a game mode called Making Traders, an option which surprises Choi. In this game mode, the aim is to convince a servant to betray their constellation. So instead of a battle with fists, it's more like a battle with words, and this is the trader's area of expertise. However, lots of constellations disapprove of this cheap move. Even the warrior of madness and blood, whom Choi defeated before, is on his side for this one. Regardless, the trader makes the match private, so none of the other constellations can watch. At this point, the chat room becomes more like a Call of Duty online lobby. While the trader taunts Choi, Choi thinks about what this game entails. But then he realizes that only 2 people are contracted to him, and those are Odaigan and Huang. On top of that, he knows one person who's contracted to the trader. Either way, Choi accepts the battle condition and places the Fortress of Blood as a bet. The trader is surprised that Choi actually fell for it, and he considers him foolish since making traders is far different from punching traders. So with that, the trader places the storage box of fated relics as a bet. The 2 bets are equivalent to each other, and a contract has been established with the agreement from both constellations. Looking at his opponent's bet, Choi realizes that he's staking an entire territory while he's only placing an item. So this means that the item must be pretty powerful, and Choi is curious about it. Shortly, a portal appears, and the trader pops up, thanking Choi for accepting the battle suggestion. However, he already believes that the match has been decided and wishes Choi luck in trying to stop him. With that said, the portal closes. After seeing how confident his opponent is, Choi figures that he'll have to get started as well. Now we move to Parker's mansion where we spot Jerry leaving the place. He gets in the car, wishing horrible things towards Alex Parker, and his guards drive him away. As they move along the highway, a person stands before the vehicle. The person is a police officer, and he's stopping the car for a check. When the car stops, he informs the driver that he's been speeding and asks him to step out of the vehicle. While the driver has no idea what the officer is talking about, Jerry wonders what the problem is. So, guard number 2 decides to round things up quickly. Guard 2 steps out of the vehicles, planning to make the policeman regret his decision. So he grabs the officer's shoulder, and surprise, the policeman is none other than Choi himself. The guard demands to know who the officer is, but Choi quickly knocks him out with an acupoint block to the neck. The guard falls over. Then Choi opens the door to get in the vehicle. He then slams the door shut and orders the other guard to drive. Jerry, who is currently terrified, promises Choi will regret his decision. He then proceeds to offer Choi money, stating that hunters will be after him if he goes missing. But all the whining is only bothering Choi, so he chops Jerry's neck, making him unable to speak. Then he returns back to the driver, and this time, threatens him to drive. This threat is super effective, and the guard starts the car with no further words said. After driving for a while, Choi orders the car to be stopped. The moment the car stops moving, Choi knocks out the driver by striking his neck with the acupoint thing. Then he strikes Jerry's neck once again because yes. However, Jerry is still able to talk. With a weak voice, he asks what Choi wants from him. But Choi gets straight to the point. He questions why Jerry betrayed his constellation and went into a contract with another one. The fact Choi knows this makes Jerry think the traitor sent him, but that's not the case. So Jerry figures that he was sent from the demon of contract and order, but that's also wrong. Eventually, Choi reveals that he wants to recruit Jerry to the constellation that he serves, the undefeated Avatar of Training. On hearing that constellation name, Jerry wonders what kind of a constellation he is. Choi says that he's an amazing constellation, and now, Jerry has only one option. If he refuses the offer, the Avatar of Training will destroy whatever constellation he contracted with. Seeing that the Avatar of Training knows he contracted with 2 constellations, Jerry has no other choice but to trust in the new constellation. Once this happens, Choi's existential power increases. Now that Jerry has switched sides, Choi mentions that assassins may come after him, so he intends to protect Jerry for the time being. Jerry thanks him for the offer and begins to wonder how his life took such a rough turn that he has now contracted with 3 constellations. On the other hand, Choi receives a phone call from an unknown person. He steps out of the car to answer the phone, and the person speaking to him tries to convince him to take whatever Huang has. At first, Choi is confused, but he quickly realizes that this is the traitor constellation speaking. It seems he contacted Choi, unaware that he's the Avatar of Training himself. Right now, Choi is known to be a servant of the Avatar of Training, which explains why the traitor called Choi to get him to betray his master. But little did he know that Choi and the Avatar of Training are the same person. Moving on, the traitor tells Choi to think about the great wealth Huang has. While he does have a lot of cash, Huang is Choi's servant. So Choi tells the traitor that his master says the constellation battle is over. The traitor is confused by this remark and calls this a bluff. Well, that's what he thought it was until the Avatar of Training declares his victory and has pretty much won the battle. This greatly shocks the traitor, leaving him to question how he lost so easily. But anyway, Choi heads over to the Fortress of Blood, checking out the storage box of fated relics he won through the battle. But he eventually decides to open it up later. Now, Choi's rank among Earth's constellations has risen to 125, and he realizes that his opponent was pretty weak since he only rose by 2 ranks. Choi stores his new artifact away, but at the same time, a portal appears. This portal is from the traitor, and he demands to know how his opponent won. But Choi dismisses the constellation and closes the portal on him, ignoring his question. With that out of the way, Choi turns his attention to the orcs who have now gone into farming, and he's very pleased with the sight. With how things have progressed, no one would have thought that the place was once a horrifying orc's fortress. So Choi commends Odaigon for his good work. However, the question is why they're all farming with axes, but Choi believes that they're doing it in the name of training, and is touched by this. After venturing into the rice fields, the orcs finally spot their master. They flock round him, and happily express their gratitude for the training they received. Choi commends them for their hard work, and the orcs are really looking forward to more training. This show of passion surprises Choi. At first they weren't trustworthy, but now, look at all of them working so hard in training. So with that, Choi gladly agrees with their request to expand the farms in the name of training, and everyone is happy with that. But before that, Choi wants to try cooking the newly harvested rice. Shortly, the orc, Gargantia, rushes forward and grovels before Choi to make a request. He mentions that he would like to raise beasts. Choi figures he might be talking about having something like a pet hydra, but that's not the case. He wanted to raise beasts for food, something that Odaigon's race usually does. From that, Choi figures that they want to raise livestock, and believes it could be good experience for them. So, he agrees to Gargantia's request without any second thoughts. So, Gargantia bows before his master, praising him for his kindness, and swears loyalty to him. Later on, Choi decides to take a look at the artifact. He tosses the storage box of faded relics, releasing the seal with a bright light. Inside it is a sacred item, a holy necklace that contains the power of a constellation called the Arrogant Elf of Light. This sacred item is a tool that's made for a constellation's subordinate, and it lets them use their master's power since it contains a portion of the constellation's existential power. In this case, it's for the Elf of Light, which is a pretty strong constellation. And the question is, why does the traitor have such an item? The goddess of laziness informs him that constellations aren't as thoughtful as he thinks they are, and figures that the traitor probably stole it. Just like the temple, this is now the second item Choi has that belongs to the same elf. He stores the necklace away and begins to wonder what he can get that can actually help the orcs. Choi decides to get the livestock from Earth, but first, he takes a look at his soulstone balance. He learns that he has 8,200 in total, which is a shocker because he never had that much to begin with, plus the trader didn't bet a lot of soulstones. It doesn't take long for him to discover that several constellations sent him soulstones, including the Warrior of Madness and the Goddess of Balance. However, Choi wants to return what the Goddess of Balance sent since she's lost more than enough already. While his current balance is nowhere near enough, he still wishes to give the orcs a building they can actually use. That's when a portal opens up, and the gacha gambling merchant presents himself once again. And with that, Choi goes gambling once again. The Goddess of Laziness is surprised that the merchant is still in business. It turns out even she knows a bit about him, but she thought he went out of business due to the number of enemies he made. But either way, what he sells are still legit items. Considering the last time he bought from him, Choi believes that everything will be alright. So he asks the merchant for what's available. The merchant recommends an intermediate grade servant box that came in for 10k soulstones. However, Choi is looking for buildings at the moment. But the wandering merchant tells him to pick servants who are good at constructing buildings, and Choi buys this idea. The goddess draws his attention, and mentions how she's surprised that he made orcs do farm work. But this time, Choi wants a servant who can teach the orcs how to construct buildings. At this point, the goddess realizes something. She realizes that the orcs are probably able to farm thanks to Choi's authority. So this means that the avatar of training's authority allows one to do things they couldn't do before, and finds the skill to be pretty interesting. Still, Choi doesn't have enough money for the servant box. So, he asks the merchant for a discount. This request leaves the merchant speechless. So he reminds Choi of the fact that he won a constellation battle, and asks how much of a discount he wants. Choi bargains him down to 7,700 soul stones, leaving the merchant speechless at how shameless he's negotiating. But eventually, the merchant accepts the deal and hands over the box. With that settled, the portal closes up. Choi doesn't spare any time to open the loot box. When he does, some light and smoke emerges from it until it finally reveals a huge golem of fantastic rock, which isn't so bad. The cat of magma suggests its name to be Rocky, but even Choi knows that any servant would hate a name like that. So, Choi suggests Heavenly Pagoda Guardian King, and the name is self-explanatory, the Heavenly King that protects the pagoda. While no words are said, the golem is obviously pleased with this decision. Now naming has been settled, Choi learns it can control rocks. So, he asks the Guardian to teach orcs how to make buildings using rocks. But the golem is surprised by this task, and seems to be confused by what it has to do. Moving on, the next day arrives, and Choi meets with Ain at a cafe. She breaks the news to him that he has been promoted to B rank. However, Choi has aged to the point he doesn't get excited by news like that anymore. This is pretty weird for Ain to hear, considering he looks pretty young. Anyway, there's a pending match for Choi, and Ain hands him a document to check its details. She also informs him that he can reject the battle since his opponent will be another hunter who's contracted with the arrogant elf of light and wants to take revenge for Maximilian. The person Choi will be facing this time around is another elf named Christopher Winter, a hunter who recently moved up to the B rank. Of course, this request can be rejected since the dude picked up a fight from nowhere. But Choi accepts the battle anyway since he knows something can be gained from it. He also wants to use the chance to promote martial arts, and not himself. This has always been his plan from the start. He would announce the skill he would be using in a fight, win the battle, and this would cause people to develop an interest in martial arts. Stonks. As for what Ain thinks, she believes it will certainly draw some sort of interest. However, a lot of people will analyze his skills, exposing his combat techniques. But Choi nods and has already accepted that fate. Even with the point she made, Ain already knows there's no way to change Choi's mind. So she decides to prepare what he needs. However, she informs him that there's no way he can practice alone. But that's not a problem since Choi has a training partner in mind. In the Icaros Training Center, we learn that Choi's training partner is Elizabeth, and she gladly agrees. She's even cool with the fact the practice session will be filmed for promotional purposes. So now they have both agreed, they head for practice without any further delay. Both of them get to the ring, and Elizabeth wastes no time in preparing for combat, wanting to show how much she's improved. From her stance, Choi can tell she's learned that going for close combat against a martial arts user is almost always a bad idea. Choi asks if she'll attack, but Elizabeth insists that he attack first. So he agrees and quickly dashes towards Elizabeth. Still, his attacks are too fast for her. She just barely managed to block his attack, and even with the defense, the impact is still so much. Elizabeth manages to get her footing after being launched back from that attack, and she launches a counterattack by firing a wave of purple energy using her sword. Choi spots this and defends against this by firing a beam at the mana attack. After seeing that her move wasn't very effective, Elizabeth decides to convert her magic power into martial arts for a quick attack. Then she charges forward and swings her sword vertically at Choi. This attack manages to catch the almighty Choi off guard, but he still manages to block the attack. After that surprising turn of events, Choi, who managed to hold Elizabeth's sword in place, commends her rather impressive tactic. After Choi blocks the attack, he finds it pretty impressive. However, it's not enough. He deflects Elizabeth's sword and then kicks her away, launching her across the arena. After training, Elizabeth expresses her frustration of how she lost in the lounge. Choi, after seeing her frustration, takes a look at her abilities. He notices that she has definitely improved, especially her martial arts, which has jumped to B rank. So Choi points out this fact and wonders if she ate and trained for the entire time. The fact that he knows this surprises Elizabeth, and she wonders if having a high enough level in martial arts lets one see others' skills. However, Choi can't bring himself to tell her that it's a benefit of the constellation's eyes. At this point, Choi spots a notification saying that Elizabeth has developed respect for him, but she's hiding it due to her pride. This message surprises him, and he has now seen what it means to be a constellation. However, this moment of self-discovery is cut short when someone calls for Choi. The person is elf number 2, Christopher, the same hunter who contracted with the elf of light and Choi's future opponent. He introduces himself and stretches out his hand for a handshake, but Choi goes hostile, questioning if the elf got permission before entering private property. Christopher mentions that he didn't get any permission and doesn't see it necessary since they're both hunters. This right here is where he messed up. Choi prepares to make him regret that, thinking that he's probably one of those people who believe hunters are above the law. Christopher begins to panic, telling him that he wouldn't do something like that as a noble. Choi says he's capping about the nobility thing, but Christopher mentions that he's a count from the UK. So yes, he's a noble alright. After that rough introduction, Choi wonders what a UK hunter is doing in America. To answer that, Christopher announces that his master wants Choi as his servant. This info out of nowhere surprises him, but Chris figures that it's expected since Choi might believe he doesn't deserve his master. Of course, Choi isn't pleased by this comment as it sounds like Christopher is trying to pick a fight. But more importantly, Choi claims to have a master already, the undefeated avatar of training. However, the arrogant elf of light doesn't care and wants to take Choi either way. While that sounds like he wants Choi to betray his constellation, another idea is to have 2 masters, as long as his constellation is fine with it. Even with that, Choi doesn't trust the situation and wonders why Christopher's constellation is willing to go this far. And that reason is because of his past fights. It turns out Choi has spent 10,000 years perfecting martial arts, making it have beauty of the highest levels. And the Elf of Light, a connoisseur of beauty, has seen the value in it. So Choi asks if there will be any benefits for working with the Elf of Light, and the goddess of laziness tells him that there's no such thing as a useless effect when working with a constellation. With that fact, Choi decides to consider the offer. However, Christopher mentions that he won't become a servant right away. First, he'll have to show that beauty in the upcoming fight against him. This talk of beauty, though, leaves Choi and Elizabeth confused, but they eventually decide Christopher is just asking Choi to beat him to a pulp. Now everything has been settled, Christopher takes his leave, but Choi holds him back and asks him to help out with his filming. Back at Lee Chang-sik's office in Korea, he goes through what I like to call off-brand YouTube and watches as some hunters take on a band of monsters. However, they don't seem to be doing well as a fellow hunter does the friendly fire. This hunter goes into an argument with his teammate, distracting him, and a monster leaps in the air to attack. Lee watches this sorry excuse for a team, noting how they have zero teamwork. Then a different video catches his attention. It's a basic martial arts lesson from none other than Choi himself, which is surprising to see. He plays the video, and in it, Choi talks about martial arts and will be joined by Christopher. With introductions done, Choi prepares for combat to show basic fist techniques in martial arts. Lee is taken aback by this fact he's teaching martial arts for free and questions what Hwang is doing. Little did he know that Hwang also just spotted it. He pretty much has the same amount of shock and questions Ain about it. He wants to know why he would upload something like that for free, but Ain informs him that the deal has already been done, and it will be part of image management and advertising. Hwang takes a look at the comments and notices that they're actually good. But that aside, the match interview is about to start. The members of the press mention this newly uploaded video, and the fact that Christopher made an appearance in it too. So the question is if they know each other. Choi claims that they know each other, adding that Christopher came to help with the video. Of course, Christopher is shocked by this statement since that's far from what happened, and he begins to wonder what's going on. As the next question, the press asks Christopher why he chose Choi as an opponent. While he struggles to come up with an answer, a theory from the crowd is the fact he's getting revenge for his fellow servant, Maximilian. But then again, Christopher took a picture with Choi, so one could say he was paid for all of this. Amidst all the confusion, Choi finally speaks up, stating that his opponent wanted to learn from him. Of course, the interviewers pressure Christopher for an answer to confirm this claim. Unfortunately, he can't say anything since the Elf of Light wants him. Now all that's left is to see how Choi performs in the upcoming battle. The time for the fight finally arrives, but unlike his last one, several members of the crowd are on Choi's side. He wonders why there are so many people present, despite the match being organized at the last minute, but Ain tells him that it's proof that he's getting popular. At this point, Choi can feel a huge fluctuation in devotion, and in the event he wins, he'll keep these devotions. The fact that he could get a ton of devotion from mortals is the one advantage Choi had over other constellations. So with that, Choi heads towards the arena to fight just as he usually does. He steps through the blue dome into the alternate world to meet his opponent, Christopher. Meanwhile, some members of the crowd talk about Choi's new martial arts video. The video was pretty easy to follow, and the people also liked some of the techniques that were demonstrated. Still, they wonder why Choi would release such crucial information, but apparently, he made it public out of love for humanity and hunters. While that point is highly debatable, it'll be a topic for another day because the match is about to begin. As the countdown continues, the two fighters prepare for battle, but just as it gets to 1, Christopher begins to glow with a golden light, and Choi's existential power gets limited since this is a test. From there, Christopher uses Light Fragment and has now received his constellation's authority. Now he's been powered up, he uses his first move called Light Bullet Storm, which makes balls of light gather around Choi, and they suddenly head straight for him. Of course, Choi manages to evade this attack just before it hits. This attack leaves the battle commentators stunned by this technique of his. Then Choi charges toward Christopher and tries to land a punch, but he begins to vanish, causing Choi's attack to miss. He then reappears in the sky, also appreciating Choi's dazzling display of speed. On the other hand, Choi recalls that Christopher called the battle a test. In addition to that, his power has been limited, and Christopher borrowed power from his constellation. Christopher attacks again, shooting out light bullets, but Choi manages to weave through them all. He was curious about the Elf of Light's authority at first, but now he has seen how versatile it is, he can definitely say the constellation is much better than the Warrior of Madness. Choi knows that his opponent might be a little troublesome, but the fact that Christopher is using borrowed existential power and not magic gives him an idea. He punches the ground, shattering it and sending large boulders flying into the air. However, this wasn't for no reason. The shadows from the boulders managed to decrease the light bullet's power, causing them to disappear. This tactic leaves Christopher shocked, but he still commends Choi's quick thinking. Anyway, he decides to switch to close combat, and he creates a sword of light, hoping that Choi can pass this final test. Choi and Christopher charge towards each other and their attacks clash, leaving them in a standoff. As expected, Choi finds the constellation's sword to be powerful. However, this is still similar to what he's faced in the Abyss. At this point, the sword begins to give way, so Christopher swings, sending them away from each other. He attacks with the sword, but Choi easily dodges. Then Choi counters with an uppercut to Christopher's jaw. Even though the sword is powerful, Choi points out that Christopher's body is far weaker. At this point, Choi unleashes a barrage of attacks onto his opponent. With all these attacks, Christopher's recovery speed can't keep up with the combo, and he has now witnessed the power of martial arts. Of course, even the Elf of Light approves of it as well. As he takes a beating, Christopher the masochist finds Choi's attacks to be beautiful. Choi thanks him for it and prepares the finishing blow. It's now at this point Christopher asks him to stop since the test is over now, but Choi already knocks him down to the ground and stands victorious. After a while, Christopher regains consciousness, and he doesn't remember fighting with Choi, which is expected. But one thing he does know is that his master has acknowledged Choi's beauty. Not only has he passed the Elf of Light's trial, but the crowd is in awe, and Choi's existential power has increased. With that, the Elf of Light grants Choi an A-rank skill called Dignity of Light, which strengthens light abilities to protect one's beauty and dignity. After receiving this high-rank skill, Choi figures that the constellation is pretty generous, but he has no idea what the protect one's beauty and dignity part means. Meanwhile, at Hwang's office, something inevitable has arrived. Ain enters the office after a while, and Hwang reveals that they've been contacted from Korea. She thinks that the Korean government wants them to return Choi, but that's not the case. They've received a spar request. The hunters from the Great Hunter era decided to work with each other properly, including Korea and America. These two countries are so close that even their clans hold spars with each other. So, if we piece 1 and 2 together, whoever it is asked for an international spar request with Choi. Ain considers rejecting the request, but Hwang mentions they can't for a reason. He believes that if he were to partake in the international exchange, it would be a good chance for him to raise his existential power. While this reason is unknown to Ain, she says that he should accept the spar if there's a good reason. She finds spars as a way for hunters to meet and learn from each other. This point makes Hwang worry that Choi might get closer to the people of Korea, a point that seems pretty childish in her opinion. Back at Ikaros clan's base, Hwang briefs Choi about everything on the phone and warns him not to get so close to them. Then to sum it all up, he tells him to do a great job as he always does. This spar reminds Choi of how long he's been away from Korea, and he figures it would be nice for someone to follow him. So he goes to ask the people he knows if they're down, starting with Elizabeth. However, she declines since she's busy practicing. Then there's Smallwood, who's unavailable to travel. Choi figures that no one wants to come along, but there's one option he overlooked. Anthony, who's annoyed with Choi leaving, mentions the fact that he was skipped. Choi figures that Anthony was waiting to be asked, and this is where tsundere mode kicks in. Anthony at first claims he's not free, but he decides to follow along anyway to show the results of his martial arts training. With that settled, Smallwood tells Choi to make Anthony try some sannakji. Smallwood knows it's a meal that boosts a hunter's magic power. But in the middle of the food discussion, Ilea, the K-pop fangirl, dashes to the scene, volunteering to tag along and votes for Anthony to be kicked out. Choi figures it's a good idea to bring her since she knows a bit of Korean. So with that, Choi decides that he'll be going with 2 of them, although it might involve a fair amount of arguing. Fast forward a bit, and they get on a flight to Korea. Ilea wonders why they're heading to Seoul since the spar is in Jeju Island, but Choi wants to drop by somewhere first. His destination is Seoul's National Cemetery, and it seems he's come to pay respects. Anthony wonders why they're there, and Choi, who's carrying a bundle of flowers, mentions that he needs to meet someone. He stops in front of a monument, the Gate Invasion Hunter Monument, which contains a list of all the hunters who died in that event. Choi recalls the event and knows he couldn't have saved them if he hadn't gone to the abyss. Even with that, the whole thing still weighs heavily on him. He places the bundle of flowers, but he notices another one placed there and wonders if someone else came first. Shortly, a person approaches the team. Anthony spots the person, and he recognizes him as a first-generation A-rank hunter called the Iron Blood Ice Emperor. Choi turns his head to have a look at who would have such a cool-sounding name. Then he spots the man and recognizes that he's Lee Chang-sik. However, Lee wasn't the person who gave himself that nickname. Anyway, skipping that, Lee asks what Choi is doing in Korea, but before he can respond, Anthony is still in disbelief about who he's seeing. He remembers that one attack that killed the demon, Forteranger, during the Great Invasion, and Anthony is a big fan after hearing about the most beautiful attack in all of Hunter history. However, even with that praise, Lee shuts him down since he wants to talk with his friend he hasn't seen in a long while. Ilea then speaks up, telling Choi that Hwang told her to prevent him from talking with the Iron Blood Ice Emperor if they run into him. But either way, Choi wonders if Lee was waiting for him, but their meeting was purely coincidental. Lee asks Choi if he plans to return to Korea, and Choi isn't sure about it yet. But even before making that decision, Lee sternly warns him not to return to Korea. With how condescending the message sounds, Choi wonders what he means by that. But Lee clarifies it, saying that he doesn't need to come back since he's doing well in America. Plus, he's sure Choi will live a much more comfortable life with the power of his clan leader. Still, Choi insists on coming back if there's any trouble. But Lee responds with a smirk, stating that it's an A-class hunter like himself who should be helping Choi, who's a B rank. He wishes Choi good luck with the spar, stating that his martial arts will be good for the Korean hunters. And with that he leaves, hoping to meet Choi later on. Fast forward some hours, and the team arrives at Jeju Island. They all look around their new surrounding, but a realization hits that Choi and Ilea have no idea of how international battles work. So Anthony explains how things go. Normally, each clan would have one of their raid videos. In addition, people also share a few skills even though it isn't compulsory. However, they keep the rarer skills to themselves, and that's where negotiation comes in. This would mean that they'll have to trade things like money, artifacts, and even other skills. Shortly, a person approaches the team looking for Choi. He introduces his name as Lee Changwook. Of course, the guy's name and face reminds Choi of Changsik, so he asks the dude if he's related to him, and Changwook mentions that he's his father. This fact shocks Anthony and Choi, leaving Changwook to wonder if anything's wrong. But they're just amazed by how close he resembles his father. As for why he came to Choi, he wanted to say hello, even though his father told him not to go overboard. Choi thanks him for this kind gesture, and before he leaves, he asks if he has eaten. Changwook mentions he hasn't yet, so Choi tells him to come along. They arrive at a restaurant, and the lady in charge stares confused as Choi goes through the kitchen. She allowed him to use the kitchen since he offered her money, but now she's starting to have second thoughts. On the other hand, Choi prepares to make some soup. But thanks to the power of martial arts, he doesn't need to cook it for very long. After that, he puts some rice into a rice cooker. However, this rice is the one the orcs harvested, and it's the perfect time to try it out. Meanwhile, the rest of the team wait for Choi, and the awkward silence is getting to Anthony. But the atmosphere loosens up when Choi arrives with a tray carrying food for everyone. As the table is set, everyone thanks him for the meal. However, how Changwook enthusiastically stares at the food makes Choi wonder if he was really hungry. But he claims that's not the case and thanks him for the food once more. As he takes a bite from it, he's blown away by its flavor. Of course, Anthony is glad that he came along for the journey. Even Ilea seems to enjoy it, and she questions what Choi did to the rice. The owner of the restaurant watches as everyone talks about Choi's cooking and doesn't get the hype behind it. So she dishes out some soup, tries a bit, and has now seen what they're all talking about. With that done, everyone heads out of the restaurant. Changwook bows and thanks Choi for the meal. He also mentions that his power has increased, and this surprises Choi. He activates the Constellation Eye and finds that everyone has been buffed by the Earth of Training. Choi knows that the Earth of Training is his territory, so he figures that they're getting the effect from the food he made with the orc-produced rice. The goddess of laziness informs him that it's a part of a constellation's power to influence things that are done by the constellation. So with that fact, the goddess reminds him that there are no limits to a constellation's power. With that, Changwook takes his leave since he has something to settle in his clan. As he leaves, Choi figures that he's just as nice as his father. But anyway, Choi decides to leave with his team, but before he can state where to, he gets hit with clairvoyance. In this vision, he sees a giant monster, the sea dragon, Argo. This monster will deal great damage to Asia's shores after breaking through a sea dungeon. It is also a wild and destructive monster that's at least a B class. However, its size screams A class plus. As you would expect, this disaster will happen near the Jeju International Airport, and according to the vision, the people there are unable to call for any hunters due to the harsh weather that comes with the dragon. This leaves the residents there in danger as the monster runs wild and thrashes the whole area. After seeing this vision, Choi decides to inform Changsik and Hwang about it, with Ilea clueless about what happened. Back at Hwang's office in America, he receives a message about this vision and what he should do. But seeing how things will escalate from simple spar to siege defense makes him wonder what on earth is going on in Korea. Plus the fact he's releasing such dangerous info in a casual manner